Welcome to Light Novel Audiobook. Naruto, COS Real Danzo said he is my father. Chapter 1. Passers-by, pure malice, the real person should die. Who is here? Pick up this real person. The real person is actually quite handsome, the only drawback is that he is still alive. Dead stitched doll, watch how I cut you along the dotted line. It was born out of human malice, it is normal for it to be so bad. It is the most handsome when it is rolled into a meatball. Cosplaying as a real person, everyone calls for it to be beaten. Ren Jian came out of the comic exhibition alone and embarrassed, walking on the street in a daze, and suddenly a shrill whistle sounded in his ears. A large truck rushed towards his location. Ren Jian, no. Wait a minute. Is the truck driver also a fan of the protagonist group of Jujutsu Kaisen? Before Ren Jian could think, he was enveloped by a huge white light. Mom, I saw the shit. Strangely, the bloody scene did not appear. Ren Jian's figure disappeared from the spot. It seemed that there had never been such a person on the street. Across the street, a white-collar worker who was going out for lunch with his colleagues rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Hey! Are you kidding? Where is the person on the street just now? Hey! You are kidding! Where was there a person just now? Ah, no one. No. We didn't see anyone. Sorry, maybe I was confused because of working overtime recently. It's like this now. I really don't know what to do when I'm 65 years old. Ha 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 ha, I'm not sure I can live to 65. If I die at my workstation one day, I'll have to ask my boss to collect my body. Hashin's consciousness was in a vast black fog. A faint voice came from the black fog that couldn't be dispelled. He seems to be waking up. Go and notify Danzo-sama. Danzo-sama is an old fan of the second dimension, although the times are progressing and there are more anime, the classics will never be forgotten. Catching the familiar title, Ren Jian's consciousness became more and more clear. The black fog in front of him finally dissipated. Ren Jian saw a cat face growing on a human body. No, it should be a mask with a cat face on a human face. The mask looked familiar. But Ren Jian couldn't remember where he had seen it. Hey, kid, what's your name? The cat face asked unceremoniously. Ren Jian's pupils turned and he saw his situation clearly. Not good. This was the first thought that flashed through Ren Jian's mind. He was in a basement and couldn't hear any sound of vehicles or anything else. This basement was very remote and deep. There was no lighting, only the primitive candles emitted a faint flame. Was he kidnapped or was it some horrible prank? When Hashimi lowered his eyes and saw his body clearly, his pupils shrank suddenly. I'm so young. These short legs. Where did his long legs go? Hashimi collapsed and hugged his head. But he was even more upset. He couldn't take off his wig. No, this sentence is not accurate. It should be that his wig turned into his real hair. Fortunately, the sutures are still there. No. How did the sutures he applied turn into tattoos? Dyeing hair and tattoos, the three-piece set of filial piety is destined to be out of his reach for the civil service exam. If he goes home like this, he will definitely be beaten by his parents who didn't love him in the first place. Just when Hashimi's worldview collapsed, he was confused and desperate. Steady footsteps came, accompanied by the sound of the cane hitting the ground. Hashimi looked over subconsciously. A figure that couldn't be more familiar appeared in his eyes. Shimura Danzo. Damn! A character from Jujutsu Kaisen appears in Naruto. Is that a scam? Is this a prank by the organizers of the comic exhibition? Report it to the central government. He will report it to the central government. Let the most annoying character in Jujutsu Kaisen and the most annoying character in Naruto be linked. Which great idiot thought of this also? When we go out later, can you ask this cosplay teacher to give me a contact number? Danzo-sama. This child won't say anything. Cat Face retreated behind Danzo and reported in a low voice. My superb acting skills. Hajime Masato watched the show. Since it's useless, just kill it. Danzo coldly decided the fate of the child he picked up. Hajime Masato. Are they holding the same script? Ding. Human malice detected plus 100. Curse power conversion transformed chakra plus 100. The mechanical electronic sound in his head did not dispel Hajime's fear at this time. Because the murderous intent that came at him was real, like a sharp knife scratching his skin, giving him goosebumps. Are you kidding? Did he really travel to the Naruto world or as a real person? If I had known earlier, he would have cosplayed Gojo Satoru. No. Or he should have cosplayed Ryaman Sukuna. Although Hajime was very unhappy, he had to accept the cruel reality that he became a real person and traveled to the high-risk Naruto. A pair of legs appeared in Hajime's sight. He slowly raised his head, and the dog-faced masked man raised the kunao in his hand. Linen fell. Linen fell. Brother. Wait a minute. My name is Hajime. Real person. The real person's name blurted out as if uncontrollably. Hajime noticed that the dog-faced man stopped moving, as if waiting for Danzo's next order. He couldn't help but think about it. Is his real name Hajime Masashi? It seems not. But why can't he remember his real name? Forget it, Hajime Masashi is Hajime Masashi. Anyway, it's not bad. Not dumb. Danzo sighed without any fluctuations in his tone, and he walked in front of Hajime. Hajime Masashi, how old? Hajime was speechless. If you ask about his mental age, then of course he is always 18 years old. As for his physical age, he really doesn't know how old he is now in terms of his appearance. I don't know. Hajime shook his head in a daze, afraid that Shimura Danzo would go crazy again. He quickly added, I forgot. I don't remember anything. So don't force him. Amnesia, an excuse that never gets old. Danzo didn't say anything, his eyes were looking at him. When Ren Jian watched anime before, he didn't feel that Shimura Danzo was so oppressive. However, when he really faced Shimura Danzo, his whole body was numb uncontrollably. Danzo, old thief, so scary. Cat Face stared at Ren Jian, not knowing what he was thinking, and suddenly spoke up and made a guess. Danzo, he may have broken his brain. It is impossible for this child to appear in the root range without alerting the root ninjas, so he could only have fallen from somewhere. The root base is secret, backed by a mountain, and there are many villages on the other side of the mountain. The origin of this child is not inexplicable. Danzo nodded and said as if it was a foregone conclusion, 12 years old, you are 12 years old, and you are my son. I am your father. Ren Jian took a lot of effort to hold back from shouting out this rebuttal subconsciously. Excluding the possibility that Danzo is kind-hearted and kind-hearted. Then there is only one possibility for Danzo to say this. Calculate him. The sky is falling. Who doesn't know how dark Danzo's heart is? Cat Face is the strongest worker. She immediately understood what Danzo meant and added, yes. You are Danzo's son. You were hit in the brain during training. Can these three people avoid him when they are plotting something bad? At least the previous and the following words should correspond. If he is really Danzo's son, doesn't Danzo even know his son's name and how old he is? Can you respect his IQ? They don't take him seriously at all. Hajime is not a fool. It is obvious that these three people treat him as a fool. But he has to pretend to be a fool. Because if he doesn't pretend to be a fool, there is only one outcome. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Don't bully the poor young. Hajime roared wildly in his head. It seems to be out of place, it doesn't matter. In reality, Hajime was timid and looked at them blankly, muttering, "Is that so?" Danzo stared at him and said firmly, "Yes." After that, he left with his big cane. Hajime collapsed. He was too lazy to even give him a perfunctory response. "Shimura Danzo, you bastard! Is it so careless? At least you should say a few more words to deepen his trust. What's the difference between this attitude and treating cats and dogs?" Danzo was unwilling to waste time on Hajime at all. After he left Cat Face and Dog Face staring at Hajime on the simple wooden bed. Hajime and them looked at each other. The three faces were confused. What to say? Hajime looked at Cat Face, then at Dog Face. "You can't let him, a person who just lost his memory, start a conversation. It doesn't matter if you forget. We will tell you everything you forget next." Cat Face's voice came. "This is to brainwash him. Lien Jian knows it. Ming. Before I tell you, you must resume your training. I am Owl, and I and Night Ren will continue to train you. This is to test his qualifications. If he is a waste, he will still die." Hajime's heart was in tears. Why did others who traveled through time be picked up by decent people like Tsunade and Jiraiya, but he had to be picked up by Danzo? Even if he was picked up by Obito, it would be fine. He can also pretend to be Nohara Rin. Hajime has to admire Danzo's efficiency. From the arrangement of determining qualifications through training, it can be seen how difficult it is to eat a grain of rice from Danzo's roots for free. The sad thing is that Hajime has no right to refuse now. Refusing is nothing more than dying a little faster. However, Hajime is a little concerned about what the voice that just sounded in his head was. System. Goldfinger. Plug in. Hajime tried countless ways to shout in his mind, but he didn't get a response from that voice. The dead silence made him look like a fool. Hajime could only recall the content of the voice's words: human malice value, cursed power, chakra. Since Hajime was cosplaying as a real person, he was of course familiar with the character of the real person. The real person was a special grade cursed spirit, an extremely evil curse born from human hatred and fear of human beings. This world uses chakra as the main means of attack, so converting cursed power into chakra means. Bang! Hajime's body lightened. Then he fell off the bed. It was Cat Face who dragged him down. Abusing a child. Real punishment. Stand up now and start training. Cat Face's voice was cold, and the cold light of his black pupils from the two small holes on the mask was like the most eye-catching cold light on a kunao. It made people feel inexplicably cold. It means that he has become a real person. He can use the power and ability of the real person. Lien Jian summarized his previous inference. He climbed up carelessly and habitually patted the non-existent dust on his body. After all, sea suits with good style and quality are not cheap. To be honest, although he fell hard on the floor just now, I don't know if it was because of the real person's cursed spirit physique or some other factor. I didn't feel any pain at all. Lien Jian was taken to a training ground by Cat Face and Dog Face. The training ground is still underground, and all the rooms of the route are underground. It was pitch black, and it was obvious that the dark crawling people lived. Although Lien Jian knew the names of Cat Face and Dog Face, Lien Jian was still used to calling them by their most prominent mask features. Lien Jian had just stood firm and had not reacted when he was forced to start being beaten. Yes, you heard it right, it was a beating. Lien Jian is an ordinary person. He avoided the 3,000 meter race at the sports meet. He had never been exposed to combat techniques and was beaten by Cat Face and Dog Face in turn. These two people are really not human. The attack was ruthless. Lien Jian was going crazy. He was afraid of pain. Although it didn't hurt when he fell just now, he could still feel the intense pain that could be called abuse. Damn it! An inexplicable force was flowing in Lien Jian's body. At the same time, the movements of the cat-faced and dog-faced in Lien Jian's eyes became slower and slower, as if they were slowed down. On the contrary, Lien Jian's speed was getting faster and faster, and he soon learned to dodge in the airtight attacks. Gradually, the attacks of the cat-faced and dog-faced fell on Lien Jian less and less. When the cat-faced and dog-faced couldn't hit Lien Jian thought of counterattacking. There was no reason not to retaliate after being beaten by them for so long. Is he such a kind person? Of course not. An hour later, the cat-faced and dog-faced were shocked to find that Lien Jian had learned to counterattack. He absorbed combat skills like a sponge at a terrifying speed. Another half an hour passed, and he was basically able to fight back and forth with the tacit cooperation of Cat Face and Dog Face. Cat Face and Dog Face were unable to do anything to him for a while with just physical skills. Pause. Cat Face said. Lien Jian pulled away from the almost overwhelming pleasure, but the after effects still made him feel hot all over and his heart was beating. It was so strange, he had never felt this way before. The body and soul fit perfectly. The body could move precisely according to the command of the brain. The wound that had fallen on him before was completely painless now. It had no effect on his fighting at all. Cat Face's complicated gaze penetrated the mask and fell on the child in front of him. If she hadn't watched Lien Jian go from being clumsy to being agile, she probably wouldn't have believed that this child hadn't been trained before. Then there is only one possibility. Hajime Masashi is a genius. Geniuses are not uncommon in Konoha. Therefore, Cat Face was only surprised for a moment. She glanced at Dog Face and disappeared in the dark passage not far away. Hajime guessed that Cat Face had gone to tell Danzo about it. Hajime decided to hate her. Now let's try the use of weapons. Dog Face threw the ninja tool bag to Hajime. The heavy ninja tool bag contained shuriken and kunai. Swish swish swish. The sound of breaking through the air came. The red hearts of several targets in different directions 10 meters away from Hajime Masashi were full of shuriken. This thing seemed simple when watching anime, but when you really face it, you find it difficult as hell. You try it. Since Hajime Masashi is a genius, then train him in a genius way. Night Ren set his eyes on Hajime Masamune. Hajime held the shuriken between his two fingers. To be honest, he had never touched this thing before. Night Ren's action just now seemed to be replayed dozens of times in Hajime's mind. The shuriken between Hajime's fingers flew out in the next second. The shuriken that replaced the dog face pierced the bull's eye. Hajime was stunned. Although he knew that the master had a strong learning ability, this was too strong, right? He just threw it casually. Night Ren then demonstrated how to use the kunai. Hajime's kunai was also like a shuriken, hitting the bull's eye accurately. Hajime turned around and Shimura Danzo was already standing not far away. Shimura Danzo obviously saw Hajime's performance just now. He waved at Hajime. Hajime walked towards him, knowing that this old bastard was going to do something bad again. Shimura Danzo stared down at him. Stick out your tongue. Pervert. Ding! Human malice detected plus 50. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 50. The voice in his head rang again, accompanied by the increase in the power in his body. That kind of power was flowing in his body when he was fighting, and Hajime thought that it should be chakra. Hajime remembered that Shimura Danzo seemed to have a sealing technique planted on his tongue. People under the eaves have to bow their heads. Hajime felt a pain at the root of his tongue. It was like being bitten by an insect. He subconsciously retracted his tongue. Danzo was satisfied. People's hearts will change, children raised by their own hands will betray, loyal subordinates will betray, but sealing techniques will not. Ding! The seal of tongue trouble rooting is detected to contain 500 malicious value. The seal of tongue trouble rooting is converted by the curse power and automatically stored as 500 chakras. The burning sensation at the root of Renjian's tongue disappeared. The uneven marks on the root of the tongue seemed to have become smooth. According to the prompts of the electronic sound in his mind, Renjian had a better understanding of his abilities. Because the real person was born in the malice of humans, the malice of humans is his own nourishment. Malice will automatically be converted into chakra and stored in his body. The seal of tongue trouble rooting is also malicious, so it can also be converted into chakra. Can this be extended to mean that Renjian can convert all malicious attacks imposed on him by others into his own chakra? If so, it would be too against the will of heaven. I can become stronger by being beaten. If you have the guts, beat me to death. If he doesn't explode in silence, he will become perverted in silence. Renjian Genren, he is perverted. While he was perverted, he was also confused. Is there a reference standard for this chakra value? If he only looked at the value, he could not see the gap with others, and could not judge his own growth progress. Ding! The chakra value is based on Uzumaki Naruto 100 million. Hajin was stunned. He counted from beginning to end several times to confirm that he was not dazzled. Is this the amount that a human can have? However, thinking of the 9 tails, Hajin was comforted a little. Bullshit! Not comforted at all. After all, the real person is a special grade cursed spirit. Doesn't he have his own cursed power? Ding! The real person is the real person, Hajin is the real person. Realizing Hajin's question, the electronic sound in his mind sounded again. Hajin understood. This thing is just a ruthless counting tool and question-answering tool. It seems that he has to hurry up to collect the malicious value. I am your father, please don't let me down. Hurry up and train well, don't forget our initial agreement. Leave this sentence. Danzo left. Hajunamai. Lao Deng lied. Didn't he even think about it? What kind of agreement could he have with Shimura Danzo, a man who had just arrived in the Naruto world in free fall? But Hajime had to admit that Shimura Danzo was very good at gaining other people's trust. If he really lost his memory, then the previous agreement proposed by Shimura Danzo would, to a large extent, deepen Hajime's affirmation of his own identity. Lao Deng's words doubled Hajime's training time. Misato's natural learning body allowed him to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. He thought Danzo would not come, but he didn't expect that Danzo would come every day. And he would talk to him about life for 5 minutes every day. Only 5 minutes, no more, no less. With just 5 minutes of talk every day, he contributed more than 2,000 malicious points to Hajime. It is conceivable how this old man was framing and using him. A month later, Danzo looked at Hajime, who had grown a lot, and asked with satisfaction, Misato, do you still remember the agreement between us before you lost your memory? Ding! Human malice detected plus 100. Chakra converted from spell power plus 100. Chakra 2750 100 million. He really said this without any guilt. What agreement do they have? It's nothing more than using him to carry out tasks in various ways. Renjian smiled on the surface, but cursed the old bitch in his heart. When his chakra volume increases and becomes stronger, he will reward Danzo and turn him into an invincible toad, which will only croak at people. Danzo's 5 minutes a day is not to enlighten his mind, but to brainwash him. A month in the route made Renjian have a deep understanding of Danzo's brainwashing technique. Danzo is really good at it. The first step is to use the real person's fear and confusion of the unknown to cultivate the real person's trust and dependence on the route. The second step is to make the real person hypnotize himself and beautify Danzo by repeating some words, such as "You admired me very much in the past, you said you would become a ninja like me." The realization of ninja values can only be seen in the route. The route is the gathering place of all great people. The third step is to strengthen brainwashing through the guidance and proof of peers. On the third day after Hashomi's training, a friend who trained with him appeared beside him. That is Sai, the fake smiling boy who was deeply harmed by Danzo and brainwashed to the point of insanity. After the above set of combos, if Hashomi was not a real child and knew the true face of Shimura Danzo under the skin, he might not be able to escape and recognize Danzo as his godfather. Remember? Hashomi nodded obediently. Shimura Danzo would never allow him to not know. This agreement was told to him by Cat-Faced Owl as soon as he got up this morning. Repeated 3 times. Even a pig can't forget it. This mission is still related to the protagonist group. Shimura Danzo somehow persuaded the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to arrange him into Team 7 as the 4th person. That's right, it's Kakashi's team. The real purpose is certainly not to let Hashomi Masashi experience the good life in the outside world, but to let him monitor the 9 Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto and the orphan of the Uchiha clan Uchiha Sasuke. At the critical moment, follow Danzo's orders. Anyway, he is an unpleasant tool. But who cares? Masashi has never been pleasing. Besides, who doesn't know how to act? Today is the time for Hashomi to leave the dark route. It is also the first day he gets rid of his identity as a dark villain. Hashomi finally waited for this day. This day is the beginning of his new life. Before stepping into the sunlight, he looked back at Sai, who was left in the dark tunnel, and apologized to Sai without any apology. "I'm so sorry, Hashomi is not a little son. Let's leave this kind of heartwarming thing to professional players. For example, Uzumaki Naruto. A selfish person like him. The cursed spirit will only be happy for himself to escape from the sea of suffering." Ding! Human malice detected plus 5000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 5000. Chakra 7750 100 million. This exaggerated number made Hashomi's pupils slightly dilate. Wow! Are you kidding? Sai actually contributed so much malice to him. By the way, why does Sai hate him so much? He is not the culprit of Sai's childhood tragedy. It's unfair. Hashomi's lips curled up. But continue to hate him. Sai. Definitely I have to hate him forever. The long-lost sunshine sprinkled on his white and almost transparent skin. Hashomi's mouth curled up into an angelic smile. Thanks to Danzo and Sai, his chakra has reached 7750. Although it is still terribly less than Uzumaki Naruto, he still needs to work harder. Sai's example also reminded Hashomi. The malice value gained through some annoying ways in life is too limited. The malice value gained from hatred like Sai is considerable enough. Therefore, Hashomi must be smarter and more efficient, so that malice and hatred are born in love. Only in this way can the malice value be surprisingly high. Let him first make a plan to deal with the three protagonists to collect malice value. Sakura is the easiest to deal with. Her weakness is Sasuke. Hurting Sasuke is equal to doubling the harm to her. Sasuke is not difficult to deal with either. Who made him have a brother Uchiha Itachi who is always thinking about him? If Sasuke knew that his trusted companion was actually related to Uchiha Itachi, he would definitely not be able to bear it. The only one who was a little difficult was Uzumaki Naruto. It was quite difficult to get his malice value. After all, he was someone that even Nagato and Obito could forgive. But it doesn't matter, take your time, first you have to gain their trust. It's the way of the wise to play the long game and catch the big fish. Hajime arrived at the ninja school by asking for directions all the way. Hajime, who had a cute smile, easily captured the hearts of the villagers and got a bunch of meatballs for free. Sweet, sticky, and delicious. 10,000 times better than the Root's ration balls. He wanted to sue the Root for child abuse. Raising his legs and walking up the stairs, Hajime looked up at the classroom door plate. Well, this is the class that Naruto and his friends are in. He pushed open the door. A blackboard brush hit him. Hajime took a step forward, and the brush fell to the ground with a thud, splashing chalk dust. Hajime looked at Uzumaki Naruto standing on the podium. Uzumaki Naruto blinked and looked at Hajime curiously. Who are you? Before Hajime could speak, he covered his head in horror. Are you Kakashi, our team leader? How is this possible? Are you kidding? You are the same age as us, or are you actually a dwarf? He kept chattering. Hajime stared at him in surprise. I used to see Uzumaki Naruto in comics and anime, but the Uzumaki Naruto in the real world is even more lively than in comics and anime. And his imagination is quite big. Idiot! A fist as big as a sandbag fell on Naruto's head. Naruto covered his head and cried. Sakura walked forward and smiled at Hajime politely but distantly. Are you Hajime Makoto who joined our team? Naruto then remembered what Iruka-sensei told them before he left. A person of the same age will also join them. Is that Hajime Makoto in front of him? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Hajime Makoto curiously. Chapter 2. Blue hair, braided, round white face, two small canine teeth on the lower lip when smiling. And if you look closely, you will find that Hajime Masashi's pupils are different colors. One is yellow-blue, the other is gray-blue. Like a cat. So cute. Uzumaki Naruto smiled brightly. I am Uzumaki Naruto. She is Sakura. The guy who likes to show off is Uchiha Sasuke. Welcome to join us. As expected of Naruto, a strange person came, but he was not at all vigilant. I am Hajime Masashi, and I am very happy to join you. Hajime Masashi's eyes swept over the three of them. Needless to say, Naruto is carefree and he is not one who will think too much. He really welcomes his arrival. Although Sakura also has a gentle smile on her face, there is vigilance in her eyes. As for Sasuke, who sat in his seat, folded his hands and supported his forehead, pretending to be deep, as Naruto said, he didn't care about what was happening in front of him. Ah! It seems that you get along well. A voice appeared above Hajime's head. He raised his head, and a familiar white-haired man appeared in his sight. Kakashi's unmotivated salted fish eyes swept over the four little ghosts in the classroom, and finally fixed on Hajime Masashi. Well, I took a look, he said in a nonchalant tone as if he had just woken up and hadn't woken up yet. The first impression is that you are really annoying. Naruto. Sakura. The arrogant Sasuke was also vaguely broken by this sentence. Only Hajime Masashi still maintained a cute and smiling look. He can even tolerate Danzo, so what is Kakashi? Well, just looking at the appearance, it is impossible to imagine that this is the child raised by Elder Danzo. Elder Danzo's wrinkled appearance has nothing to do with the fair and tender child, right? Kakashi thought he would see a fake smiling boy. Kakashi led them out of the classroom, and ran up to a rooftop when he saw one, sitting there, looking up at the sky lazily, without any motivation. By the way, you should start introducing yourselves first. What should I say in my self-introduction? Sakura asked doubtfully, holding up half of her cheek with her hand. Just what I like, what I hate, future dreams and interests, and similar things. Kakashi spread his hands, paused for a moment and added his true thoughts, although I am not interested in your self-introductions. A cross appeared on Naruto's forehead, and he always felt that their leader was super irresponsible. Naruto raised his hand. I think it's better for the teacher to introduce himself first. Me. Kakashi pointed at himself. My name is Hatake Kakashi, and I have many interests, and my future dreams. I also hate a lot of things. In the end, I only knew his name. It's your turn next. Kakashi pointed at Hajime casually, and it was unclear whether it was intentional or unintentional. Let's start with you. He only knew the name and age of this child. I'm afraid even the Hokage doesn't have any information about this child. Naruto and Sakura looked at Hajime curiously. They also knew nothing about Hajime except his name. My name is Hajime Masato. I like performing, drawing, and dolls. There are many things and things I hate. If I want to talk about them, I may not be able to finish talking about them all day. My future dream is... A dream? He doesn't seem to have a dream. Hajime said truthfully, I don't have a dream. He came here inexplicably and was brainwashed and threatened by Danzo. At this stage, there is one goal, just to stay alive. And to carry forward his hobbies. How can you not have a dream? Naruto made a sound of incomprehension. He held Hajime's shoulders and shook them. No. You can't be a dreamless person like Kakashi. Kakashi. Hajime. He blinked his eyes and smiled softly. So what is Naruto's dream? When Naruto mentioned his dream, two flames immediately ignited in his eyes. He let go of Hajime, clenched his fists, stood up, and said proudly, I want to become a Hokage. This is my dream. Sakura and Sasuke did not react at all. They have heard such words countless times in the years of being in the same class with Naruto. As for Kakashi, his heart was only slightly moved, not for Naruto, but for this familiar sentence. I want to become a Hokage. Many years ago, there was such a person in front of him, who said it with confidence. Okay, Hajime looked at Naruto, his tone so sincere that no one present doubted the truth of his words. Then my dream is to help Naruto become Hokage. Fake. His dream is to become the greatest performer in the world. And now, he is working hard on his acting career. Hey! Naruto was stunned. Sakura looked at Hajime in surprise. Is there really someone who takes someone else's dream as his own? Sasuke also looked at Hajime more. Idiot! A guy like Uzumaki Naruto who is at the bottom of the class can never become Hokage. It seems that the fourth person in their class is as stupid as Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi's eyes fell on Hajime, with an unclear meaning. Wow wow wow! Although I am very touched by Hajime's words. But how can you decide your dream so easily? Naruto hugged Hajime all of a sudden, rubbing his cheek against Hajime, and his eyes were filled with tears because of being moved. This is the first person who believes that he can become Hokage. He said how he and Hajime hit it off right away. It turns out that they are destined to be close friends. Hajime. It's too easy to gain Naruto's trust. Disguise seems to be a natural skill of Genrin, and Hashumi, who inherited Genrin's talent and body, is also proficient. No. I should thank Naruto for helping me find my dream. Wow! Genrin is good. Genrin is an angel. Naruto hugged Hashumi and refused to let go. Uzumaki Naruto, love ramen and Genrin the most. I hate the 3 minutes of waiting for the ramen to soak the most. Kakashi pulled his eyes away from the two affectionate children. It's your turn. Sakura glanced at the depressed Sasuke beside her and raised her hand. My name is Harano Sakura, and my favorite is... The girl's blush is better than any love words. Naruto lowered his voice and whispered to Hashumi about Sasuke. I don't know what's so good about Sasuke. Why else he's handsome? Hashumi said seriously, Sasuke is handsome, but Naruto and Sasuke are handsome in different ways. Naruto is handsome in a sunny and cheerful way. Naruto's face turned red all of a sudden, his eyes wandering. Really, so I'm so handsome? He clenched his fist and supported his forehead, and began to keep this cool gesture. Hashumi couldn't bear to look directly at it, smiled and took a deep breath, and looked away. My dream is... Sakura plucked up the courage and shouted shyly, become Sasuke's wife. Hashumi. It's amazing. 12-year-old child. Girl, you are too precocious. Naruto was petrified in the wind. Kakashi was also troubled by hearing such a dream. Why are girls nowadays so obsessed with love? Another protagonist, Sasuke, snorted coldly, feeling bored by Harano Sakura's love game. Only Hashumi was clapping seriously. Noticing Sakura looking over, Hashumi said, when I first saw Sakura, I found that Sakura was super beautiful. Sakura's dream will definitely come true if she works hard and earnestly. Harano Sakura. She couldn't help but blush, feeling a little ashamed of her previous vigilance, and said in a low voice, thank you. Not only did he not make her feel awkward, but he also encouraged her. Kakashi sighed in his heart, so were two of them conquered so quickly. Only Sasuke hadn't introduced himself, and everyone's eyes were on him. I'm Uchiha Sasuke. I spoke for myself. For some reason, Hashumi's mind automatically added the next sentence. There are many things I hate, but there are few things I like. Also, I don't want to just say it's a dream. I have ambitions. I want to revive our clan, and then I must kill a certain man with my own hands. Sasuke never put down his hand on his chin from beginning to end. Hashumi was embarrassed by his words and dug his toes into the ground. The atmosphere inexplicably became heavy because of Sasuke's words. Kakashi stared at Sasuke, slowly moved his eyes away, and looked at the blue sky. Sasuke's reaction was actually not much different from what he thought. Although I didn't go to school with you, I have heard of Uchiha Sasuke's name. Although embarrassed, Hashumi has not forgotten his personality and mission. Hashumi smiled and tilted his head, looking at Sasuke. Sasuke is the first in the ninja school, a genius, and I believe that only Sasuke can do this. Sasuke didn't say anything, but he was still pleased by such words. After all, there is no one in this world who doesn't like to hear sincere compliments. Kakashi sighed. Among the four little kids in front of him, only Hashumi Masamune can be considered to be truly mature, and the remaining three. Kakashi did not comment. A little kid who can be coaxed into letting down his guard by a word from others is completely unrelated to the word mature. Okay, all four of you have rich personalities and are very interesting. Kakashi said this very against his will, and he continued, starting tomorrow, we will carry out the mission. Yes. Naruto was full of energy, in stark contrast to Kakashi. He asked excitedly and curiously, "What kind of mission is it? Let's start with the mission that only the 5 of us can complete." As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Naruto couldn't wait to ask, What mission?" Hashimi already had the answer in his heart. Survival exercise. Among the 24 graduates, only 9 were recognized as genin, and the other 18 were sent back to school. This survival exercise is a super difficult test with an elimination rate of up to 66%. The graduation exam is only to select whether there are people who have the qualifications to become genin, and the survival exercise is the real selection of genin. After making it clear, Kakashi left a word and left. "Remember to bring ninja tools, gather at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, remember, don't eat breakfast, you will vomit." Naruto and Sakura were frightened by Kakashi's warning, and Sasuke's expression became more solemn. Hashimi, who was in the god's perspective, was not affected at all. Not only did he have to eat breakfast, he also had to bring some snacks. After the gathering, everyone went back to their own homes and found their own mothers. Because Naruto and Hashimi had no parents, they went to eat ramen. Sakura wanted to go home for dinner, and Sasuke disdained to go with them. The ramen money was paid by Naruto, and Hashimi was penniless. When he ran out of money after eating, Hashimi remembered that he forgot to ask Danzo for money. Therefore, when Naruto enthusiastically invited Hashimi to go home with him, Hashimi politely refused. He thought it was more important to ask Danzo for money. After parting with Naruto, Hashimi easily jumped onto the roof, and in a few bounces, his figure quickly appeared at the root. Hashimi was brought to Danzo as soon as he entered the base. Naruto Uzumaki's dream is to become Hokage, Sasuke Uchiha's dream is to revitalize Uchiha and kill Itachi Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno's dream is to marry Sasuke Uchiha. The goals and wills of the 3 people are quite obvious. Hashimi first reported today's news to Danzo. Before the mission, Danzo gave Hashimi all the information about Naruto and Sasuke. Therefore, Hashimi could say the name Itachi Uchiha. Sakura Haruno doesn't need to report. Danzo said coldly. He was not interested in a girl from a civilian family. You don't have to report every day in the future. Otherwise, even a pig would be suspicious. Danzo felt that Hashimi was not so stupid, and Hashimi should have other purposes for coming back. The next second, Hashimi held out his hand to him. "Give me some pocket money." Danzo. Is he really a child? He glanced at Catface behind him. Catface took out a bulging purse and handed it all to Hashimi. Hashimi took it in his hand and weighed it. It was a huge sum of money. Danzo was quite generous in spending money. Ding! Human malice detected +50. Cursed power converted chakra +50. Chakra 7,800 100 million. Hashimi paused and looked up at Danzo and Catface. So who did this malice come from? Hashimi judged that it should be Catface. After all, it was money taken out of her pocket. Hashimi left contentedly after getting the money and went to find the room where she had slept before to rest. The next day, 5 o'clock in the morning. The sky was dark purple and the fog had not yet dissipated. The 3 figures slowly gathered. "Good morning." Sakura rubbed her eyes, she was so sleepy that she didn't know what she was saying. "Morning." Naruto stretched out his hand, groping forward without opening his eyes. Sasuke's face was also tired, but not as exaggerated as Sakura and Naruto. Has Hashimi not arrived yet? Naruto noticed that one person was missing. He turned his head and looked around, but there was no trace of Hashimi. Sasuke, maybe he overslept. Sakura suddenly sobered up a lot. what should I do? Kakashi teacher won't make Hashumi fail because he is late. Sasuke's eyes were cold. It doesn't matter, if a ninja can't even be punctual, there is no need to become a ninja. Sakura looked at Sasuke in embarrassment, thinking that Sasuke's words were a bit heavy. No way. We have to go call that guy. Naruto was so anxious that he jumped up and down, but Sakura calmed him down with one sentence, "Do you know where Hashumi lives?" "I don't know." "They don't know." Naruto lowered his head in frustration. 5 hours later. The sun rose completely. The sky was bright. Sakura and Naruto sat on the ground and dozed off. Sasuke stood with his arms folded across his chest, not sure if he was playing it cool or pretending to be deep. Good morning, everyone. Hashumi slept for 12 hours and had a hearty breakfast, and arrived at the meeting place in high spirits. Hashumi. Naruto stood up suddenly and smiled and hooked his neck. I almost thought you gave up. You were late for a long time. The last sentence was full of resentment. Hashumi didn't care about being late at all, and brought up Kakashi. Isn't Kakashi late too? Naruto got angry when he mentioned this. Damn Kakashi. He was 5 hours late. Hey, everyone, good morning. Before he finished saying bad things about Kakashi, Kakashi appeared in front of Naruto. Too slow. Naruto and Sakura complained at the same time. Kakashi coughed. I saw a black cat running past me on the road. He noticed Hashumi's energetic look. So, did this kid just arrive too? Did Elder Danzo tell him the truth about the so-called survival exercise? But even if he knew the truth about the survival exercise, he couldn't judge his personal habit of being late, right? Luck. Kakashi decided to observe for a while longer. Okay, set the alarm for 12 o'clock. After finishing his thoughts, Kakashi took out the alarm clock, set the time, and then took out 3 bells, swinging them in the air. With the crisp sound of the bells, he said, "Your task today is to snatch the bells from me before noon. Those who don't snatch the bells will not have lunch today." He pointed to the 3 horizontal beams not far away and added, "And you will be tied to the middle log and watch me eat my lunch." Nothing has changed. Hashumi touched the ninja bag on his right leg and smiled. A real ninja should be like him, fully prepared for every mission and guard against all possibilities. No wonder we were told not to eat in the morning. Even Sasuke couldn't control his resentment. Being hungry and tired early in the morning is enough to wear down one's will. There are only 3 bells, and there are 4 of us. Hashumi pointed out a point that they overlooked. Kakashi curled his eyes, but there was no smile. That is to say, among the 4 of you, one is destined to be tied to the log, lose the qualification to become a genin because of the failed mission, and then be sent back to school, but it is also possible that all of you will be sent back if none of you can grab it. Naruto and the other 2 looked solemn and serious. Hashumi looked at the bell and suddenly noticed Kakashi's gaze on him. He raised his eyes and smiled at Kakashi. Kakashi asked, aren't you afraid?" Hashumi shook his head and found a loophole. "I don't go to the ninja school." "How to send him back?" Sakura. Naruto. Sasuke. Kakashi. Ah, I overlooked this point, Kakashi thought. I can send you back to where you trained. Kakashi knew very well what kind of existence Elder Danzo's roots were. Hashumi Masashi was a 12-year-old boy who grew up there. Even Kakashi couldn't see through Hashumi Masashi as easily as he saw through Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Hashumi Masashi wasn't afraid at all. He was a relative, so what was he afraid of anyway? Shimura Danzo would do everything he could to get him back. Hashumi Masashi looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, which made Kakashi's teeth ache. By the way, Hajime, where do you live? Naruto remembered the tragedy that happened today because he didn't know Hajime's home, and asked immediately. Kakashi looked at Hajime and thought that Naruto finally asked a useful question. The route. Hajime said without hiding anything. Kakashi stumbled. The route? What is this place? It sounds so weird. Naruto said. Sakura nudged Naruto with her elbow. Don't say that about Hajime's family, it's very rude. Naruto scratched his head. I know. Okay. Kakashi is getting more and more confused about Hajime. Seeing that he had wasted 3 minutes talking nonsense, Kakashi reminded, okay, you can use shuriken, because if you don't hold the determination to kill me, you will never be able to grab the bell. Ready, go. The voice fell. Sasuke and Sakura disappeared at the same time and hid in a hidden place. Good, they are all hiding well. Except Naruto and Hajime. Kakashi nodded, his eyes swept across the two figures in front of him, and his eyes immediately showed a little disgust. Naruto crossed his arms and shouted, come on. Let's fight it out in an upright manner. Hajime retreated, leaving the battlefield to Kakashi and Naruto. To be honest, he didn't hide in order to learn from Kakashi's combat experience in the next battle. For him, the fastest way to learn is to fight. Kakashi has such a good resource in front of him, how could he not use it? But now it seems that Naruto is also a trouble. Let Naruto settle down first. He believes that Kakashi will teach Naruto a lesson. Naruto rushed towards Kakashi. How to say it? Hajime observed the two people. It's really easy to deal with Naruto. The difference in strength between the two is too obvious. It's like an adult bullying a child who has just learned to walk. Ah! Naruto screamed. Fell into the river. As for how he got in, Hajime didn't want to say. He secretly swore that he would never let Kakashi's fingers touch him later. Who knows if there is any strange stuff on it? Naruto's classic ninjutsu appeared. Multiple shadow clone technique. Before Hajime could wait for a second, a group of Naruto started fighting each other. A minute later, Naruto, who had lifted the ninjutsu, was beaten black and blue by himself. Hajime was ashamed of his expectations just now. Naruto is still Naruto. It's too unexpected. Wait. Hajime saw Naruto running towards the bell under the tree and hurriedly stopped him. But Naruto didn't stop. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was hung on the tree. Hajime. His native language is speechless. Even an ordinary person like him can see such an obvious trap. Naruto was hanging on the tree like a spring bug and jumping around. Kakashi jumped down from the tree and hung the bell that served as bait back on his waist with a smile. He turned and looked at Hajime. Why don't you want to rush up like that, fool Naruto? Naruto, you are the fool. Kakashi and Hajime ignored him. Who would believe a fool who said he was not a fool? Seeing Kakashi's expectant look, Hajime nodded, okay, I will rush up like Naruto. After saying that, he flashed and rushed towards Kakashi quickly. Kakashi. Naruto. Sasuke. Sakura. What's the point? Why do you listen to Kakashi so much? Even Kakashi himself doesn't understand Hajime's purpose. Until he fought with Hajime. Kakashi raised his eyebrows. It must be said that this guy's physical skills are much stronger than Naruto's. Should I say he is worthy of being a child from the root? It seems that I have to be a little more serious. Kakashi put the book back into the ninja bag. How to say it? The Hajime in front of him has rich experience in physical skills. Far beyond those who grew up in ninja schools. Child. But Kakashi was a jonin who came from the war era after all. Hajime was kicked away by Kakashi. He adjusted his posture in the air and landed smoothly. The pain in his chest disappeared instantly. Even though his body was human, his physique was still the same as that of a cursed spirit. Hajime pounced on Kakashi tirelessly. But unlike the first time he rushed forward, he learned from the first experience and did not go straight forward to fight head-on. He was agile and fast, like a snake that was hard to defend against. Although it was a very small fist, it could exert the ferocious momentum and strength of a tiger. He took advantage of his small body, fought in close combat, and flexibly moved around Kakashi like a snake. Chapter 3. That guy. He was able to fight Kakashi for such a long time with physical skills. Sasuke, who was hiding in the bushes, watched the fight between the two men intently. Sakura hesitated, not knowing whether to take this opportunity to help Hajime. Ha 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 ha. Good job, Hajime. Beat up Kakashi-sensei. Naruto, who was hanging upside down on the tree, hit the air in front of him as if it were Kakashi. Well, be a little more serious. Hajime noticed that Kakashi's momentum changed, and then a fist knocked him away at a speed he could not see. This is not be more serious, this is very serious. Hajime was knocked 10 meters away, and he quickly got up from the ground, not giving Kakashi any chance to attack. As soon as Hajime stood firm, he noticed the changes in his body. His breathing gradually became rapid, and the strong breath gathered in his lungs. The heart beat violently, and the power flowed from the heart like a spring to the limbs and bones, constantly condensing in the hands. The hormone level in the internal organs suddenly rose to a terrifying level. Although it was very vulgar, Hajime still wanted to say that he felt it. That was the feeling. Teacher Kakashi, please continue to guide me. As soon as the voice fell, Hajime made a fist with both hands and swung it at Kakashi. The two were 10 meters apart, and he arrived in front of Kakashi in an instant. Kakashi looked at the child who looked like a little madman, and his eyes became serious. The speed and strength were rising rapidly. A large amount of air passed through Hajime's fist, bringing a clear and audible sound of airflow. The air seemed to be torn apart, making a painful scream. What? Kakashi widened his eyes. The space was distorted. Bang! Kakashi retreated dozens of meters before he managed to stabilize himself. He stared at Hajime in shock. Hajime also looked at his fist in shock. What was just now? Black Flash. In Jujutsu Kaisen, the explanation of Black Flash is as follows. Black Flash is the space distortion produced when the error between the blow and the impact of the cursed force is within 0.000001 seconds. The power is an average of 2.5 times the normal power, and no magician can deliberately perform Black Flash. However, there is a huge difference between those who have experienced Black Flash and those who have not in the distance from the core of the cursed force. Naruto, who was hanging upside down on the tree, opened his mouth wide, his eyes full of shock. It must be a lie. Was the unbelievably strong Kakashi teacher defeated by Hajime's fist? Sakura's pupils shrank. Just now, Hajime's punch, from such a distance, she felt a sense of fear, and goosebumps all over her body. You remind me of someone. I think I underestimated you. Kakashi immediately thought of Might Guy when he saw the twisted space around Hajime's fist. If this guy was handed over to Might Guy, he might have cultivated a super scary monster. Thank you, Teacher Kakashi. 3 bells collided. There was a crisp sound. Hajime held 3 small bells on his fingertips. Kakashi was stunned. In a flash, he thought of Hajime's hand that brushed across his waist when he retreated just now. The interface of the bell was cut off by a sharp weapon, causing Kakashi to feel nothing at all. Kakashi smiled, his pupils deep. He realized the difference of Hajime. This kid grew up in battle. He probably didn't understand the move just now before fighting with himself. Just after being defeated by himself, he suddenly used a powerful fist. No wonder, he knew he couldn't beat him, but he still rushed up like Naruto. Because this is how he learns. Well, since you have got the bells, let's talk about how to distribute them, Masato. Kakashi crossed his arms and looked at him like he was watching a good show. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno and you, Masato Hajime, there are 4 of you in total, and there are only 3 bells. Your distribution will determine who will return to the ninja school. Kakashi felt that this kind of exercise was more interesting than boring battles. Sasuke and Sakura, who were hanging on the tree and hiding in the bushes, were stunned, and the 3 of them had their own thoughts. Hajime did not make a decision. He first put down the hanging Naruto, and then waved to Sakura and Sasuke. The 4 stood together again. Don't worry, you have enough time to think. Kakashi took out the lunch box and handed it to Hajime, Sasuke and Sakura respectively. As for Naruto, not only did he have nothing, he was also tied to a log. The reason was he was the worst performer among you. Kakashi oral certification. Let's eat first. After eating, we have to make a choice. Kakashi smiled and waved away. After walking a few steps, he reminded in a friendly way, no one can give Naruto lunch, otherwise that person will be deemed unqualified. After leaving the sight of the little ghosts completely, Kakashi supported the tree trunk, and the suppressed blood kept rising, and the smell of blood filled his mouth. He rubbed his chest, and the severe pain made him frown. Sure enough, we can't underestimate the current genin, and this time we have learned a lesson. The power of the real punch is quite amazing. Gurgle gurgle. Naruto's stomach made a sound that could not be ignored. He awkwardly turned his head away and pretended that he didn't hear anything. He was not hungry at all. It doesn't matter if you don't eat. I'm not hungry. The stubborn guy's stomach made many more noises. Eat. Hajime stuffed rice into Naruto's mouth. The 3 of them were stunned at the same time. Sakura looked around nervously. Hajime. Didn't Kakashi just say that feeding Naruto would be considered unqualified? Naruto was moved with tears in his eyes, but he refused. Yes. Hajime, I won't eat. He said he wouldn't eat, but his teeth were not honest at all. Sasuke didn't say anything to stop Hajime. Kakashi has lied twice since the beginning, do you still believe him? Hajime bled. Naruto and Sakura. That makes sense. Unable to refute. But Sakura hesitated. Hajime comforted him, don't worry, it's okay. Sakura shook her head, no, I'm worried that you're hungry, why don't you eat mine? I can't eat much. Ah, Sakura is such a gentle and good child. He also happens to like hurting good children the most. Renjian curled his eyes and whispered, it's okay, I brought my own food, and I had breakfast. I don't trust Kakashi-sensei. Ding! Human malice detected plus 50. Cursive force converted to chakra plus 50. Chakra 7850 100 million. Renjian turned around and saw Kakashi, who was really under a dark cloud. So it was because he heard words that he didn't trust that he had malice. You guys, don't take my rules to heart at all. Kakashi's voice was low, and his rare seriousness made Sakura and Naruto nervous. No, I'm the only one who doesn't take Kakashi-sensei's rules to heart. Renjian answered seriously like a good boy. Ding! Human malice detected plus 50. Cursive force converted to chakra plus 50. Chakra 7,900 100 million. Kakashi held his forehead. Mainichi, you are very naughty. Hashunami said confidently, teacher, give them the bells, and send me back to the route. Kakashi. I'm afraid that I was just sent back, and then Elder Danzo pushed me in again. What a helpless relationship. Kakashi was tired and waved his hand, you all passed. What should have been full of style in his plan now became weak. Hey! Naruto blinked his big eyes, looking like he had no idea what was going on. Sasuke's voice rang out, because the four of us are a team, the most important thing between teams is cooperation. If the three of us only care about eating and don't care about Naruto at all, then we will never get along tacitly when we perform the mission, so. If we really only care about eating, the four of us will really be judged as unqualified. After Naruto was tied up, Sasuke carefully pondered what Kakashi said when he left, and slowly figured out the key. He knew that the real person might have thought of it a long time ago, so when the real person fed Naruto, he didn't stop him. You are still the first batch of qualified ones. The guys before only knew to stick to my rules and left their hungry companions aside. Ninjas must see through the tricks. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who don't value their companions are scum among scum. Kakashi said lightly while looking at the sky. This sounded so familiar. Renjian pinched his chin, he seemed to have heard it from somewhere else. The exercise is over, all members have passed, and Team 7 will start the mission tomorrow. Good. Great. I'm a ninja. Ninja. Let's go back. The mission that made Team 7 very excited. It was just catching cats, weeding, etc. series of D-rank missions. A week later, Naruto really didn't want to do it anymore and protested. In the Hokage's office, Naruto kept rolling on the ground, I don't want to do D-rank missions. I don't want to. I don't want to catch cats. Too boring. Hashumi looked at the crazy squirming at his feet, and had a vision of a disobedient child who wanted to buy toys and acted like a rogue in his previous life. He raised his eyes and met the Hokage's eyes. Well, it seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen has been looking at him. Hashumi smiled at him with a sunny smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's totally unimaginable that this is Danzo's child. How could Danzo's child smile so normally? Shouldn't he smile like Danzo with a sinister smile? Sarutobi Hiruzen was sweating profusely. Hashumi, who had no idea what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking and didn't mind, pulled up the unknown creature Uzumaki Naruto on the ground. Naruto turned his head away and sulked with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen compromised. After all, no one can stand the attack of naughty kids. The same goes for the Hokage. Well, in that case, I'll give you a sea-level mission. Go protect someone. Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking. Naruto couldn't wait to ask, is it the Lord or the princess? Hashumi wanted to tell him that it was neither, but a drunkard. He didn't need to tell him. The next second, the drunkard holding the bottle of wine walked in by himself. Compared with Naruto's dissatisfaction, the client drunkard was more dissatisfied with Naruto. What? Just a bunch of little kids. As soon as he came in, the whole space was filled with a strong smell of alcohol. Especially the shortest one. He looks super stupid, is he really a ninja? The drunk uncle couldn't help but question and attack Naruto's height. Naruto laughed and said to Hashumi, how abominable. Hashumi. This uncle actually laughed at you. Ha ha ha. Hashumi walked silently to Naruto's side. He was half a head taller than Naruto. Naruto couldn't laugh anymore. He was suppressed by Kakashi and bared his teeth and claws at the drunk uncle. Idiot uncle! Drunk uncle! You are stupid! I am a super celebrity in bridge construction, and Dazna is me. During the time when I return to my country to complete the bridge construction, you must work hard and protect me very well. Names are still not important. Hajime is more used to calling him drunkard. Konoha Gate. Okay. Let's go. Naruto was carrying a bag, and he didn't know why he was excited. He touched and looked around. I have never left the village. This time I must take a good look. Hajime followed the drunkard. Sakura followed Sasuke. Naruto walked in front alone. Kakashi stood beside the drunkard and looked around. As expected, Naruto quarreled with the drunkard. He looked very energetic. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 1000. Chakra 8900 100 million. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 1000. Chakra 9900 100 million. The voice in his mind made Renjian look around. Has it appeared with such strong malice? It seems that they are going to kill them all. But it doesn't matter, the more malice the better. He took it all. Mr. Dazna, your country is the land of waves, right? Are there ninjas in that country? Sakura asked. Dazna responded. The next question was answered by Kakashi. No, the land of waves is not affected by other countries. On a small island country, there is no need for ninjas. Sakura nodded. Some common sense in the ninja world can be learned in school classes, while some cannot be learned in classes. The common sense in the textbooks is all about the 5 major countries, and small countries like the land of waves are not introduced at all. Kakashi touched Sakura's head. Don't worry, there is no duel between ninjas in sea-level missions. Hearing this, Hajime looked up at the drunkard. The drunkard blinked guiltily. Yes, we trust Mr. Drunkard very much. If Mr. Drunkard plays a prank on us, let Mr. Drunkard die miserably. I'm looking forward to it. Hajime looked at Dazna with great anticipation. Ding! Human malice detected plus 50. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 50. Chakra 9950 100 million. I was lying, but now I feel bad for him. Wow, Masamune, what you just said is so scary. Naruto looked at Hajime with surprise. Kakashi. So why are you surprised? But did Hajime notice something when he said this? Kakashi passed by the pond at his feet and glanced at it carelessly. Cry. A burst of airflow like a bird's cry sounded. A chill appeared behind Kakashi. Naruto's pupils shrank sharply, watching Kakashi's body being crushed by the iron chain wrapped around him in front of him. The bloody scene violently impacted the group of genin who had just graduated from the ninja school. The first one, take care of it. The second one. The next second. The sound of death rang in Naruto's ears. Naruto was covered in cold sweat, his limbs were numb, and he couldn't move at all. Although he knew that if he didn't move, he would die. Hajime's reaction speed was extremely fast. After all, it was a monster spawn. His figure flashed, his left hand supported Naruto's shoulder, and his feet kicked the throats of the 2 ninjas heavily. The 2 ninjas quickly rolled on the ground and used a punch to relieve the force while keeping a distance from Hajime. Their throats were swollen and they were in so much pain that they couldn't make a sound. Cold sweat oozed from the backs of the 2 ninjas. If they were a second slower, their throats would be smashed to pieces. Crack! The iron chain swung in the air and strangled Hajime. Dodging was the stupidest choice. The opponent's target was not him, but the drunkard. As long as he dodged, the opponent would immediately choose to kill the drunkard. Bang! Hajime picked up the shuriken from the ninja bag with his fingertips and stabbed the iron chain coming towards him into the tree trunk. Then, the two ninjas only heard a series of bone-cracking sounds. The sound came from them. For a moment, they couldn't understand what was happening. Kakashi, who was hiding in the dark, saw it clearly. After Hajime used the shuriken to get rid of the opponent's chain, he used the same move he had used against him again. The fist condensed with black and red electric light smashed through the chests of two people. Because Hajime was small, fast, and precise, and the space distortion caused by his fist, the two ninjas didn't catch his figure at all. The bodies of the two ninjas fell to the ground with a bang. Kakashi also came out. "Teacher Kakashi, you are still alive!" Sakura exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi. He observed the situation in front of him. Even though Sakura was afraid, she firmly guarded in front of the client. When Sasuke saw that Hajime had enough strength to deal with the two ninjas, he chose to be wary of sneak attacks from more ninjas. There is no need to comment on Hajime. As for Naruto, he was completely scared. The pool of blood on the ground turned into several pieces of wood. Kakashi said to Naruto, "Naruto, I'm sorry I didn't save you right away, but I didn't expect you to be motionless. Anyway, Hajime, Sasuke, Sakura, you all performed very well." Kakashi was generous with his praise. Naruto stood there, lowered his head, and said nothing. From Hajime's perspective, he seemed to be broken. Next, Kakashi needed to interrogate Dasuna about some things. Hajime walked to Naruto and gave him warmth. "It's okay, it's always like this the first time." At the beginning of the route, he was completely unable to fight back and was beaten passively. After comforting Naruto, Hajime walked towards the drunkard. "Because you concealed the intelligence level, you almost killed us, so what I just said will come true, please die miserably." Ding! Human malice value detected plus 100. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 100. Chakra 10,050 100 million. It seems that the drunkard is afraid. It doesn't matter. I'll die. It'll just leave my lonely grandson to live alone. Dasuna said while observing the expressions of these ninjas. Ah, the blue-haired and white-haired ninjas were completely unmoved. Not good. Since you are so aware, I'll send you on your way. Hajime took out a kunai from his ninja bag and turned it on his fingertips. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 100. Chakra 10,150 100 million. Dasuna retreated repeatedly, looking around with horror in his eyes. He didn't expect that no one would stop this blue-haired ninja. "I have my own difficulties. I can only afford the commission for C-level tasks." Hajime was unmoved. "That's your business." Ding! Human malice detected plus 500. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 500. Chakra 10,650 100 million. "You evil brat!" Dasuna couldn't help shouting. Kakashi chuckled. "Hajime. Okay, Hajime, don't scare him." Kakashi said. "Hajime. You really think he's scaring people? Whatever. Anyway, he just needs to get the malicious points." The sea was filled with thick fog. The boat was moving slowly in the fog. Under the pressure of Kakashi's eyes, Dasuna told the whole truth. "My life has been targeted by someone for a long time. You may have heard of that person's name. He is the rich man in the shipping company, a man named Kato. On the surface, he is the boss of the shipping company, but behind the scenes, he uses gangsters and ninjas to buy and sell drugs and contraband. In the end, he will even embezzle other companies and countries, doing shameful things for a living. About a year ago, that guy took a fancy to the wave country. He relied on financial resources and violence to act recklessly and instantly monopolized the island's maritime traffic and transportation. For an island country like the wave country, as long as you control the sea, you can control all wealth, politics, and citizens. The only thing Cardo is afraid of now is the completion of the bridge that has been under construction. So, I became an obstacle in Cardo's eyes. The land of waves is a super poor country. Even the princes have no money. Of course, I am also penniless. I have no choice but to conceal the level of the mission. Hazumi's hands were playing with the sea. The boatman was particularly nervous, as if he was worried that someone would appear at any time. Hazumi looked at Kakashi. So do we still have to continue this mission? Kakashi had a headache. There is no way. If we give up, this guy will be killed when he goes ashore. As he said, his 8-year-old grandson will hate us Konoha ninjas for the rest of his life. Hazumi, what a rogue. Kakashi did not deny it. Dazna covered himself with the brim of his hat guiltily. Teacher Kakashi, Hazumi asked him, can you teach me a powerful ninjutsu? Kakashi paused and looked at Hazumi. To be honest, although Hazumi has a relationship with Elder Danzo, it is hard to dislike Hazumi. Kakashi's hand fell on Hazumi's blue hair. When the mission is over, I will teach you ninjutsu. Hazumi was stunned and nodded. He lowered his eyes and stared at his hands. To be honest, he has not yet developed many skills belonging to the real person. It's almost there. The boatman spoke. Passing through an arch bridge. The view suddenly became clear. The fog was dispelled by the sun. Trees grew out of the sea. The boat docked, and Ren saw them walking up the wooden pier one by one. To reach Dazna's home, they still had to cross a dense forest on the island. Kakashi knew that the person who would come later might not be a Chunin, but a Jonin, and he had a slight headache. Another headache was Naruto, who was afraid of everything. After the enemy's surprise attack just now, Naruto was like a chicken blood. He would be on high alert at the slightest movement. The kunai was fired, and it turned out to be an innocent little white rabbit. Sakura was punishing Naruto with a hammer, Naruto was apologizing while holding the little white rabbit, and Sasuke was calling Naruto an idiot. Dazna was drinking, and Kakashi was thinking. Chapter 4. Accompanied by a sharp sound like a bird's cry that was enough to pierce one's eardrums, Kakashi shouted, "Get down!" He held down Naruto and Sakura's heads and pressed them under him. Sasuke and Hazumi kicked Dazna down at the same time. The big knife that could cut a person in half in an instant passed over their heads and embedded heavily into the tree trunk. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 12,650 100 million. A figure stood silently on the hilt of the knife. He was only wearing a pair of vertical striped bloomers, with a bandage wrapped around the lower half of his face, and his sturdy and powerful upper body exposed to the air. Hey, isn't this Zabuza Mamakai, the escaped ninja from Kirigakure? Kakashi took 2 steps forward, his tone was lazy, but his eyes were alert. Naruto was determined to avenge his previous shame. He just ran forward 2 steps and was stopped by Kakashi. "Stand back, you guys just protect Dazna." Why? Naruto shouted unconvinced. Because this guy is completely different from the previous two, you will only get in the way if you take action. Kakashi said without reservation. If the opponent is this guy, then he will have a hard time dealing with him. Kakashi lifted the forehead guard that blocked his left eye. A pair of blood-red eyes with black Megatama appeared in everyone's sight. Zabuza Momokai turned around and became excited. I didn't expect to fight Kakashi, the copy ninja with Sharingan today. Hajime was tired of the commercial praise before each battle. If you want to fight, just fight, and introduce and praise the opponent before the fight. Are you both fans of each other? If not, why are you playing so ambiguous? It's foggy. Hajime looked around. The white fog was filling the entire forest. Sasuke and the others' figures and faces had become blurred in the fog. Ninjutsu, mist hidden technique. Momokai Zabuza completely disappeared from their sight. The fog was getting thicker and thicker. They couldn't see clearly at all. They couldn't even see the faces of their companions right next to them. The land of waves is surrounded by the sea. For Zabuza, the escaped ninja from the hidden mist village, it is an excellent battle site. It was so quiet that only Hajime's own breathing could be heard. It was pitch dark in front of me. The white fog was everywhere. 8 places. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Zabuza's voice came from the mist, and it seemed to be close to everyone's ears. So, which vital point should we choose? The murderous aura was as ubiquitous as the mist. The murderous auras emitted by the Jonin collided with each other. It was like a sharp knife scraping across their bodies. It made people unable to move. If you move your eyeballs, you will be killed at will. Sasuke's body was shaking, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Why are you pretending? Hajime complained. Zabuza was too good at pretending. The former Hajime looked down on him, but now Hajime looked down on him and secretly learned from him. Sasuke, I will protect you with all my strength, don't worry. Kakashi assured Sasuke after noticing his fearful eyes. Is it really possible? As soon as Zabuza finished speaking, Kakashi's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. Zabuza appeared out of thin air behind Hajime, Sasuke, and the others. Sasuke's muscles suddenly tensed up, the pores on his skin became tangled into small bumps, his sweat hair and hair stood up suddenly, his cheek muscles kept twitching, and his teeth trembled uncontrollably. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 1000. Chakra 13,650 100 million. Hajime's body seemed to be hit by an electric current. In an instant, from stillness to movement, Hajime's movements were as fast as lightning. The strong wind wrapped in his fist blew away the fog around him. The fist suddenly burst out with black and red electric light, leaving a residual image in front of everyone's eyes. Crack! Not only Kakashi and the others, but even Zabuza himself was stunned. Because the sword he had placed across his chest to block the attack was shattered by Hajime's fist. Bang! The fist smashed through the sword without stopping, and hit Zabuza's chest directly. Zabuza's body turned into streams of water. Do you think that wearing a forehead protector makes you a real ninja? A ninja who has not experienced bloody killings is no different from a newborn baby. A vague figure rushed towards Hajime and quickly approached his body. Let me teach you, what is a real ninja? The big sword attacked Hajime. Hajime jumped high, and although he dodged the attack, he felt a strong sense of crisis. The huge fist was in front of Hajime in the blink of an eye, hitting his chest. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted Chakra plus 1000. Chakra 14,650 100 million. Bang! A loud noise. Hajime heard the sound of several of his ribs breaking at the same time. The severe pain made his eyes twist. Before he landed, Zabuza's haunting voice came to his ears again, "Do you think this is the end? It's just the beginning." Bang! Another punch hit Hashime's back. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 15,650 100 million. Hashime's pupils dilated. The sound of a broken spine came clearly to his ears. The spine was broken, and he couldn't move. His body fell to the ground lightly like a piece of rag in a twisted posture. Hajime. Kakashi, who was fighting with Zabuza's water clone, was not careful for a moment and was stabbed in the shoulder by the water clone's kunai. Real man! Real man! Real man! That's right! He is a real person! Hajime-sama. Transformation without action is his technique. How can his body be injured without hurting his soul? Blue chakra covers the whole body. The broken spine and ribs instantly return to their original state. Hey! The movement here attracted Zabuza's attention. He turned his head slightly and looked at Hajime, who stood up again, a little unbelievable. "I remember that I broke your spine, right? Can a person stand up when his spine is completely broken? It's impossible." Hajime-sama raised his head with a bright smile on his face, looking at Zabuza with burning eyes and flashing excitement. "Teacher Kakashi, you know, I grew up by absorbing nutrients in battle, so don't worry about me next time. Let me have a good fight with this sparring partner." Cry! The sound of breaking through the air like a falcon's cry sounded again. Zabuza held the big knife in both hands and slashed at Hajime. However, before the attack arrived, Hajime's figure flashed and appeared behind Zabuza. "Too slow! Too slow! Is this your strength?" Hajime stretched out his hand, and the smile on his mouth deepened. "If you are touched by me, you will die." Although there is no basis, he feels that he can now achieve an action. Zabuza's eyes darkened, and the little ghost in front of him really aroused his unprecedented killing desire. Next, the sound of gas explosion caused by the friction of the blade against the air continued to sound. Hajime was like a slippery loach. He kept wandering around Zabuza with an extremely weird pace. When Zabuza's attack fell on him, no matter how long the wound was, it could be completely healed in 1 second. The little ghost in front of him is a monster. Zabuza realized this. Just like what the kid said, he was absorbing nutrients in the battle. This kid seemed to be taught by him personally. His speed was getting faster and faster, his strength was getting stronger and stronger, and he even figured out his slash and could predict his next attack. Zabuza felt powerless and angry as if he was hitting cotton. Zabuza suddenly stopped his continuous attacks. He made a seal again, and the white mist became thicker, hiding his figure. At the same time, the water clones fighting with Kakashi and Sasuke also disappeared. "Main, are you okay?" Kakashi asked while keeping an eye on the surroundings to prevent Zabuza from attacking. "It's okay." Hajime shook his head, and his smile never disappeared from beginning to end. "I feel better than ever." Countless sharp explosions sounded almost at the same time. The dense fists merged into one in a trance. It was like an airtight wall. And Renjian was in the center of this wall. His body was smashed into deep pits one after another. Blood kept pouring out of his mouth. His shirt was almost soaked with blood. However, in an instant, the body with holes smashed out returned to its original state. His hand grabbed Zabuza's fist. The hand bones broken by the fist also healed in the blink of an eye. I touched your soul. Ren Jian's pupils dilated, and bloodshot instantly filled his eyes. It turns out that I can use the clone touch the soul of the original body. Bang bang bang. Explosions sounded one after another. The fog suddenly dissipated. After the numbing sound of the flesh explosion stopped, everyone regained clarity in front of their eyes, and they couldn't help but gasp at the scene in front of them. Zabuza's limbs all exploded, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and he fell to the ground in a mess, his pupils dilated. But from his slightly rising and falling chest, it can be seen that he is not dead yet. Zabuza is destined to die. Death is just a matter of time, he has lost too much blood. However, at this time, Renjian did not receive his malice value. Is there no malice towards the person who killed him? On the contrary, he is full of malice towards those who are no match for him. I recognize you, kid. Zabuza fell in a pool of blood, a smile appeared on his lips, and he spoke in a broken voice. This guy is crazier than when he was a child, ha 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 ha, he doesn't think such a person will stay in Konoha obediently. Death is the fate of every ninja. Zabuza didn't feel any pain at all. From the time he killed the first person, he knew that his ending would be the same as the other person. Being killed. Zabuza's pupils were completely dim. At the same time, Hajumi's eyes went black and he fell backwards. Hajumi! Main! Main! Kakashi caught Main and picked him up. At the same time, he used one hand to put the beheading sword that Zabuza had reshaped after drinking blood into the scroll. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke surrounded him. Teacher Kakashi, is Hajime okay? Naruto asked nervously. Kakashi observed for a while and shook his head, it's okay, it's just that the chakra consumption is too much. Naruto was relieved immediately. Kakashi took a look at Zabuza's body and walked forward with Hajime in his arms. Let's go, let Hajime have a good rest when we get to Desuna's house. After saying that, he looked down at Hajime in his arms. There are too many mysteries, and they can only be solved when Hajime wakes up. Ding! Human malice detected plus 10,000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 10,000. Chakra 25,650 100 million. After they left, a thin figure appeared in front of Zabuza's body. The sound of seagulls echoed in his ears. The cool wind brushed across his cheeks like a veil. Hajime opened his eyes. The body was soft and the eyes were bright. He felt more energetic than ever before. Are you awake? Do you feel better? A young woman with long hair walked into the room. Hajime confirmed that he had never seen her before, but looking at the environment in front of him, he could guess that it was related to Desuna. Much better. He stood up and stretched. The woman smiled gently, I feel relieved to see you so energetic. Just come out to eat with everyone. Hajun nodded. The woman went out first. Hajun walked to the window and could see the endless sea and seagulls flying freely in the sky. He moved his shoulders and heard a familiar electronic sound in his mind. Ding! Current chakra amount, 25,650 100 million. Hajun paused as he walked towards the door. What happened? Why did it change so much? Although it was not worth seeing compared to Naruto. But what happened when he was unconscious? Hajun. You woke up. Naruto patted the cushion beside him and looked at him expectantly. Hajun had just sat down beside him when he was hooked by his neck. Hey! Hajun! You are so amazing! How did you do it? I didn't see it at all. How did you defeat that guy? Sakura looked at Naruto's rough movements with dissatisfaction. Hey! Naruto. Hajime just woke up, you move gently. Don't worry. Sakura. Naruto said, Hajime is very powerful. Although he said so, the strength in Naruto's hands became much lighter. Hajime curved his eyes towards Sakura, and two small canine teeth were revealed. Sakura, I'm fine, thank you. Sakura blushed, then lowered her head in self-blame, and whispered, I didn't do anything, and I even needed the protection of Naruto, why thank me? Hajime shook her head seriously and held the back of Sakura's hand. No, it's not easy for Sakura to protect that annoying drunkard in such an environment. Sakura is the bravest girl I have ever seen. The annoying drunkard Dazna. Sakura looked at Hajime, her eyes gradually reddened, and she smiled, I know, I will work harder. I won't be left behind by you. She looked at Kakashi, Teacher Kakashi, please train me mercilessly next time. Kakashi. Ah, the only female student is going to work hard. It really puts pressure on him as a teacher. Hajime, you haven't told me yet, how did you do it? Naruto got close to Hajime and said, teach me, okay. Kakashi supported his chin and was also very curious about how Hajime did it. Hajime could actually choose not to say it, but since he wanted to gain their trust, he had to give his own trust. It's my bloodline limit. Hajime said. He started talking nonsense seriously. Kakashi was stunned, bloodline limit. Naruto, whose academic performance was terrible, didn't understand, what is bloodline limit? Sakura, whose academic performance was not even comparable to Sasuke's, explained helplessly, there are two types of bloodline limits. The first type is when the nature of two chakras changes and merges, a new escape technique will be produced, which is called bloodline limit. Usually only a very small number of ninjas can develop this new escape technique by themselves. Once successful, this new escape technique will be recorded in the ninja's genes and passed on to their next generation through blood relations. The second type is that the ability obtained by a certain organ of the ninja's body that is different from that of ordinary people also belongs to the bloodline limit, just like. Sakura looked at Sasuke hesitantly, and then looked at Kakashi. Sasuke didn't say anything, and Kakashi pointed to his eyes. It's like the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Then what about Hajime? Which type does Hajime belong to? Naruto asked curiously. Kakashi shook his head, well, the teacher doesn't know either. Anyway, the entire ninja world can't find a second person with the same technique as his own. As the only owner, Hajime can say whatever he wants. My bloodline limit is related to the soul. I can touch other people's bodies and souls, and then change the form of the soul to change the body and cause their death. After Hajime finished speaking, Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura fell silent. Kakashi took a deep breath and couldn't calm down at all. This kind of bloodline limit is unheard of. Any ninjutsu related to the soul is terrifyingly strong. Now there is a bloodline limit that changes the form of the soul. It's really unimaginable. Sakura asked, if you can touch a person's soul, can you read other people's memories and ninjutsu? After all, the practice and memory of ninjutsu are stored in the human soul. I don't know. Harumi shook his head honestly. I had never thought about it before, but Sakura's suggestion is not impossible to try. There are too many secrets about the soul, and Hajime can explore them slowly. Wow, Hajime's hand was suddenly held by Naruto, his eyes shining, how is it? How is it? Hajime, did you touch my soul? Kakashi. Sakura was startled, hey! Naruto. Be careful. What if he really dies? But since it is the blood limit of the real person, it should be controllable, right? Hashun touched Naruto's soul. It was so bright that it burned his hands. He threw it back. Sasuke clenched the chopsticks in his hand. This time, Hashun was the one who saved them. They were the same age, but Hashun was able to kill a Jonin that even Kakashi found difficult. After dinner, Kakashi took them to the woods behind the cabin for training. "Teacher Kakashi, aren't we leaving here?" Sakura asked on the way. Kakashi sighed, "No, before Cardo shows up, we leave Dazna, and he will still be killed. Then if Cardo doesn't show up, will we stay here forever?" Hashun didn't like the drunkard family who concealed the level of the mission. "No, Cardo will definitely show up on the day the bridge is completed," Kakashi said. "When will the bridge be completed?" "In a week." "That means they have to stay here for a week. But it's not unacceptable to train here." When they reached a flat area in the dense forest, they stopped. Kakashi looked at the four people in front of him. "Let's start with the flexible use of chakra." Naruto was disappointed. "Teacher Kakashi, we all know how to use chakra." Sasuke agreed, "The four of us can use chakra." Kakashi firmly denied them. "No, you can't be efficient now. If you cannot use chakra properly, no matter how much chakra you have trained, if you cannot control the balance, the effect of the technique cannot be fully exerted. Ineffective chakra consumption will cause weaknesses such as being unable to fight for a long time. The next training requires you to use your body to remember the feeling of controlling balance. You must work hard to learn with your body. It is very hard training," Kakashi said seriously. "The foundation of a ninja determines how far a ninja can go. So the seemingly simple basic training is often the most important thing that cannot be neglected." "So, what are we going to do?" Sakura asked. "Climb a tree." "Climb a tree?" "That's right, but not with your hands, but with your feet, something like that." Kakashi attached the chakra under his feet and climbed up and down vertically and easily. Although Hashumi knew that this was the world of ninjas and it was already unscientific, he couldn't help but think of Newton who was hit on the head by an apple. Hashumi's body and soul were very strange. The two blended with each other, but seemed to be separated from each other, so that his soul could easily see and control the body. There was no delay or error between the two. As long as the soul gave an order, there was no need for a reaction process, and the body could act at the same time as the soul. He attributed this to the absolute control of the soul. "So what about chakra?" Hashumi walked towards the tree trunk. He walked on the tree trunk easily, hanging upside down on the tree like Kakashi. The chakra on the soles of his feet was weak, but it was tightly attached to the tree trunk. He walked down again. Experimental results. Hashumi understood that as long as his soul could understand something, his body would definitely be able to do it. This process does not even require training, just like he learned in battle. Every time he was hit, his soul understood the opponent's attack, so the next step was that his body could make the same attack as the opponent. His soul was stronger than his body. His nemesis was someone whose body was stronger than his soul. Fortunately, most people have souls that are stronger than their bodies, and those whose bodies are stronger than their souls are rare. Hashumi is a person who does not like to leave himself with weaknesses. Since people with strong bodies are his nemesis, as long as his body is strong enough, he will have no nemesis. Hashumi immediately thought of a person. Might Guy. After returning, let Kakashi teacher act as a bridge. Ah! Hashumi learned it now. Naruto collapsed and held his head. "No. I will not lose to Hashumi." After that, he also started climbing the tree. Sasuke and Sakura also started training. The second person to complete Kakashi's training task was Sakura. She gracefully flipped in the air, landed smoothly, and stuck out her tongue mischievously and proudly at Naruto and Sasuke, who were still trying to figure it out. "Ah, since Hajime and Sakura have succeeded, then you two should move on to the next stage first. Sasuke and Naruto, you have to work hard." Kakashi left some words to encourage them, and took Hajime and Sakura to the beach. "You have a very fine grasp of chakra, so treading water probably won't be difficult for you, but you still have to try." Kakashi didn't demonstrate this time, but said directly, "Cover the chakra under your feet and walk on the water." Harumi and Sakura looked at each other and stepped onto the water at the same time. As Kakashi expected, treading water was not a challenge for them either. Soon they could walk briskly on the water. They could even have a water fight happily. Kakashi thought as he was soaked in water. Chapter 5. Do you know your chakra attributes? Kakashi asked after returning to the woods. Unfortunately, he didn't have the habit of carrying chakra test paper with him. If he wanted to teach Hajime and Sakura ninjutsu, he had to know their chakra attributes. Sakura was stunned. Of course she knew what chakra attributes were, but she had never tested them. So Sakura shook her head blankly. Kakashi sighed and looked at Hajime. Hajime didn't know either. Does Danzo look like someone who would care about his chakra attributes? Chakra attributes: fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin and yang. Note: yin and yang attributes cannot be detected by chakra test paper. Hajime was about to shake his head when the electronic sound sounded again. He changed his words sleekly: "I am fire, wind, thunder, earth, and water attributes." Kakashi was slightly surprised. He actually had 5 attributes like the Hokage. Since Hajime knows the attribute, the teaching of Hajime can begin. Kakashi looked at Sakura and begged, "Sakura, because we don't know your chakra attribute and the teacher doesn't have chakra test paper, the ninjutsu teaching can only be carried out after returning to the village." Sakura shook her head and said sympathetically, "It's okay, teacher, you teach the real person first, I can still go to the bridge to protect Mr. Dazna and others." Sakura smiled and waved her hand, "Real person, practice well, I'm leaving first." Yet, Hajime waved at her. He and Kakashi didn't look away until Sakura's figure disappeared in the woods. "Teacher Kakashi, I want to learn the strongest ninjutsu." When Kakashi heard Hajime's words, the first ninjutsu that flashed in his mind was Reikari. But he was not sure if it was too early for Hajime to practice Reikari at this time. Although Hajime was Danzo's man, he was nothing like Danzo. At least, Kakashi had already regarded him as his student. "Hajime, why don't you start practicing ordinary ninjutsu first?" Kakashi still persuaded him. Hajime shook his head, "No, I want to challenge myself." "No, this is a lie. The truth is, he has never seen a powerful ninja killed by ordinary ninjutsu. Looking at the entire story of Naruto, he has seen ninjas killed by Sharingan, ninjas killed by Rasen Shuriken, and ninjas killed by Reikari, but he has never seen ninjas killed by the Great Fireball technique and the Water Dragon Bullet technique." "Then try it, but don't force it," Kakashi reminded. "Do you know Raise Nan?" Kakashi asked him. Since Hajime was raised by Elder Danzo, he should know Raise Nan as the ninjutsu of the 4th Hokage. Hajime nodded. Anyway, he had Danzo as an excuse. "Chidori is the lightning release ninjutsu I developed when I was a teenager. My teacher was the former 4th Hokage. Chidori is the lightning release ninjutsu I developed after I failed to integrate lightning release chakra into Raise Nan. So, Raise Nan and Chidori, which one do you want to learn more? Kakashi asked. Hashumi had a subtle expression. Only children make multiple choice questions. Adults, of course, want both. He asked back honestly, can't I learn both? Kakashi was silent. Of course I can. But you can't chew too much. He was worried that if Hashumi learned both, neither of them would be refined. You have to know that only by refining a potential ninjutsu can it exert its true power. Looking at Hashumi's expectant eyes, Kakashi swallowed his advice. Hashumi is different from Naruto and Sasuke. He is very mature. Some truths don't need Kakashi to explain too clearly, he will make a choice after experiencing it himself. Then let's learn the Raise Nan first. By the way, how did he learn the Raise Nan in the first place? Minato teacher demonstrated it in front of him and attached a tutorial, first like this, then like this, and finally like this. Okay. So, Kakashi coughed twice and copied Minato's tutorial. Hashumi. If he hadn't seen Naruto, he would really call the police. Compared with Jiraiya teaching Naruto, Kakashi was completely fooling people. Fortunately, he was talented and remembered the key points that Jiraiya said when he taught Naruto. The principle of the Raise Nan is to concentrate the chakra in the hand, continuously flow in irregular directions, and compress it to form a palm-sized attributeless chakra ball to attack the opponent. So first of all, you have to gather the chakra in the palm of your hand. The first step is successful. The second is to maintain a stable and continuous release of chakra. The second step is successful. Maintain the released chakra and materialize it, gather high-density chakra in your hand, and continuously maintain, and finally solidify into a small typhoon. The third step is successful. Hashumi blasted towards the tree trunk. The tree trunk was inexplicably punched with a hole by humans. Split the complex ninjutsu that cannot be understood in an instant into simple and easy to understand steps, and the body will act according to the understanding of the soul, so that even if it is difficult to understand the ninjutsu at the first time, he can learn it at the first time. When the ninjutsu is successfully split, the next time it is used, there is no need to go through the complex steps. Because the soul has led the body to understand. Kakashi applauded, that's right. That's it. His teaching method is indeed correct, and he learned it in this way at that time. Next, Hashumi threw Raise Nan randomly in the forest. There is an exaggerated groove on the thick trunk of each tree. After mastering the feel, Hashumi ran to Kakashi, Teacher Kakashi, let's learn your ninjutsu next. Chidori. Kakashi nodded. It's a good thing to be eager to learn. It's a good thing to make progress. His own ninjutsu is different. Kakashi explained it very carefully. Chidori combines chakra nature change and form change. You need to concentrate the high-intensity current formed by the lightning chakra on your hands, and pierce the target with the speed of the thrust. Kakashi added, in fact, this ninjutsu has shortcomings. During the movement, you may not be able to see the enemy clearly because of the fast speed and be counterattacked by the opponent. It needs to be combined with the Sharingan to play the greatest role, and the Byakugan can play the most perfect role. Hashunami pinched his chin and thought about it. No, it's useless for the opponent to counterattack him. He is immune to all means except soul attacks. Isn't the opponent's counterattack a gift? His Chidori took advantage of the situation to stab the opponent and made him feel cold and excited. Teacher, don't worry, I will pay attention to the shortcomings. Hashunami didn't think this was a shortcoming. Who can't see the opponent clearly because of the fast speed and think about it from another angle? Your speed is so fast that you can't see the opponent. Can the opponent still see you? Seeing this, Kakashi knew that he would not give up, so he started teaching. Concentrate the lightning chakra in your hand. The highly concentrated and large amount of chakra will form a high-intensity electric current. Kakashi raised his right hand, and the crackling sound intertwined. The current was so strong that it made a piercing sound like 1,000 birds chirping, which is also the origin of the name of Chidori. The secret of Chidori lies in the speed of thrusting, so a certain foundation of physical skills is required. After saying this, his whole body seemed to merge with the current in his hand. The figure disappeared on the spot like lightning. The big tree in front of him fell down with a bang. Kakashi stood by the tree. Hajun had a sense of guilt for destroying the ecology. This forest was all burned by his raised nan. Next, he had to be forced to bear his Chidori. He followed Kakashi's instructions and first condensed the lightning chakra on his right hand. After the high-intensity chakra was condensed on his right hand, violent purple light and silver electricity flashed and burst on his right hand. Hajun's figure quickly rushed forward. His right hand penetrated the thick tree trunk. Another big tree fell. "Ah, take a break, Masato," Kakashi said to Hajime, who had beads of sweat on his forehead. Hajime nodded, sat down on the ground, leaned against the tree trunk and closed his eyes. It's not that he's tired, he just wants to sleep. Kakashi looked at his tender cheeks, sat down beside him, and asked, "In terms of ability, Masato is much better than Naruto, and even left Sasuke far behind. Why doesn't Masato want to become Hokage?" Hajime closed his eyes and didn't want to open them. The cool breeze was very comfortable, the afterglow of the sunset was also very beautiful, and the grass exuded the fragrance of plants and was particularly soft. Such an evening made people drowsy, because being Hokage is very tiring. Hajime answered. Endless documents to deal with, endless affairs to worry about, and never-ending disputes. He didn't want to be so tired. Ah, that's a very wise answer. To say that means Hajime has seen through the heavy responsibility and burden of the so-called Hokage honor. He is indeed more mature than Naruto and the others. Although Naruto keeps shouting that he wants to become Hokage, he actually knows nothing about Hokage. Kakashi rubbed Hajime's head, stood up and said, "Let's go back after a rest, don't miss the dinner time." He walked towards the Tazna family outside the forest. Hajime stood up after lying on the ground for a while. If he lay down again, he was afraid that he would sleep here tonight. He walked in the direction where Kakashi left, and as expected, he met Naruto, who was still practicing climbing trees halfway. Naruto and Sasuke. "Naruto, Sasuke, are you still practicing?" Hajun went up to greet them and looked up at the progress they made on the tree trunk with their kunao. They have made more progress than in the morning. Although Sasuke is still taller than Naruto, the gap has begun to narrow. Hajun. Naruto ran over and asked excitedly, "Hajun, what did you learn from Kakashi? Is it a powerful ninjutsu?" Hajun nodded, "Well, Kakashi asked about my chakra attributes and taught me 2 ninjutsu." "What ninjutsu? What ninjutsu?" Naruto couldn't help but asked excitedly. "Raise Nan and Chidori." Naruto probably wouldn't know even if Hajun told him. As expected, Naruto looked confused, "I've never heard of it." Hajun focused on their progress, "It seems that you have made great progress." Thinking of what he was doing, Naruto's face fell, and he squatted on the ground, looking frustrated. "It's so hard. It's really hard. I can't do it as easily as you and Sakura." Sasuke kept his face tense and didn't say anything. It seems that he feels the same as Naruto. "Hajun, Do you have any secrets to teach us? Naruto held Hashun's hand. Although I asked Sakura, it seems that I still can't do it. Hashun thought about it, and really didn't know what secrets there were for simple tree climbing. Isn't it just climbing up whenever you want? But looking at Naruto's eager face and Sasuke's eyes, Hashun still tried to organize his words. When you are climbing, you should concentrate. Of course, I don't mean that you should concentrate on thinking, I must succeed this time. Instead, concentrate on not thinking that you are climbing a tree, that is, empty your mind and eliminate all distracting thoughts. This may be better. Hashumi pointed to the night sky that had changed from dark purple to dark blue, but we should go back for dinner. It was another morning. When Hashumi woke up, Naruto and Sasuke were no longer in Dazna's house. He didn't even need to guess what they were doing. The two of them worked really hard. These days, Naruto and Sasuke got up early and went to bed late every day just to master chakra as easily as Hashumi and Sakura. Sakura finished her breakfast slowly and went to the street to accompany Dazna to buy things. Kakashi was lying in the room secretly reading the pornographic book that he never left. Hashumi was too bored and went to the woods. But he didn't stay with Naruto and Sasuke, but chose a secluded place by himself. There is a sea of blooming flowers here. They are not particularly rare flowers, but small white flowers that can be seen everywhere, all over the mountains. The sunlight is filtered by the grand tree canopy, leaving only some small swaying spots of light. The wind blows the treetops, and the leaves make a rustling sound. Renjian lies on the soft grass and closes his eyes. The slender figure in wooden clogs slowly approaches. The pink lady's kimono is lifted by the wind. His long black hair falls on both sides of his cheeks, and his black eyes are lifeless, staring at the boy lying under him. The boy's long blue hair spreads out, like seaweed, covering the small white flowers. His skin is white and translucent, and his breathing is very low, like a corpse. Bai slowly squatted down, and his hand attacked the other's neck. Before holding the other's neck, a pair of heterochromatic eyes stared at him. That look is really not like a human. You want to kill me? Hashun didn't look like someone facing a death threat. His posture was unusually relaxed. Hashun was no stranger to the person in front of him. Bai. Zabuza was dead, and I almost forgot that there was such a person as Bai. Hashun suddenly figured out who the malice value that soared in the past few days came from. Yes. Bai nodded slightly. You can't kill me. Hashun stated the facts. If you want to kill him, the most useful way should be the sealing technique that sealed the 9 tails, Shiki Fusion. A sealing technique that specifically captures souls. Bai looked at him, either I kill you, or I die on the way to kill you. Hashun understood. Bai's revenge was suicidal. Without Zabuza, he couldn't live anyway. It would be the best ending for him to die in the process of revenge for Zabuza. Bai stood up and distanced himself from Hashun. He could have just launched a sneak attack, but he still chose to fight head-on. Is there anyone important that you want to protect? Bai looked at him. Bai might have thought of Zabuza, and there was nostalgia in his eyes. Renjian thought Bai was quite strange. Facing the enemy who killed Zabuza, he was still so calm. No. Renjian said, I am for live for yourself. For yourself. Bai murmured, how can such a thing be done? What's the point of living for yourself? Although it hurts to say this, Renjian still has to expose the truth. Living for yourself is the life of a normal person. Living for others is actually because you are sick. God is my witness, he is not scolding people. He is just telling the truth. Bai should have a mental illness. It's just that the backward world of Naruto is impossible to pay attention to these things. Besides, 9 out of 10 people here have mental illness. Without mental illness, this story can't be told at all. Because it's originally a story of a group of patients. It must be very profitable to open a psychological clinic in the ninja world. Bai pursed his lips, really maybe. I've seen you fight with Mr. Zabuza. Your physical skills are very strong. There is no point in stalemate with you in physical skills. Although I don't know how you killed Mr. Zabuza, I won't be touched by you. Secret technique, 1000 killing water flying. Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the water droplets in the air instantly condensed into thin ice needles, piercing towards Lien Jian from all directions. Lien Jian did not retreat but advanced, and his right hand burst into a sharp hissing sound. Lightning condensed in the palm of his hand, piercing Bai's chest like a rainbow piercing the sun. Did he not avoid the ice needles in the air at all? Bai's figure retreated at a very fast speed, and he could only catch a lightning-like shadow that was faster than the retina and rushed towards him rapidly. Lien Jian's left hand changed, covering his entire body like a sphere. The ice needles pierced the surface of the sphere, making a crisp shattering sound, but the surface of the sphere was unscathed. Transformation. Lien Jian Genren can change the shape of the soul through the technique, thereby changing the shape of the body. After the human soul is transformed, it is very easy Yi Dai. The cursed spirit has a wider range of changes, and he will not have any risk in changing the shape of his own soul. Therefore, he can change his shape, size, and clones at will in battle, and launch all kinds of unexpected attacks. Blood dripped onto the grass. Hey! Bai gasped rapidly. The pain from the piercing of his right shoulder was sharp, but he showed no more than his disordered breathing. The wind blew in the forest, blowing Bai's long hair. There was a faint smile on his pale face. Ren Jian stood opposite him, and the noisy sound of Chidori had disappeared. Bai was indeed a genius. At that speed, he could actually avoid the fatal position. Ren Jian clenched his palms, and his mastery of Wu Wei transformation seemed to have improved a lot. The white mirror unfolded behind Hajime. Hajime knew this was the highlight. The mirror that completely surrounded him was the ice escape technique that Bai used to torture Sasuke and Naruto, magic mirror ice crystal. Bai's figure was in every mirror. He could move freely in the mirrors, and his speed would be greatly increased. If he wanted to kill Bai, he had to destroy all the mirrors, and then his true body would be exposed. Swish! Countless thousand blades slashed across Hajime's body. Tiny bloodstains covered every inch of Hajime's skin. He did not dodge or block. The wounds caused by the 1,000 blades healed in an instant. Then, countless thousand blades pierced through his body again. The sharp and pointed 1,000 blades tore through his clothes and penetrated his body, leaving bright blood stains and fine blood stains all over his body. Small blood hole. Bai's hands trembled slightly in the mirror. Why didn't this person move? Bai's eyes condensed, and the 1,000 books continued to fly out. After Mr. Zabuza's clone was touched by him, his main body was fatally injured. Therefore, Bai never used the clone to fight him easily from beginning to end. Under the non-resistance of Renjian, his whole body was stained with blood red. It seems that I have found a little feeling. Renjian sighed slightly, and his pupils showed excitement. Bai's sight was fixed on Renjian. For some reason, he actually had a sense of oppression similar to suffocation in his heart, which gave him a feeling that was difficult to resist. He trembled slightly, and his body seemed to be afraid instinctively, but his eyes were extremely clear. Renjian opened his hands and endured the extreme pain. Under the stimulation of the huge will, his brain was unprecedentedly clear, and his body sent a kind of unprecedented pleasure. It's this intoxicating feeling. The field expands. Autism is suddenly wrapped. Countless huge hands spread out from behind Lien Jian. At the same time, the ice mirror was completely shattered by the huge hands. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yan's eyes fell into darkness. Dark. Only the position where Hajime was located emitted a dark purple light. Hajime did not move. Bai also did not move. I touched your soul. The domain of life requires a huge amount of mana to build a domain around it with a spell cast. In the domain, the magician himself will be improved under the environmental factors, and the spell cast on the domain in the domain has the effect of absolute hit. In the domain, with the characteristic of a sure hit, Hajime can cast Wu Vi transformation on others without touching them. It can be said that as long as he drags the opponent into the domain, he will win. Bai felt the big hand that was controlling him invisibly. So, did Mr. Zabuza die like this? Bai looked indifferent. There was no fear or reluctance. Hajime thought of what Sakura said. Let me see your soul. It was all grey and white. A monotonous world of falling snow. A ragged child sat alone next to a trash can. Whenever someone threw away the garbage, he would quickly stand up, open the garbage bag, and look for food that he could eat. He beat away the wild dogs that came to snatch the food with an expressionless face. He repeated every day like this, until Zabuza stopped in front of him. The two one-way roads intersected. Everything changed. Hajime saw all of Bai's past memories from his soul, including his training methods. Goodbye. Hajime let go. Blood flowed from the corner of Bai's mouth. Hajime did not change his appearance, but crushed his heart. Bai was light, like a fallen leaf falling to the ground, as if weightless. Hajime's domain was quickly broken. His body shook. Too much chakra was needed to open the domain. It was still a bit difficult for him to open the domain after the battle. He glanced at his blood-stained clothes and walked towards Dasna's house. Behind him, Bai's body was sleeping quietly among the flowers. Chapter 6. Ah! Hajun. After two screams, the young daughter of the Dasna family covered her mouth with a look of horror, looking at the scene in front of her in disbelief, and then walked forward quickly, but for some reason she suddenly stopped. At this time, Kakashi, who was looking at the seaside, turned back after hearing the sound. When he saw Hajun covered in blood, he couldn't help but frown slightly, his expression became serious, and he quickly walked towards Hajun. What happened? Hajun saw that he was tired, and replied weakly, I met a ninja who came to avenge Zabuza, but I have solved it. Although the domain is powerful, it emptied his chakra in one use. Kakashi didn't say much after hearing this, but from Hajun's expression and physical condition, it can be seen that this battle is not as easy as he said. Take a shower, change into clean clothes, and have a good rest. Kakashi told Hajime, and turned to the young woman and said, Please help me. The young woman's mood gradually calmed down. She shook her head gently, with a hint of complex emotions in her eyes, and responded, You are too polite. After that, she turned around to prepare bath water for Hajime and change clothes. Hajime followed her to the bathroom. After washing the blood off his body and changing into a set of clean but not well-fitting clothes, Hajime lay exhausted on the tatami and soon fell asleep. Kakashi looked at his quiet sleeping face and felt guilty. This mission has reached A level, but for Konoha, he not only forced them, the newly graduated genin, to be in danger, but he did not even protect them. Hajime was desperately protecting others along the way. Fighting alone at the risk of his life, he would never bring danger to others. If Hajime really died in that forest. Kakashi exhaled, and his chest felt like a huge rock was pressing down on him. Mr. Kakashi. Kakashi closed the door and ran into Dazna's daughter when he came out of Hajime's room. She was a very gentle woman. Although she looked soft, she was surprisingly strong. What's wrong? Kakashi asked. She shook her head, stared at Kakashi, and said, I just think Mr. Kakashi doesn't need to blame himself. Kakashi was stunned. Ah, you figured it out. She smiled and said, let's have a big meal tonight. Tomorrow is the time when the bridge will be officially completed. Night. The moonlight sprinkled on the sea. The waves sparkled. It was like a birch tree grew from the bottom of the sea. Hajime! Hajime! Naruto ran into the living room shouting, but was stopped by Kakashi. Teacher Kakashi! Naruto raised his head in confusion and looked at Kakashi in confusion. Sasuke was also confused when he saw this. Sakura looked at the closed door of Hajime. Teacher Kakashi, is Hajime resting? Kakashi nodded. What? Naruto scratched his cheek and pouted like annoyed. Hajime has been sleeping all day. It's time to wake him up. Kakashi picked up Naruto's collar and threw him at the dining table. After sitting down, he explained what happened during the day to the three students who knew nothing. Sakura's pupils dilated and stared at the door in a daze. Sasuke lowered his head and clenched his fists. Did Hajime face the danger alone again? Naruto, who was the most emotional, said nothing. Kakashi looked over and saw Naruto's red eyes, with a layer of tears covering his sapphire blue pupils. This will never happen again. Never. What do you mean never? Hajime opened the door and saw Naruto's firm promise. Hajime, you finally woke up. Naruto rushed over. Hajime didn't understand, but he could guess something. I'm fine, I'm just starving. Hajime patted Naruto. Wow, I'm starving too. Naruto pulled Hajime to sit down and said to Hajime, I can already climb to the highest point. Then Sasuke must be able to climb to the highest point. Hajime congratulated, that's great. At the dinner table, Dazna expressed his gratitude. Hajime ignored him. Kato should appear tomorrow. The next day. Early morning. Kakashi and the other four carried their bags and walked towards the bridge. They witnessed the final completion of the bridge. Someone is bound to be unwilling to let this bridge be completed. In the mist over the sea, Kato blocked the road ahead with dense ninjas and wandering samurai. Ah, Kakashi was not surprised at all, as expected. Hasami added, after all, the strongest fighters Zabuza and Haku have failed. He must be so anxious that he is jumping up and down. Kakashi lowered his head and smiled with narrowed eyes. Then what does Hajime think should be done? Naruto couldn't wait, of course, beat them black and blue. Let them never dare to come to the land of waves again. Hajime said to Naruto, escaped ninjas and wandering ninjas are all extremely vicious people. In order to survive and make money, they will do anything. If you drive them out of the land of waves, they will find a second land of waves and continue to do evil. Naruto was stunned. He blinked his eyes, obviously involving his blind spot in knowledge. He subconsciously asked, then what should we do? Hajime looked at Kakashi. Teacher Kakashi, let them practice with me. Kakashi found that Hajime's recovery ability was terrifying, if it's not forced. Yesterday he looked exhausted, but today he is full of energy again. Lien Jian shook his head, with a hint of excitement in his eyes, not at all forced. He took a step forward, but attracted a burst of laughter from Cardo's people. Ha ha ha! Don't you have anyone else available? You actually sent such a brat to fight. It's so pathetic. Wow! He still needs to drink milk. Have you seen a knife? Do you want your uncle to take you out to play? Ah ha ha ha! Really? I can't get interested in a guy like this who can be easily crushed by one finger. The ninjas and samurai beside Cardo laughed so hard that they fell backwards, and some even slapped their thighs, as if they wanted to shake the drum for Renjian. Looking at their arrogant and domineering appearance, Renjian did not feel a trace of anger in his heart. Stupidity and ignorance are the characteristics of most humans. If he got angry about this, he would inevitably fall into the same evaluation as them. Just looking at their exaggerated appearance, Renjian couldn't help but sigh. Kakashi teacher is right. The weaker the person, the more he likes to shout loudly. Although this is what Kakashi used to describe Naruto, it is not particularly appropriate for Naruto, but it is very suitable for the group of people in front of him. His figure suddenly flashed by. The next second. Pa! A crisp sound. Lien Jian's hand slapped the other person's cheek. The man's pupils shrank at Lien Jian's terrifying speed, but the next second he felt the force on his cheek. He was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Ah ha 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 ha! You kid didn't eat. Tickling your uncle. He couldn't speak. Oh! He couldn't hold back the saliva in his mouth. However, what was worse was that although it was his own body, he had completely lost control of it. Just then, something horrifying happened. His cheeks and skin suddenly bulged up, as if something was about to rush out of it. In the blink of an eye, his skin all over his body turned green. Lien Jian stood quietly in place, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said softly, "Go." As soon as the words fell, the cyborg that had turned into a monster roared wildly, then opened its bloody mouth and fiercely bit the head of Cardo, who was closest to him. Cardo's head was like a ripe watermelon that was smashed to the ground, and it exploded instantly, and blood splattered everywhere. The surrounding ninjas and samurai screamed in fear, and the scene fell into chaos. Hajun looked at all this calmly, thinking secretly in his heart. This opportunity is too rare, and we must make good use of it. Hajun stretched out his hands and grabbed a ninja on each side. These ninjas were so scared that they were sweating coldly, their bodies were so stiff that they could not move, and they could only look at him with terrified eyes. Let me try. Become the nutrients of his strength. Multiple souls pulling body. The two cyborgs were forcibly kneaded into a ball by him. The explosive force rushed towards the ninjas and samurai who kept fleeing. Bang! There was a loud noise. The place was in a mess. Corpses were everywhere. The cyborg was also killed by Hajime. He turned around and found that their expressions were different. Kakashi looked solemn, and his eyes were complicated when he looked at Hajime. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were completely stunned. Teacher Kakashi, let's go, Kado has been dealt with. Hajime's smile was gentle, and it was impossible to connect him with the tragedy behind him. Let's go. Kakashi concealed his deep thoughts and said to the three stunned kids around him. 3 days later, they finally returned to Konoha village. What Hajime wanted to do most was to have a good sleep and a big meal. But before that, he had to go to Danzo. I'm back. Danzo sat on the chair without opening his eyes. Hajime nodded, yes. Hajime told Danzo about the mission from beginning to end, omitting his battles and talking a lot of nonsense. For example, how many bowls of rice Naruto should eat at each meal, and when Sasuke should show off. Seeing him talking endlessly, Danzo said, Enough. Hashumi. What is this for? He hasn't mentioned Kakashi's expression when he reads pornographic novels. Danzo, don't say some useless things. Hashumi pouted, okay. He stood there, shaking his body from side to side. He looked like he wanted to say something but couldn't. Danzo's eyes twitched, and he gave a wink to the cat-faced man beside him. Cat-faced man took out a bulging purse and handed it to him. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 100. Chakra 25,750 100 million. Hashumi took the purse with a smile on her face. Arigato. Danzo. Cat-faced owl. Why is she always the one paying? Why? On the street. Hashumi decisively chose to have a barbecue meal. Anyway, Danzo was always generous in paying. When he ran out of money, he could just ask for more. When Hashumi walked into the barbecue restaurant, he found that the business was really good. It was crowded. The air was filled with the aroma of barbecue that could make people's noses fall off. The sizzling sound of barbecue oil filled his ears. Renjian's mouth was watering after hearing this. Facing the waiter who came forward to greet him, Renjian stretched out his hand. I'm alone, arrange a table with the fastest food. Waiter, okay. The waiter took Renjian to a table near the back kitchen, and Renjian sat down and began to order dishes arrogantly. After ordering the dishes, his eyes began to roll around. There were many familiar faces in the barbecue restaurant. Of course, they were familiar faces to him, but strangers to others. The members of Might Guy and Asuma Sarutobi's team were all in the barbecue restaurant. But the two tables were quite far apart. Is that the person who joined Team 7? Yamanaka Ino looked at the blue-haired boy's back curiously. Asuma Sarutobi nodded, yes. Basically all the team leaders knew about this. Since the establishment of Konoha, the number of ninja teams has been fixed at 3. This is the first time a 4-person team has appeared. However, they could do nothing when they thought that this child was forced in by Elder Danzo. He looks like a very cute boy. Yamanaka Ino was very interested. Sarutobi Asuma reminded, he didn't go to ninja school, but received training in the Anbu. He is probably better than all of you, so don't underestimate him. Akimichi Koji stuffed his mouth with barbecue and asked, but he is not old enough to enter the Anbu yet. Sarutobi Asuma smiled, he has a special identity. The 3 people with special identities understood immediately. Hashumi cleaned the table at a speed of wind and cloud. Although he wanted to talk to Might Guy, it was their master-disciple time now, so he should not disturb them without thinking. Last time, he read his practice and mastery of ice escape from Bai's soul. Hashumi planned to develop ice escape during this period. After eating barbecue, Hashumi found an uninhabited forest. It is easier to do things when you are well fed and well drinked. Ice release is a bloodline limit ninjutsu that is formed by the fusion of water attribute chakra and wind attribute chakra. Ice release may seem useless, but if the chakra volume is strong and the development of ice release is sufficient, the upper limit of this ninjutsu is quite high. Developing a new bloodline limit is not easy, but it is not that difficult either. After all, ice release is easy to understand, unlike that person. That dwarf who uses dust release. Hashumi forgot the name and how dust release was formed. Anyway, he only remembers the power of dust release. A bloodline limit like dust release may be really difficult to develop. No, Hashumi remembers that dust release seems to no longer belong to the category of bloodline limit, as if it is a higher level of bloodline elimination. Although he has to develop a new bloodline limit, Hajime still has to do tasks. Hajime has entered a fixed life of developing new ninjutsu and doing low-level tasks. The mission from Wave Country was just an accident. The mission they accepted was the mission for the newly graduated genin. For example, picking up trash in the river, helping mowing the lawn, walking the dog for someone. The relationship between Naruto and Sasuke is getting worse and worse. No, this description may not be accurate, it should be more and more stiff. Sakura is still thinking about how to ask Sasuke out alone all day. Naruto and Sakura seem to be unable to see Sasuke's anxiety. Hajime saw it at a glance. Hajime knows too well what a good student who wants to improve but has no opportunity and way looks like. This just creates a good opportunity for him. Dusk. Naruto is exhausted after completing the task. The D-level task was not difficult, but he insisted on competing with Sasuke, and then he was exhausted. Naruto floated back home like a soul. Kakashi disappeared before the task was completed. He has always been elusive, and Hajime and the others have gotten used to it. Sakura was just scolded by Sasuke today, and she went home sadly to heal her heart. So, at dusk, by the river, only Hajime and Sasuke were sitting and enjoying the breeze. Sasuke, do you know your chakra attribute? Hajime asked him. Sasuke paused and looked at him. I don't know, why are you asking this? Children from a big family shouldn't not know. But considering that Sasuke is the only one left in the Uchiha clan, this makes sense. Then I'll bring you a chakra test paper tomorrow. If you want to master powerful ninjutsu, you must first know your chakra attribute. Teacher Kakashi taught me a ninjutsu that I think is very suitable for Sasuke, because Teacher Kakashi said that this ninjutsu will exert a more powerful power when combined with the Sharingan. Hajime explained without any extra emotion in his voice. He knew that Uchiha Sasuke had a strong self-esteem, so there was never any sympathy in his tone and eyes. After all, people from the Uchiha clan never need sympathy. Sasuke looked at him, slightly stunned, then looked at the lake, with a voice full of incomprehension. Why did you do this? Why would someone sacrifice his training time to help others just like him and Naruto? During the mission in the Land of Waves, when the two were training to climb trees, they were not willing to communicate with each other and tell each other the tricks. Hajime also looked at the lake with a gentle expression. I can feel Sasuke's desire to become stronger. Since we are companions, we should help each other. Of course, helping each other is fake, and wanting to pit you is real. If you are not good to you at this time, how can you have a big harvest when you harvest the malicious value? Hajime slowly stood up and walked towards the path. Halfway through, he turned to Sasuke and said, It's getting late, I should go back. See you tomorrow, Sasuke. Sasuke looked at his back and said in a barely audible voice, Thank you. Hajime, who heard Sasuke's thanks but didn't care, quickly returned to the route. He squatted in the tunnel that every route ninja would pass through. Then, as expected, within 3 minutes, he caught Catface, who had just finished his mission and returned to the route. Catface glanced at the vest he was holding. No money again. Renjian shook his head. Do you have chakra test paper? Hearing that he didn't want money, Catface was relieved. There are chakra test paper in the route. I almost forgot, and I need to measure your chakra attribute. Catface led Renjian to the room where the chakra test paper was stored. Renjian explained, It's not me who needs it. Kakashi has already measured my chakra attribute. Catface paused, then who are you giving it to? Uchiha Sasuke. Renjian gave a perfect answer before Catface raised questions. Didn't Danzo say that he would take the initiative to attack and obtain intelligence? Catface frowned under the mask. looked around, and said sternly, "What did you call Danzo?" "Renjian." "Fuck you." He really couldn't call Danzo his father. Seeing him lower his head, Cat Face lowered his voice and warned, "Don't do stupid things." Hashin nodded, "Got it." Chakra test paper. Cat Face generously gave Hashin 5. "What is your chakra attribute?" Cat Face asked him. "Wind, fire, water." Hashin answered conservatively. Cat Face nodded, "Danzo-sama's wind escape ninjutsu is very powerful. I will report to Danzo-sama and give you a ninjutsu scroll to practice." Hashin nodded, "Thank you." Cat Face left without looking back. The next day, Hashin and Suzuki met on the bridge. Hashin handed Suzuki the chakra test paper. "Just inject your chakra into this paper." The chakra test paper wrinkled and ignited at the same time. Hashin remembered that Suzuki had many chakra attributes. But now there are obvious fire and lightning attributes. This means that lightning and fire are more powerful in Sasuke's chakra attributes. Just like Naruto's attributes are the strongest in wind, so he can develop S-level ninjutsu such as wind-style Rasen Shuriken. "Suzuki, you have the lightning attribute, so you can also learn this ninjutsu." Hashimi and Suzuki went to the forest, which is more suitable for training. Hashimi demonstrated it to Suzuki first. The moment the arc lit up, the sharp sound pierced the eardrums. Suzuki watched Hashimi pierce the thick tree trunk with Chidori, and the light in his black pupils became brighter and brighter. "Concentrate the high-intensity current formed by the lightning chakra on your hands and pierce the target at the speed of the piercing. This is Chidori." Hashimi accompanied Suzuki to practice Chidori all day. Of course, while Suzuki was practicing, he was also developing his own ice style, but he would observe Sasuke's situation from time to time. Judging from Sasuke's situation, Chidori didn't seem to be so easy to learn. But Suzuki never said a word of giving up. Even his eyes never wavered from beginning to end. When the sun was setting in the west, Hashimi said goodbye to Suzuki and left alone in advance. He believed in gradual progress, whether it was ninjutsu or anything else. When passing by the alley of a street, a familiar voice came from inside. Hashimi turned his head and saw Naruto and Sakura. In front of Naruto and Sakura, it was Temari and Kankuro. Hashimi could no longer remember the specific plot of Naruto, but he still had an impression of major events like the Chunin exam. Didn't expect that the Chunin exam would come so soon. It seems that the next part is the highlight. Hashimi remembered that many things happened in the Chunin exam, and many important tasks appeared. For example, the 3 ninjas. Hashimi was very envious of the fairy arts. Whether it was Ryokai Cave or Miyaboku Mountain, he wanted to go there. So he would not give up on the 2 lines of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. At the same time, he also knew that one person was not enough, and he had to create a clone in the later stage. Everything needs to be planned in the long run. In order to replenish his dying brain cells, Hashimi planned to go out for a big meal later. "Naruto, Sakura, what's wrong?" Seeing Naruto and Sakura being oppressed by people from other villages, Hashimi, as a passionate Konoha villager, certainly couldn't sit idly by, and he walked towards them. Kankuro was still holding Konohamaru in his hand, looking ferocious. Still so arrogant in other people's villages, Hashimi decided to convince people with reason, so he kindly reminded, "You are ninjas from the Sand Village, right? The one you are holding is the grandson of our Konoha 3rd Hokage, and in the non-competition or combat stage, attacking the children in Konoha village may provoke conflicts between the 2 countries. Kankuro is really a fool with a brain the size of a bullet. He caught the grandson of the boss of another village and beat him up. If he hadn't been lucky, he would have picked a big one. Politics is something that cannot be avoided anywhere. Even in a hot-blooded battle show. Even Hashomi's current cheap father is a master at manipulating politics. Kankuro froze, staring at the child in his hand, unable to swallow this breath, but not daring to really do it. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100. Cursive conversion chakra amount plus 100. Chakra 25,850 100 million. Hajinmi walked forward. He noticed that Kanjuro wanted to attack him, so he continued to convince him with reason, I am the son of Danzo, the elder who is second only to the Hokage in Konoha's high level. The Hokage is a generous person and may not mind that you hit his grandson, but if you hit me, my father will definitely care. He is a bit petty. Kankar became more and more stiff. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100. Chakra amount converted from cursed power plus 100. Chakra 25,950 100 million. Hajinmi took Konohamaru from his hand and patted him on the shoulder. In someone else's territory, if you don't have absolute strength, you should be low-key. After all, Kanjuro is not able to challenge the entire Konoha alone. Hajime turned around and threw Konohamaru back into Naruto's arms. Goodbye, ninjas from the Sand Village. Hajime waved to them in a friendly manner. Kankuro was forcibly dragged away by Temari. Hajime, do you know how they got to Konoha? They are obviously ninjas from other ninja villages. Sakura asked. Although the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Fire are allies, they are still prohibited from fighting without permission. Ninjas appeared in the other side's ninja village. Hajime explained, it should be the Chunin exam. When he thought about what would happen next, he couldn't help but get excited. Chapter 7. Chunin exam. What is that? Naruto was confused. Even Konohamaru knew about the Chunin exam. The Chunin exam is the exam for Genin to Chunin. Naruto's eyes lit up. Chunin. I want to be a Chunin too. Sakura nodded, so that's how it is. By the way, Sakura thought of Sasuke who hadn't been seen for a long time, and asked, Hajun, do you know where Sasuke is? We haven't seen him all day today. Naruto turned his head away with an uninterested look, but his ears were actually perked up. Sorry, I forgot to tell you, Sasuke is with me today, I made you worry. Hajun's gentle eyes were filled with apology. Ah, Sakura waved, it's okay, Hajun, you don't have to apologize, Hajun and Sasuke are training together. Hajun nodded, yes, Sasuke is working hard. When Naruto heard this, a sense of crisis suddenly rose. No, no. Naruto pouted, Hajun, you are biased. You only train with Sasuke. You completely forgot about me. Hajun was silent for a moment and asked, but aren't you playing with Konohamaru and the others? He didn't look anxious at all. Ah. Naruto felt guilty, it's obviously Kakashi who is elusive every day. I want to train but can't find him. You and Sasuke are not here. I can only play with them. Hajun. Just admit it if you still have a childlike innocence, Naruto. Hajun asked, have you had dinner? Sakura and Naruto shook their heads. Reminded by Hajime, Naruto covered his growling stomach and said, I'm so hungry. Let's have dinner together. Sakura refused, no, my parents are waiting for me at home to have dinner together. I have to go back. Let's make an appointment another day. Naruto was stunned and nodded, okay. Sakura waved to Hajime and Naruto, and walked to the other side of the street. Naruto looked at Sakura's back and couldn't imagine how happy it was to have dinner with his parents. Naruto was a little disappointed. Hashimi, are you going home for dinner too? Hashimi imagined the scene of himself and Danzo eating at the same table, and shuddered immediately. I always feel that I will lose my appetite when facing Danzo's face. Forget it, life is short, why should I make things difficult for myself? Konohamaru, please treat Naruto and me to ramen. Hashimi looked at Konohamaru who was about to run away. Konohamaru put his hands on his hips. Why should I treat you to ramen? Respect the elderly and love the young, you should treat me. Hashin grabbed his collar and dragged him. I just saved you. Isn't Naruto your boss? It's nothing to treat your savior and your boss to a bowl of ramen. And Konohamaru has a lot of pocket money. Konohamaru was forced to agree. Ding! Human malice detected +10. Cursed power converted chakra amount +10. Chakra 25,960 100 million. Konohamaru's head was swollen by Hashin. Ding! Human malice detected +10. Cursed power converted chakra amount +10. Chakra 25,970 100 million. Hashin paused and punched Konohamaru in the head again. Ding! Human malice detected +10. Cursed power converted to chakra +10. Chakra 25,980 100 million. Hashimi stretched out his hand again. After one punch, there was no movement. Konohamaru had a tear and a long snot, and 3 lumps grew on his head. He was beaten. Hashimi smacked his lips regretfully. It was already late for them to eat. They were the only ones in the ramen shop. The hand-beating uncle smiled and put the ramen in front of the 3 of them. Please enjoy. Naruto slurped the noodles in big mouthfuls and discussed with Hashimi vaguely, can we train together tomorrow? Hashimi slurped the noodles slowly, and when the noodles in his mouth were chewed clean, he said, okay. Although Kakashi would probably inform them of the news of the Chunin exam tomorrow, they might not have time to train. Back at the route, Hashimi met Catface as expected. He handed the red bean balls he bought to Catface, and then went back to his room to sleep. Outside the door, in the tunnel, Catface stared at the warm and sweet red bean balls in his hand, and returned to his room. Early in the morning, Hashimi, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura met on the bridge. Good morning. Hashimi greeted them. Sakura bent curled lips, good morning, Hashimi. Hehe, Naruto took Hashimi's arm, twisting his butt so that he could knead dough. Hashimi. Hashimi. Don't forget our agreement last night. Hashimi nodded, don't worry, I won't. Wow, Hashimi is the best. Hehe. He squinted his eyes and rubbed his cheeks with a bright smile on Hashimi's face. Sakura looked away, too lazy to remind Naruto, the idiot. Even if they are friends, such a move is too intimate. Most people would feel uncomfortable. Only Hashimi, who is always infinitely tolerant and infinitely devoted to his companions, can tolerate Naruto. Forget it, anyway, Naruto, the idiot, won't think it's a big deal if he reminds him. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke glanced at Hashimi. He was a little concerned about the so-called agreement mentioned by Naruto. He completely let down his guard against Hashimi. It can be said that in this Team 7, only Hashimi is the one who truly understands him. Therefore, it feels very easy to train with Hashimi. In front of him, Sasuke seemed to finally let go of all the pressure hidden in his heart and immersed himself in training with Hashimi. Compared to doing some low-level and boring tasks, he hoped to practice with Hashimi every day. Ah! It's all here. Kakashi saw Naruto clinging to Hashimi like a rice cake from a distance. He tore Naruto off Hashimi without any hesitation. Naruto, stand up straight. Naruto pouted. Why did you break up him and Hajime? Damn Kakashi! Good morning, Kakashi-sensei. Hajime looked at the sky and added, Kakashi-sensei, it's rare that I'm not late for a long time today. Kakashi. He took out 4 application forms and distributed them to the 4 of them. What is this? Naruto looked at the application curiously, pointed at the words on it, and read them one by one. He looked silly. It's the application for the Chunin exam. Kakashi said. I've said it before, this is not mandatory, whether to choose to participate is your freedom. Before Kakashi finished speaking, Naruto rushed up, Great! Teacher Kakashi! I like you second most. Kakashi didn't give him a chance to hug him, and pushed him away with his face, Stop! Stay away from me! Hajun! It's really not tactful at all. Disdain is beyond words. Those who want to take the exam, just sign the application form and come to the school classroom 301 at 3 p.m. 5 days later. Kakashi continued. Hajun looked at the application in his hand. It said, Hajime-sensei, the above ninja is recommended to participate in the Chunin selection exam under the name of Hitaki Kakashi. The signature was, Jonin, Hitaki Kakashi. Chunin exam. Chunin exam. Great! Naruto held the application form beside Hajime and kept muttering. By the way, Teacher Kakashi. Naruto turned around. Kakashi, who was so big in the place, disappeared without a trace. He was full of black lines. It's not easy to catch you, I want you to give us special training. Naruto's eyes rolled slightly, jumped up, and hung on Hajime. 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 You will definitely help me. Hee. Sakura looked at the 3 people in front of her, lowered her eyes, and her eyes were complicated. Then let's train together. Hajime said simply. Sakura was stunned, and she refused in a panic, No. No. Sorry. I mean. Under Hajime's gentle gaze, she sniffed and lowered her head, I don't want to waste your time because of me. Hajime took her hand, What, Sakura, if you regard me as a companion, don't say such hurtful words. Didn't we agree to take the Chunin exam together? I will definitely protect you. Tears welled up in Sakura's eyes. She choked, wiped her eyes, and said loudly, Hajime. Please don't dislike me. Train me well. I want to protect you too. Sakura. Woo. Naruto lay on Hajime's shoulder and was moved to tears. Everyone is so nice. In the distance, Kakashi squatting on a branch had a panoramic view of the scene below. He shook his head, thinking that the one with the most potential to be a Hokage was the real one. Gentle, powerful, caring for companions. He couldn't help but think of someone. So hard. But I won't give up. This is when I'm trying to practice the spiral Naruto of the Raise Nan. He gasped for air, and the balloon in his hand could not be popped. Hajime referred to Jiraiya's training of Naruto, and taught Naruto to practice the Raise Nan in the same way. Sasuke's progress in mastering Chidori was faster than Naruto's. He was sweating profusely, but he never stopped training his physical fitness. Chidori has high requirements for physical skills. His training intensity is the highest among several people, and his progress is also the fastest. Sasuke has a stubborn persistence in strengthening his strength. This is the credit of the role model Uchiha Itachi. Although Sakura has no blood limit and a small amount of chakra, she is very smart and has a strong use and control of chakra. So, Hajime taught her ninjutsu. The ninjutsu scroll was obtained by Cat Face from Danzo and handed over to him. The ninjutsu scroll recorded detailed steps, which was not difficult for Hajime. Looking at the three people who were training hard, Hajime couldn't help but smile. But that smile looked weird. Hajime was really looking forward to it. The day when the three of them would have their malicious points harvested. It must be a terrifying amount. 5 days later, the four of them went to the ninja school to register together. Knowing that Hajime had never been to a ninja school, Naruto introduced Hajime very enthusiastically. Halfway through the introduction, his curiosity was quickly attracted and he asked in confusion, "Hajime, if you don't go to ninja school, how do you train?" Naruto knew nothing about anything other than ninja school. Now he didn't even know what the root and Anbu ninja were. "I'm training at home." Hajime answered him with a smile. "It's the route you mentioned last time. I've never heard of this place in the village." Naruto scratched his head. Sakura was also very curious. She had only heard of Anbu and didn't know what the route was. Because the routes will not be exposed to the public, they will only perform tasks for the village in secret. Hajin explained. Wow, Naruto was obviously misled by Hajin's words. It feels so powerful. Isn't that the kind of hero in the dark? Hearing Naruto's description, Hajin curled his eyes. Yes. Naruto is right. They took the application and went upstairs. The noisy discussion was heard from afar. A large group of people gathered at the door of 301. They were all genin who came to submit their applications. After standing still, a figure walked straight towards them. To be more precise, it was towards Sakura. Hajun, who knew what would happen next, slowly backed away. "You are Sakura, please date me. I will protect you until I die." The guy with a bowl-cut haircut and a green tights that made people feel no desire, and eyebrows thicker than Naruto, stopped in front of Sakura, with a strange blush on his face, and said loudly. The corridor suddenly became quiet. Naruto stared at the pot-cut guy in astonishment. "Hey! This guy! I haven't even confessed yet." Hajime sat on the railing, propping up her chin. "You can also come over, you two are a pair of brothers in distress. Sakura doesn't have to reject you individually, she can reject you both at once, how convenient." Naruto. He slowly turned his head and looked at Hajime, his eyes dull. "Am I so unattractive in Hajime's eyes?" Hajime looked at him carefully, and seeing that Naruto's face was getting redder and redder, he nodded cruelly. "Well, not only in my eyes, but in everyone's eyes, Naruto is not as attractive as Sasuke." Naruto was hit hard. He was so depressed that he squatted on the ground and grew mushrooms. Decisively and mercilessly rejected Rock Lee, Sakura pulled Hajime and Sasuke to submit the application, and her movements were very urgent. It can be seen that she was eager to get out of the pot-cut guy's sight. Depressed and ignored, Naruto could only stand up and catch up with them. After submitting the application, the four of them walked downstairs in a good mood. Naruto rubbed his stomach. "I want to eat barbecue." Hajime agreed. "I want to eat too. I can't resist the temptation of barbecue at all." Sasuke, whatever. He said whatever actually means he agrees. After such a long time together, Hajime and the others can easily understand Sasuke's code. Sakura nodded. "Put it on Kakashi's account." Who told other instructors to treat students to barbecue, except Kakashi. Support. Hajime, Naruto, and Sasuke said in unison. The guy with the fierce eyes, "Wait a minute." They walked to the hall and suddenly heard a voice coming from upstairs. Hajime knew there was such a thing. The guy with the fierce eyes, except Sasuke, is the only one. Only Sasuke looked like someone owed him millions all day long. What? Sasuke glanced at Rock Lee, the pot-cut guy who spoke upstairs. His desire to fight Rock Lee was not as strong as his desire to eat barbecue with Hajime. After all, he could fight Hajime again after eating. Do you want to fight me now? Rock Lee issued a letter of challenge and jumped down from the upstairs. He cared about Uchiha Sasuke. Not only the name of Uchiha Sasuke's genius, but also the other party's surname Uchiha. He trained hard day after day just to prove that hard work can be more important than talent. I am Rock Lee, I want to duel with you, the last descendant of a clan known as a genius ninja. I want to see how far my moves can go with you. Rock Lee took an attacking posture. His eyes were firm, and he was a ninja whose will was completely written in his eyes. In terms of physical skills alone, Sasuke is indeed no match for Rock Lee now, and even Hajime may not be his opponent. But the difference is that Rock Lee only has physical skills, while he and Sasuke have more than physical skills. Practicing with him will do Sasuke no harm. Sasuke, we can wait for you. Hajime said to Sasuke. Sakura and Naruto also nodded. Then let's fight quickly and decisively. Sasuke took 2 steps forward. In the past, Sasuke liked to show off before the battle, but since he started fighting with Hajime, he deeply realized that talking nonsense before the battle is to give the enemy time to attack unexpectedly. So, he never talked nonsense again. Sasuke, who fights with Hajime every day, is no longer the Sasuke of the past. Both his combat awareness and experience have been greatly improved. Therefore, the scene that would have been knocked out by Rock Lee did not happen. On the contrary, the two fought back and forth. If Rock Lee didn't remove the bandage, he couldn't do anything to Sasuke. Just when Rock Lee was about to remove the bandage, a hand stopped him. You are so young. Might Guy appeared in a charming posture riding on a turtle. His appearance blinded Hajime and Rock Lee, and no one else bought it. Naruto complained, there are 2 strange guys. He turned his head and saw Hajime looking at the guy in tights riding on the back of the turtle with bright eyes. Naruto's eyes suddenly turned black, and he grabbed Hajime's shoulders with both hands and shook him. No. Hajime. Don't be influenced by their aesthetics. Hajime. Don't become a strange guy wearing a green tights. The Chunin exam hasn't started yet, no fighting, Lee. Might Guy punched Rock Lee away with one fist. The way to stop the fight is simple and crude. Hajime. Sasuke. Naruto. Sakura. Under their gaze, Might Guy and Lee began to hug each other inexplicably, laughing and crying inexplicably, and even under the influence of their strong will, the hall even had illusions of sunset and sea. A little scary. How is your teacher Kakashi? As expected of a good friend, he came up to greet Kakashi first. Might Guy noticed the group of children. Hajime, the only one who did not dislike their master and apprentice, stepped forward. Teacher Kakashi is very good, he should be hiding somewhere to read a book. Might Guy pinched his chin, showing a shining smile, and answered helplessly, since you asked, then I won't hide it. Others call me and Kakashi the eternal rival. No, who asked? Hajime turned around and looked at Sasuke and the other 2. Sasuke closed his eyes and shook his head. No one asked. This guy was talking to himself inexplicably. By the way, the record is 50 wins and 49 losses. The next second, Might Guy appeared behind Hajime and in front of Sasuke and the other 2. It was obvious that the 3 of them were terrified. Hajime, who had long known Might Guy's strength, did not have any extra reaction, but was more determined to learn taijutsu from Might Guy after the Chunin exam. Let me make it clear first, I'm better than Kakashi. Might Guy smiled proudly. Hajime silently complained, he is more than just better than Kakashi. He almost kicked out the finale. This time, Lee has caused you trouble, please forgive him for my sake. Might Guy said sincerely. Lee and Sasuke are just sparring, how can we say it's causing trouble? Just like Might Guy and Kakashi. Might Guy and Kakashi can become good friends, and I believe we can also become good friends with Lee. Hajime smiled brightly and said to Might Guy. Might Guy's eyes fell on Hajime. Is this child the child of Elder Danzo Hajime Masamune? Well, we really hit it off at first sight. Hajime was suddenly hugged by Might Guy. Wow! So youthful. I believe you and Lee will be close friends like me and Kakashi. Hey! You weird guy with thick eyebrows. Naruto quickly pulled Hajime out of Might Guy's arms. Okay, Masamune, good luck in the Chunin exam. Might Guy stood up, said to Lee, and disappeared in the hall. Lee looked at Hajime, showed him a simple smile, with two blushes on his face. Nice to meet you, what's your name? Masamune. Hajime, nice to meet you too, Lee. Hajime smiled at him. Yet. Lee nodded heavily. Sakura's mouth twitched, and she sighed sincerely, the real person. The real person's ability to make friends is amazing. Lock Lee once again set his eyes on Uchiha Sasuke, his eyes turned cold. I admit, Uchiha Sasuke. You are indeed very powerful, but the strongest person in this Chunin exam is in our group. Really? Sasuke glanced at Hajime, who smiled gently without any threat, and said with an ambiguous meaning, unlike you, I think it's in our group. Lock Lee misunderstood. He thought Sasuke was talking about himself. Then wait and see, he said, and his figure jumped up to the second floor and disappeared in front of them. After this episode, Hajime and the other four headed towards the barbecue restaurant. After entering the barbecue restaurant, the barbecue was just finished, and Kakashi sat next to them like a tornado. Hajime. Thank you. Kakashi sucked the barbecued meat into his mouth without any hesitation. Sakura, who was grilling meat and feeding her companions, said. Teacher Kakashi. I'm not grilling for you. A cross appeared on Sakura's forehead. Kakashi was unmoved and talked about the Chunin exam, instantly diverting their anger. Ah, the Chunin exam was originally for groups of 3, but because of your special characteristics, you are allowed to be in a group of 4. Of course, it also increases the difficulty for you. Kakashi reminded. After all, there is one more person, and the same rules are not fair to other participating groups. However, with Hajime's strength, there is no need to worry at all. He is quite worried about others. Well, he is also distressed to have such a strong disciple. Kakashi smiled like a fox. What's the difficulty? Sakura asked immediately. Ah, I don't know that either, but I might tell you when the exam starts. Kakashi said. He glanced at Sakura, who looked serious. Are you scared? Sakura shook her head firmly. No. I just ignited my fighting spirit. Kakashi smiled. Not bad. Sakura has completely changed. It seems that Hajime is more suitable to be a teacher than him. After eating barbecue, go to take the first exam. Kakashi came and went in a hurry. When Sakura looked down and saw the empty barbecue grill, the iron tweezers in her hand broke into 2 pieces. Teacher Kakashi. Chapter 8. The first exam was held in the largest classroom in the ninja school. When Hajime and the other 4 arrived, the room was already full of people. Sakura looked at the crowd of ninjas in front of her and couldn't help but take a breath. Why are there so many people? Are they all genin who are taking the Chunin exam? She felt a huge pressure surge in her heart, and the air around her became heavy. Suzuki frowned slightly. Naruto widened his eyes, with tension and excitement in his pupils, and was full of freshness about everything. Hajime always had an unchanging friendly smile on his face. Sakura took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She had to stay calm and focused. Suzuki. Ino threw herself on Sasuke's back and said affectionately, I finally see Suzuki. I haven't seen Suzuki for a long time. I'm very happy to think that I can see Suzuki every day in the future. You big fat pig. Sakura's so-called calmness and focus disappeared instantly. Sakura's detonator, Yamanaka Ino. While the two of them were arguing, Hajime, who didn't want to be admired as a monkey, chose an empty seat and sat down, looking at them with his chin propped up. It's not easy to have such a close audience perspective. What are you going to take this troublesome exam to? Shikamaru, who looked depressed, and Koji, who kept eating potato chips, came over. Yahoo! Found it, it's so rare, everyone is here. Kaiba Inyazuka, who had a puppy on his head, came over, followed by Shino Abarame, who had a very low sense of presence, and Hinata, whose cheeks were slightly red. Before Naruto could say anything, he was pushed to the corner by Kaiba Inyazuka. Hey, Naruto! Who is that blue-haired guy? I saw you two were together. Oh, Hajime. Naruto found Hajime in the third row of seats. This guy was completely mixed with the ninjas around him who he didn't know, and he had forgotten them at all. Humph! I won't tell you about Hajime. He is our secret weapon. Naruto crossed his arms and looked arrogant. Inyazuka Kaiba couldn't help but, idiot. Hasn't he said everything? His name is Hajime, he is very strong, he can be a secret weapon, and his strength is definitely not weaker than Suzuki. Another strong enemy. Hajime held his chin at this time, and listened to the ninja next to him very patiently. Really, it feels very powerful. Hearing Hajime's words, the other party became more and more excited, and almost said the color of the panties, and got a compliment from Hajime that good taste. Naruto and the others completely attracted the attention of most of the ninjas in the classroom. Of course, the attention was not so kind. As a result, Kabuto Yakushi had to come out to remind them and get closer to them. My lovely juniors, I will give you some useful intelligence information through this ninja knowledge card. Kabuto Yakushi said in a tone that sounded like he was deceiving elementary school students. Naruto and the other 9 people surrounded Kabuto Yakushi, put their heads together, and looked at the card in Kabuto Yakushi's hand curiously. At Sasuke's request, Kabuto Yakushi took out the ninja card with Rock Lee's information. Rock Lee, 1 year older than you, has 20 D-level missions and 11 C-level missions. His class teacher is Kai. He has made unusual progress in physical skills this year, but is completely useless in other aspects. Last year, he was highly regarded as a very capable genin, but he did not participate in the Chunin exam. Like you, this is his first time participating in the Chunin exam. There are Tenten and Hyaganiji in his team. The one you need to pay attention to is Gaara from Sand Falls. 8 C-level missions and 1 B-level missions. It's amazing. He has already performed B-level missions as a genin. Because he is a ninja from another country and a newcomer, there is not much information about him. But it seems that he has returned unscathed from all the missions he has participated in. Kabuto looked at the group of freshmen in front of him with a faint smile on his face. His eyes passed over Sasuke's face obscurely. Senior Kabuto, is there any information about Hajime? Inyazuka Kaiba asked quickly. They knew nothing about Hajime. Hajime. Shikamaru immediately looked at the figure in the classroom who was obviously a Konoha ninja, but was able to blend in with other ninjas like a duck in water. Ah, Kabuto Yakushi told him regretfully, no. Even he didn't know anything. After all, he was a ninja from that person. Hee. After getting a satisfactory answer, Naruto looked at Inyazuka Kaiba proudly, you can't know. Lee, Hajime saw Lee, Tenten and Hyaganiji among the figures. Hajime. Lee stretched out his arm and waved at him. Isn't that a member of Uchiha Sasuke's team? When did you become so familiar with each other? Tian asked doubtfully. However, that guy is really good looking. He is a gentle little son that girls can't resist. He is so cute when he smiles. I just met him this morning, Lee gave a thumbs up, he is a super enthusiastic and good person. How strong is he? Hyaganiji only cares about this, although the other party looks like he has no offensive power. Lee paused and said truthfully, I don't know. But... Tenshin and Niji looked at him. Xiao Li said seriously, I can feel that Team 7 is centered on him. When making a decision, Sakura always subconsciously looks at Hajime. Even someone as arrogant as Uchiha Sasuke can be easily influenced by Hajime's words. As for the man called Uzumaki Naruto, his eyes rarely move away from Hajime. It can be seen that they all trust Hajime. Of course, Hajime is indeed a very friendly person. Xiao Li smiled. Hey! Tenten frowned, with a serious look in her eyes. He didn't receive education in the ninja school, but suddenly joined Team 7. They should have been together for only a few months, so, he is either very powerful or born with strong leadership and cohesion. Ningji looked in the direction of Hajime, it may be both. Whether it is both or not, he is an opponent worthy of vigilance. Just when the classroom was in chaos, a fierce rebuke exploded in everyone's ears. Be quiet! You bunch of trash! A loud shout from the podium stopped the further attack of the Otagakure ninja on Kabuto Yakushi. Sorry for the long wait. I am Marino Ibiki, the examiner of the first Chunin selection exam. On the podium, seeing the genin in the classroom quiet down as he wished, the tall man with scars on his face introduced with satisfaction. Marino Ibiki's eyes swept over the people from the Otagakure village and warned, let me make it clear first, you are not allowed to fight privately without the examiner's permission. Even if the examiner allows it, you are not allowed to take actions that will kill the other party. Those idiots who dare to disobey me will be eliminated immediately. Do you understand? Hajun. It is indeed the ninja world. If it were in real life, any examiner who dared to be so arrogant would have been complained long ago. Now let's start the first exam of the Chunin selection. Take your number cards and sit according to the numbers on the numbers. Then I will hand out the questionnaire for the written test. Shinano Ibiki said. Hajun received the number card 3, the position in the center of the first row, facing Marino Ibiki. Hajun really wanted to raise his middle finger. There were at least 20 invigilators in the whole classroom, sitting on the left and right sides of the classroom. In the first exam, there are several very important rules. Hajun didn't listen at all. First, he has a god's perspective. Second, he has connections. That's right, just last night, the answers to the questions on the test paper were already in his hand. Danzo gave it to him. Hajime felt so weird at that time. In his previous life, he hated people with connections the most, and in this life, he became one. Danzo's original words at that time were, don't worry about the Chunin exam, just concentrate on the mission. So Hashumi waved his hands and began to lie down. The test paper was handed out, and the questions were exactly the same as the test paper with answers that Hashumi got last night. Even the order was the same. He filled in the answers in 2 minutes like a human machine. Then he started to look at Marino Ibiki, who made him the first row, and he saw Marino Ibiki when he looked up. Marino Ibiki frowned when he saw his full test paper. Hashumi expressed his understanding, because the examiners all hate people with connections. Ding! Human malice detected plus 50. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 50. Chakra 26,030 100 million. A mosquito is still meat no matter how small it is. Hashumi thanked Marino Ibiki who contributed malice to him without doing anything. During the long 45 minutes of answering questions, people were eliminated one after another. Knowing the result of this exam, Hashumi's fingers were trying to grow ice roses. It seems not easy, but it is not easy at all. Such a small action is a great test of the mastery of ice escape. Who can't release a lump of ice at once? This kind of delicate work is the most challenging to the mastery of ice escape. Number 59. Eliminated. Number 18. Eliminated. Number 36. Eliminated. In an atmosphere so tense that it could make a timid genin pee, the long 45 minutes ended. There were less than half of the genin left in the classroom. Marino Ibiki Hiki calmly announced the rules for the last question. For the last question, if you answer it wrong, the whole team will be eliminated. The written test score will be reset to 0. If you don't choose to answer, 2 of your teammates will be eliminated together. Such rules caused a commotion among the genin still in the classroom. Marino Ibiki added maliciously, by the way, if you answer it wrong, not only will the whole team be eliminated, but the whole team will be disqualified from participating in the Chunin exam for life. Danzo didn't give this question to Hashumi, and Ibiki Marino must have told no one except himself. However, Hashumi happened to know the answer. Although I knew that Naruto would not quit, what if he was fanned by his butterfly wings? Hashumi looked back at Naruto and said to Marino Ibiki like a robot, we are all ninjas. Giving up before we even start is not the character of a ninja. When we choose to become ninjas, we are ready to face everything. Hashumi smiled at Naruto, right, Naruto? Naruto's pupils trembled, and he didn't know where the power came from. He slammed the table and stood up, that's right. Don't underestimate us. We are not ninjas who will escape in the face of battle. After saying that, he lay on the table exhausted. Liar. He was still afraid that Hashumi, Sasuke, and others would be dragged down by him and could only be a ninja for the rest of their lives. But Hashumi believed in him so much. Naruto clenched his fists, he would never let Hashumi down. Really? Marino Ibiki was a little disappointed that the effect was not achieved, but he was also very happy that they could hold on. Even if the stakes are your ninja career for the rest of your life, do you choose not to give up? No one raised their hands to give up. You have chosen to become a ninja, and you have given your life. Are you still afraid of these things? In the midst of tension, Marino Ibiki knew that he would not get the result he wanted if he continued to stalemate, so he announced an answer that was very abrupt to the genin in the classroom, all passed. Hey! Naruto was ready to detonate all his brain cells to answer the last question. Amid the confused and dissatisfied questioning of the genin, Marino Ibiki calmly explained, there was no 10th question from the beginning. The 10th question was a question of whether to do it or not, and you have already given the answer. And the written test has also achieved the purpose of the test, which is to test your intelligence gathering ability. Marino Ibiki lowered his eyes and glanced at Hajime. This person's intelligence-gathering ability is the strongest. The answer was collected the day before. Chunin selection, first test, over. Hajime stood up and walked towards Naruto. He stretched out his hand towards Naruto. If nothing unexpected happened, Naruto's legs were too weak to stand up. Hajime. Naruto was helped up by him, his legs trembling. I almost thought I was going to make you, Sasuke and Sakura become genin for life. Hajime's expression was subtle. In fact, Naruto and Sasuke were genin for life. So even if this question had a real question, it wouldn't be a big problem if Naruto answered it wrong. Bang! Glass fragments flew everywhere. A figure appeared brilliantly and kicked the window of the classroom. A red curtain was unfolded behind him in a very gorgeous way. I am the examiner of the second test, Mitarashi Anko. Let's go next. Follow me. No one in the classroom paid any attention to her. It's not that they ignored her on purpose, but most people haven't recovered from the last test. 79 people, 26 teams, Ibiki, you can't do it. Seeing the number of people left in the classroom, Hongdu smiled strangely. Ibiki's expression did not change. There are many excellent guys this year. Really? Hongdu snorted lightly. The examiner, who seemed to talk more than Ibiki, was unexpectedly difficult. For the second exam, let me help you eliminate less than half. I look forward to it. Ibiki said. The second exam will be tomorrow. Ask your Jonin teacher for the specific time and meeting place. That's it, disband. Rude. The candle flickered. Danzo looked at Hajime in front of him and asked, how was the exam? Hajime reported obediently, the written test was fine, and the last question was also fine. I finally passed it successfully. Danzo nodded, if you don't pass, you don't have to come back. Dead outside, right Hajime? For the second exam tomorrow, Xiao, tell him the specific rules and precautions. Danzo looked at Cat Face. Yes. Cat Face nodded. Danzo walked towards the dark passage. As the figure was about to step into the darkness beyond the reach of the candlelight, he turned back to look at Hajime. For tomorrow's exam, you must pay more attention to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and Uchiha Sasuke. Hajime tilted his head, a little confused about the deep meaning of pay more attention in Danzo's mouth, kill them or help them. Danzo, neither, monitor them, and report any abnormalities to me. Yes. Hajime nodded. Someone from the route will enter during the second exam, and you can hand over any abnormalities you find directly to them. Danzo left after saying this. Cat Face opened the scroll, and a map was drawn on the scroll. This is the map of the Death Forest, your exam tomorrow. Hajime. It's great to have connections. At the entrance of the Death Forest at the 44th training ground, a huge iron net separated them from the forest. In the site, there were at least a dozen trees that could be hugged by a dozen people, blocking out the sun. On the white warning sign, there were bright red words "No entry" written in large letters. From time to time, the cries of crows could be heard from the forest, and an ominous shadow loomed over the hearts of the participating ninjas. Hajime put his hand on his forehead to block the not-so-glaring sun. The giant python wrapped around the giant tree in his sight was thicker than a human, and slowly squirmed on the thick branches. Naruto beside him was provoking Hongdu, twisting like a maggot. Let alone Hongdu, Hajime thought he was coquettish. Look at Hongdu again, she smiled murderously. The kunai flew out of her hand and was caught by Hajime when it was about to cut Naruto's cheek. Hongdu's eyes darkened for a moment. Teacher, Naruto didn't mean it, Please don't be angry with him. I would be very sorry if I left wrinkles on such a beautiful and smooth face of the teacher. Hashumi walked up very politely and handed her the kunao. Anko Mitarashi took the kunao with a stern face, turned around immediately, and ignored Hashumi. Hashumi returned to Naruto. With her back to the students, Anko Mitarashi was sweating profusely. What happened? Why can't I say harsh words to such an angelic face? Damn it! Such a cruel exam actually has such a well-behaved child. What if the child gets hurt? Anko controlled her emotions, and when she turned around, her face regained calmness. Her calmness did not last for a second. Because Uzumaki Naruto was hiding behind Hashumi and making faces at her. How can I stop? Anko's teeth squeaked. How did two people with completely different personalities become friends? This is the consent form. Everyone who takes the exam must fill it out, because someone might die later. If you don't sign it, it will become my responsibility, ha 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 ha. Hongdu tried not to look at Uzumaki Naruto. She took out a stack of consent forms and distributed them. After Hashumi signed his name and handed it in, he smiled politely at Hongdu. Hongdu swallowed and immediately looked at his name. Yoshi. The plan worked. It turned out that the little angel was called Hashumi Masato. The name is so cute. It makes women unable to stop. What will she do when she grows up? The way he calls teacher in a polite and obedient manner is too foul. It makes people unable to help but do something illegal. Such a child, she can't bear to let the other party die in this hellhole. Okay, let's start introducing the rules of the second exam. Hongdu's mind was full of racing horses. Hashumi didn't listen. He heard the rules clearly last night. Simply put, it is a wild survival challenge in the Death Forest. The Death Forest in front of you is Konoha's 44th training ground. It is a circle surrounded by 44 locked entrances, with rivers, forests, and a tower in the center. The distance from the tower to the door is about 10 kilometers. Within this limited range, a wild survival project, the scroll battle will be carried out. The scroll battle revolves around the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth. Half of the 26 teams that passed the first exam will take the Book of Heaven and the other half will take the Book of Earth. Each team needs to collect the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth and arrive at the central tower within 120 hours. Otherwise, they will be judged as unqualified. After explaining the rules, Hongdu remembered that there was a special situation in this year's competition, that is, a team of 4 people, and she immediately asked, which team has 4 members? Hanuki raised her hand, teacher, it's us. Hongdu paused, controlled her expression, and said, you must get 2 books of heaven and 2 books of earth to complete the task. This is the difficulty added to them. Hongdu is really lifting a rock to her own feet. When she set this rule, she didn't expect to meet such a cute little boy. It is definitely impossible for her to change the rules that she has told the Hokage now. Yes. Hashin understood. This is not that difficult. This time in the Forest of Death, his main goal is Orochimaru. Hashin went to get the scroll. The 4 of them only received 1 book of heaven, which means that they have to find 1 book of heaven and 2 books of earth to pass this exam. But since no one knows whether the scroll in each team's hand is heaven or earth, this process must be repeated. 30 minutes later, Hashin and the others stood in front of entrance number 12. Naruto was punching the air excitedly, dare to approach us. I will take care of them one by one. Sakura. The iron chain was untied, and the iron net gate was wide open. Hashin and the 4 of them quickly entered the Forest of Death at the same time. The sunlight faded after entering the Death Forest. The light in the forest was dim. The straight and tall trees and huge treetops blocked most of the sunlight. Only the mottled and sparse light shone through the branches and leaves of the trees. The forest was filled with erratic fog. When they arrived in the forest, they could hear the screams of other participating ninjas from time to time. The scroll-snatching battle began the moment they entered the Death Forest. Although Naruto and Sakura were well prepared, they were still scared when they heard such a shrill scream. Naruto was scared, but he didn't admit it. The specific manifestation was that he didn't dare to solve the physiological problem alone. He approached Hajime. Hajime, do you want to pee together? Hajime, no thanks. Naruto pouted and said pitifully, just come with me. Sakura glanced at Naruto. Naruto, you are not scared, are you? That's why you drag Hajime along. Hey! After being exposed by Sakura, Naruto denied it flatly. How is it possible? I'm not scared. I just want to keep Hajime company. I'm not afraid of anything alone. After saying that, in order to prove himself, Naruto walked straight towards the bushes. Chapter 9. Hajime looked at Sakura, who smiled at him. Naruto is such a clingy person, don't be too lenient with him. Otherwise he will get too aggressive. Hajime nodded, yet. Sakura. What yet? He won't change next time. This guy is so soft to his companions. He is so gentle that she can't say anything harsh. Wow! So amazing! Such a big pea! Naruto walked out of the bushes with satisfaction, his hand still pulling up the zipper of his belt. Hajime, so fast! Naruto's mouth twitched. Naruto, come here. Hajime waved at him. Naruto looked at him with a smile, what's wrong? Come here. Hajime looked at him strangely, you would come if I asked you to before, why are you asking the reason now? Ah, Naruto scratched his head and strode towards Hajime, I was just asking casually. Really? Hajime's hand patted his cheek, but your soul is not Naruto. As soon as Hajime said this, Sasuke and Sakura immediately took out their kunai in a vigilant manner. What are you talking about, soul or something? You can't see it either. Naruto's eyebrows curved, and his hand had already reached into the ninja tool bag. You know. Hajime looked at him with pity, I can see souls. Naruto's face sank, and before he could move, a big bag immediately bulged on his chest. The heart exploded inside his body. Hajime let go. The body fell to the ground. White smoke filled the air. The person who fell on the grass was clearly not Naruto. Hey! Naruto walked out and looked at the scene in front of him. Wow! Someone actually took advantage of my absence to attack you. Damn it! If I were here, they would not dare to act rashly. Sakura. It is confirmed that the person in front of him must be the real Naruto. Naruto! Hajime shouted. Naruto looked at him blankly, hey! Hajime waved at him. Naruto strode towards him and stopped in front of Hajime. Hajime smiled and held Naruto's chubby face with both hands. Naruto shouted, Hajime! Don't turn me into a bald monster. Hajime! Naruto was talking about the cyborg. Just now someone took advantage of your absence and turned into your appearance to steal the scroll. Sasuke explained. Naruto scratched his head, with Hajime here, it is impossible to hide it. After all, Hajime's blood limit can touch the soul. Hajime suddenly reached out and touched his cheek. Blood stained his fingertips red. A strong gust of wind raised huge waves. The powerful murderous aura that had become material cut his face. Orochimaru, here he comes. When the wind and waves subsided, Hajime was alone. The ground was covered with leaves that had just fallen under the impact of the strong murderous aura. Orochimaru separated them. After all, Orochimaru came for Sasuke. Hajime jumped onto a high branch and ran towards the place where the noise was the loudest. The sunlight shone through the gap and fell on Sasuke. The voice of the man in his mind was particularly clear. Is he alive and lingering? No. Sasuke took a deep breath, and his body moved at this moment. His figure turned into an elusive afterimage in Sakura's eyes. Sasuke. Sakura clearly felt that something had changed in Sasuke. This change frightened her. The sky was full of flames. Sasuke's fire escape heated up the space. This was an unprecedentedly powerful fire escape. Sakura couldn't believe that Sasuke was so strong. Sasuke's body suddenly erupted with a force as immovable as a mountain. That was the burning blood of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru widened his eyes excitedly. Sasuke. That's the look. It's really the Uchiha clan, the blood is starting to stir. Sasuke's speed is getting faster and faster. However, Orochimaru's speed will never let him catch up. Orochimaru's fist hit him hard in the chest, his internal organs shook, and he vomited a lot of blood. Sasuke. Tears flashed in Sakura's eyes. This is the difference in strength. Even if Sasuke broke through the limit of his strength today, Orochimaru still has an overwhelming advantage. Hajime, standing in the distance, watched this battle. Now is not the time for him to show up. Hey! Sasuke fell down at his feet in a mess. Orochimaru's expression suddenly shook. Just when Orochimaru thought that Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, could no longer move, his body suddenly began to explode one after another. Those were the explosives that Sasuke left on him during the fight. Before Orochimaru could react to the explosion, his body was suddenly tied to the tree trunk by the thin wire. This is the Sharingan Windmill San no Tachi. The fierce flames in Orochimaru's pupils approached him infinitely. Sasuke's voice echoed in the forest. Fire-style dragon fire technique. It was unknown how long it had been, but the flames were still shaking Orochimaru's body. His skin was melted, but his eyes were shining. Sasuke. What a good body! There was more power in his eyes than Itachi. Sasuke, who was exhausted, fell on the tree trunk. Sasuke. Sakura ran to Sasuke and caught him with surprise in her eyes. Sasuke, defeated that ninja. Sasuke is worthy of it. Suddenly, the neck of Orochimaru, who they thought was dead, extended infinitely and bit towards Sasuke's neck. The pupils of Sasuke and Sakura simultaneously shrank to the size of a needle tip. Blood splattered. Ding! Detected that Heaven's Curse Seal contains 10,000 malicious value. Heaven's Curse Seal is converted into 10,000 chakras after the curse power conversion. Chakra 36,000 and 3,100 million. A sharp sting came from Hajime's neck. But it was nothing. He was quite able to endure the pain. The power of the Heaven's Curse Seal turned into chakra the moment it was injected into his neck. Thanks to the big brother Orochimaru for the huge sum of money. It's worth it that he has been squatting here for so long. If only he could have another bite. Real man, Sakura's voice rang out, and she subconsciously wanted to stand up and support Hajime, but her arm suddenly felt heavy, and Sasuke fainted in her arms. Sakura, protect Sasuke. Harumi jumped onto the branch in front. Looking at Hajime's back, Sakura's pupils gradually filled with tears. The layer of human skin that belonged to someone else on the outside of Orochimaru had been half burnt by Sasuke. He stared at Hajime with his cold, snake-like pupils, and watched the curse seal disappear on Hashomi's neck with his own eyes. This was a phenomenon that Orochimaru could not explain. He must get Uchiha Sasuke's body. Since this fearless kid is in front of him, he should kill him first. He is also very interested in the kid's body. When the time comes, take the body back for research. It would be best if he could be captured alive. Orochimaru laughed in a low voice, his voice hoarse and chilling. The next second, he appeared behind Hashomi. The speed was 10 times faster than when he faced Sasuke just now. The palms of his hands trembled violently, generating extremely strong shock force. Crack! Orochimaru's knife slashed fiercely on Hashomi's shoulder. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 1000. Chakra 37,030 100 million. Hashomi heard the sharp sound of bone cracking from his shoulder. The powerful shock spread along the bones. Not only half of the shoulder was broken, but it felt like the bones of half of the body were also shattered, and the internal organs were also severely damaged. Hashomi quickly distanced himself from Orochimaru. The wounds in his body also healed in the blink of an eye. Faster than the speed of bone breaking. Hashomi was powerless to complain. Orochimaru's discriminatory treatment is really unique. He was quite gentle when he beat Sasuke. Once it was him, he really beat him to death. But it was understandable. After all, Orochimaru had his eyes on Sasuke's body, and he couldn't be cruel to his own body. However, Hashomi was waiting for this opportunity. He couldn't even imagine how much chakra he could get in this battle. Orochimaru's malice was quite generous. Swish! Hashomi's figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared in front of Orochimaru, and the kunai in his hand slashed towards Orochimaru's neck. Orochimaru snorted coldly, and his body evaded the attack with a degree of distortion that could not appear on an ordinary person. The next second, Hashomi's other hand burst out with dazzling white light. The purple lightning and silver arc turned into a beam of light and rushed out, shooting at Orochimaru. Orochimaru took a step back, and he lowered his eyes slightly. Even though he dodged very quickly, a hideous wound still appeared on his arm. His eyes sank, and he had to say that he made a fatal mistake. He underestimated the enemy. He thought Uchiha Sasuke was the strongest here, but he didn't expect there was a genin who could master Kakashi Reikari. It seems that we have to be serious. Orochimaru licked his lower lip. Swish! The kunai in Orochimaru's hand cut open Hashomi's throat and trachea. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 2000. Chakra 39,030 100 million. Ah! Hashomi! Bloodshot filled Sakura's eyes. She had no idea. She didn't care how strong this person was. She only knew that this person had killed Hashomi. In such a cruel way. Puff! Orochimaru lowered his head. The hand of the kid he thought was dead turned into a long knife and pierced his ribs. Accompanied by a sharp bone cracking sound, Hashomi spat out a lot of blood from his mouth, and his body was kicked away by Orochimaru. His body healed rapidly in the air, adjusted his posture, and landed steadily on the tree trunk. Water style, water dragon bullet. Sakura's seals were extremely fast. A huge water dragon rushed towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru frowned, covered his chest, and his body instantly turned into countless small snakes and scattered. Ugh! Orochimaru, who had recondensed into a human form, easily appeared behind Sakura. He was not interested in ordinary people. He raised his arm slightly. Swish! Sakura, who had consumed all her chakras due to the water dragon bullet and was unconscious, was rescued from Orochimaru by Hashumi. Orochimaru smiled. Hashumi watched him quickly bite Sasuke's neck. Satisfied to see the black curse mark appear on Sasuke's neck, Orochimaru raised his mouth and looked at Hashumi in front of him. He had a hunch that he would see this child again. Waves arose without wind. Orochimaru disappeared on the spot. Hashumi stood on the tree trunk, holding Sakura, and looked at his three friends. Sasuke, seriously injured and feverish. Naruto unconscious. Sakura unconscious. Crows circled above Hashumi's head, making ominous cries. The sunset dyed the forest of death in front of him blood red. Hashumi sighed, found a huge tree hole, and moved the three of them in one by one. It was late at night. He lit a bonfire. A large area of open fire can drive away wild beasts. It can also attract people from other teams to come to the door. In this way, he doesn't have to look for them himself. Kill two birds with one stone. Hashumi sat by the bonfire and looked at the three people sleeping side by side in the tree hole. Sasuke's body trembled from time to time. The pain of the curse seal was tormenting him even when he was in a coma. Sakura should wake up earlier. Hashumi touched his flat belly, took out the space scroll from the ninja tool bag, and took out the sealed food inside. It's said that he is a relative. Food and water, essential items for survival in the wild, were of course prepared in advance. Renjian was picky about food and discarded the food pills prepared by Catface for him, and chose the bonito, tuna, yellowtail, and salmon sushi he bought. When he finished half of the sushi, he took out the juice. After eating and drinking, Renjian stretched and lay on the soft grass. He tilted his head to look at the grass and bushes 5 meters away. They should be the sound ninja. They haven't taken action for so long, so let's help keep watch for him. He will sleep first. Renjian closed his eyes. When it was dawn, Renjian felt something wet, cool, soft and clean brushing against his cheek. Renjian opened his eyes. It was Sakura. She curved her eyes at Renjian, and the pink handkerchief was stained with the blood on Renjian's face. Renjian, you can sleep a little longer. You must have been exhausted yesterday. Xiaoying was filled with fear. Fortunately, Renjian was fine, otherwise she really didn't know what to do. I don't want to sleep anymore. Renjian had slept enough, and he stood up and stretched with full energy. Xiaoying thought of something, suddenly stood up and walked towards the tree hole, then took out 2 red fruits and handed them to Renjian. I just picked this, you can eat it, it's not poisonous. Xiaoying forgot which book it was, but she was sure that the book recorded that this fruit was non-toxic and edible. The sweet fruit fragrance lingered under Renjian's nose. He only took one, biting the unknown sweet fruit, and said to Xiaoying, let's eat it together. Xiaoying lowered her eyes and stared at the fruit that was still in her palm, smiled, and nodded heavily, yet. It's great to have Renjian here. It seems that with Renjian here, no difficulties are afraid. Sakura sat beside Hashumi, biting the fruit in small bites. Sakura suddenly stood up. 3 figures appeared in front of them. Kill these 2 talentless guys. Let's make it clear first, Sasuke is mine. Sak said while looking at Hashumi and Sakura. Ding! Human malice detected plus 100. Cursed chakra conversion plus 100. Chakra 39,130 100 million. Hashumi. What a useless guy. He only has this much malice if you want to kill him. Not even a fraction of Orochimaru. And it sounds wrong. Sasuke is so ambiguous. Sakura, Hajime turned back to look at Sakura, can I leave that female ninja to you? Sakura was stunned, her pupils slowly dilated, and a firm light flashed in her eyes, don't worry. Bitch! Do you think I'm so easy to deal with? Chin heard their conversation, her eyes widened with anger, and she immediately rushed towards Sakura. Toss held his forehead helplessly, you are so easily excited. The eyes under his palm were gloomy, Zack, I'll leave Sasuke to you, and I'll take care of this guy. Zack, no problem. Hajun smiled, how rude. Idiots. Who gave you room for negotiation? His pupils dilated. Hajun stood between him and Zack. Put his hands on their shoulders. Zack and TOS changed shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their bodies gradually shrank, and were held in the palm of Hajun's hand and put into the ninja bag. TOS. Zack. What did you do? Chin and Sakura distanced themselves, the scene just now made her sweat. TOS and Zack turned into monsters, and were shrunk and put into the bag by this man. How is this possible? How can there be such a ninjutsu? Idiots! Your enemy is me. Sakura appeared behind Chin, grabbed her long black hair, and smashed her head to the ground. It seems that Sakura's violent nature was exposed very early. Hajime watched this scene. He walked to Sakura's side and put his hand on the back of Chin, who fell to the ground unconscious. The next second, another shrunken cyborg appeared in the palm of Hajime's hand. He was put into his ninja tool bag by Hajime. Cyborg weapons ×3. Pick up the scroll dropped by TOS on the ground. It is the scroll of earth. Now we need a book of heaven and a book of earth. What's wrong? Sakura looked at Hajime and asked in confusion as he suddenly stared in a certain direction. Hajime showed her a familiar smile and walked silently towards the bushes. He stood in front of the bushes and pushed aside the lush grass. What are you doing? Ah! 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 The Inoshikacho team, hiding in the bushes with their backs to Hajime, screamed in fear. Hajime grabbed Koji and Shikamaru by the collars and dragged them back to the tree hole. Ino could only follow with tears in her eyes. It's not that the three of them didn't think about struggling, but Hajime's words easily extinguished their fighting spirit. If you move, I'll turn you into toads too. The three of them suddenly became as quiet as chickens. Ino. Shikamaru. Koji. Sakura looked at the trophy dragged back by Hajime with a puzzled look on her face. Ino didn't care about the grudge with Sakura, and hid behind Sakura, screaming, I don't want to become a hairless monster. I don't want it. Sakura. Sakura immediately understood something, and she suppressed her smile. Don't worry, Hajime is just trying to scare you. Hajime will not attack his fellow villagers. Sakura firmly believed in this. Ah! Ino poked her head out from behind her. She found that Hajime had let go of Shikamaru and Koji and was sitting in front of the fire. The gentle smile on his face was completely different from the previous battle. This guy. Shikamaru felt strange, but he did not have the sense of crisis of imminent death. Although he screamed in fear, he seemed to be sure that this guy would not hurt them from beginning to end. It was so strange. Here you go. Koji handed the potato chips to Hajime. Hajime looked at the tribute in front of him and accepted it without hesitation. He stretched out his hand to the two people. Shikamaru. He turned his face away, pretending not to understand the hint. Koji blinked, do you want a scroll? Hajime nodded, since Sasuke and Naruto are still in a coma, we can only get the scroll from the guy who came to our door. Shikamaru gritted his teeth, this guy. They originally wanted to come to help, but they didn't expect it to turn out like this. Instead of helping, they were threatened by the person they wanted to rescue. Hajime continued, you three are working together very well, it is not a difficult problem for you to pass this exam. Shikamaru relaxed. Although it was troublesome, he was right. This guy is too good at talking. Ino nodded, that's right. Shikamaru handed over the scroll. It is the Book of Heaven. There is still one missing, the Book of Earth. Let's go, Koji, we have to find the scroll quickly. We have to be serious this time. Shikamaru said. Chi said, this is the first time I see you so motivated. Shikamaru spread his hands, isn't there any other way? Ino said with great momentum, Yoshi. Let's go. The three of them jumped onto the tree branch and quickly disappeared from the sight of Sakura and Hajime. Hajime stood up and said to Sakura, Sakura, I'll go find lunch. Naruto and Sasuke are up to you. Sakura nodded, leave it to me with peace of mind. She watched Hajime's back disappear. Hajime jumped a few times and moved away from the tree hole where Sakura and the others were. Soon after he stood there. A masked figure quietly appeared in front of him. What scrolls do you still need? The root ninja in front of him said, holding two scrolls, the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth. One Book of Earth. The root ninja handed him the Book of Earth. The remaining Book of Heaven was destroyed by him. Yesterday, I fought with Orochimaru, he bit Uchiha Sasuke and left a curse seal on Uchiha Sasuke's neck, but I don't know the specific function of the curse seal. The root ninja in front of him changed his expression, is it Orochimaru? Also, Hajime added, Orochimaru also tampered with the seal of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but I don't know much about sealing techniques, so I don't know what he did. The root ninja nodded, I understand. I will report to Master Danzo in time. You continue to monitor. Hajime nodded. By the way, are there any wild rabbits or pheasants? Seeing the root ninja looking over, Hasi shrugged, after all, I left under the pretext of finding lunch. I can't go back empty-handed. The root ninja paused, I'll help you catch it. Hajime sat back and enjoyed the fruits of his labor. Carrying the clucking pheasant, Hasi returned to the original place and Naruto and Sasuke both woke up. Hajime. Sakura saw Hasi at a glance. She stood up, saw the pheasant in Hasi's hand, and took the initiative to suggest, let me handle it. I've seen my mother handle chicken. Sorry, Sakura. Hajime thought Sakura would say cocks are so cute, why do you want to eat cocks? Sure enough, his brain circuit was perverted. The clucking chicken soon stopped clucking. As for the reason, Hajime knew without even looking, it was Sakura who did it. Hajime sat down in front of the fire and placed the 4 scrolls on the grass one by one. Naruto widened his eyes and his jaw dropped to the ground. Hajime. Did you collect all these? Hajime nodded, yes, 1 scroll was taken from the hands of the Otonin, 1 scroll was taken from the hands of Shikamaru and the others, and the other scroll was taken from a team I saw when I went out to find lunch just now. Naruto. That's amazing. Hajime. Naruto rushed over. Sasuke looked at the scroll on the ground, thank you. Hajime shook his head, I was late yesterday. Speaking of yesterday, Sasuke couldn't help but raise his hand to cover the curse seal on his neck, no, I'm too weak. Naruto propped up his chin, who was that person yesterday? How could he be so strong? He couldn't be a genin. He was knocked unconscious too early yesterday, and he didn't know what happened afterwards. It's no use asking Sasuke and Sakura, they also fainted. So, we can only see if Hashiomi can get any answers here. It should be Orochimaru. Hashiomi said. Chapter 10. Orochimaru. Naruto had never heard of this name. One of the 3 famous ninjas in the ninja world, he was a disciple of the 3rd Hokage. He defected from the village a few years ago. He is indeed not a genin, but an S-level rebel. I couldn't beat him yesterday, and his purpose was not to kill us. After injuring me, he left. Hashiomi explained. Although Naruto didn't understand the 3 ninjas, he knew the meaning of the Hokage's disciples. Hashiomi concealed the fact that Sasuke was bitten. Sasuke was obviously relieved to hear him say this. He didn't want Naruto and Sakura to know about this either. Ah! Damn it! Naruto couldn't help but get angry when he thought of how helpless he was yesterday in the face of the huge gap in strength. By the way, Hashiomi, let me see the injuries on your body. Naruto tried to strip Hashiomi's clothes, but was stopped by Hashiomi. He said, I should have said that my bloodline limit is to change the body through the soul. Similarly, I can also protect my body through the soul and make it have a strong self-healing ability, so don't worry. Hashiomi didn't tell all his cards. Otherwise, if they become enemies in the future, these 3 will not accurately attack his soul. Okay, after the roast is done, let's fill our stomachs and head to the central tower. Sakura skewered the cleaned pheasants on a wooden rack and placed them above the fire. One day later, Hashiomi and the other 4 arrived at the bottom of the central tower. It's not that there were no traps and ambushes on the way, but as long as they were not enemies like Orochimaru, the 4 of them could easily solve them together. Naruto opened the vermilion door in front of him, and the 4 of them entered the door. Inside the door was a wide field. The stairs at the door led to the 2nd floor, which was like a viewing platform. In front of him was a huge calligraphy brush. Sakura read out the content above and boldly opened the scroll. Looking at Sakura's figure, Hashiomi noticed the obvious changes in her. Sakura is becoming more and more decisive and tenacious. She is already a ninja who can stand on her own. She is no longer the little girl who only has Sasuke and love in her mind when they first met. Thick smoke suddenly came out of the opened scroll. It's a summoning technique. Sasuke threw the 2 scrolls out. White smoke filled the air. A familiar figure appeared. Teacher Iruka. Naruto flew over and hugged Iruka's neck. Iruka smiled helplessly and put him on the ground. It looks like you have suffered a lot. Iruka looked at the 3 students and set his eyes on Hashiomi. He had never taught this child, but he could tell that he was a good child. Teacher Iruka, why are you here? Naruto asked. Because at the end of the 2nd exam, we Chunins will welcome the candidates. And I just happen to be a very important messenger for you. Everyone, congratulations on passing the 2nd exam. Although I really want to treat you to Ichiraku ramen now, I have to take you to the location of the 3rd exam. Naruto and the other 2 were stunned at the same time. The 3rd exam. Don't you want to take a break? Sakura frowned. Iruka sighed, yes. Led by Iruka, Hashiomi and the others came to a larger and more spacious room. The Hokage and many Jonins had gathered there. And other genins who passed. Saw a lot of familiar faces. When Hashiomi passed by, he raised his hand and greeted people he knew enthusiastically. For example, Lee and Shikamaru and the other 2. Lee was even more enthusiastic than Hashiomi, I knew it. Hashiomi, you can pass the exam too. Shikamaru, tisk. He didn't doubt that Hashiomi and the others would fail. I'm so hungry. Koji touched his flat stomach. The Hokage will introduce the third exam next. Please listen carefully. Red Bean's voice sounded. Hashumi seemed to hear the school host say in a moving voice, "Next, please let the principal speak." Usually, the principal's speech is very long. Hashumi looked at the ceiling. Knowing the rules, he was wandering in outer space. The third exam will be held next. Before introducing it, I must make one thing clear to you. The real purpose of this exam is to take the exam together with the allied countries. It is for the friendly coexistence between the allied countries and to improve the level of ninjas. This is the real meaning. This exam can be said to be a microcosm of the battle between the allied countries. The allied countries today are countries that once fought against each other in history. In order to avoid mutual loss and more casualties, there are Chunin exams. This is the origin of the Chunin exams, and of course, it also has the task of selecting Chunin. Therefore, all genin have to fight with the prestige of the country. In the third exam, there will be many princes and celebrities from various countries who will entrust us with tasks, and then the princes and ninja leaders will watch your fight. If the strength is very different, the strong country will receive many commissions, and vice versa, the weaker the country, the fewer commissions. The strength of the country is the strength of the ninja village, and the strength of the ninja village is the strength of the ninja. The true strength of the ninja will only be revealed when fighting hard. This exam is a stage for others to see or show the strength of the ninja of their own country. Said a lot of nonsense. No one knew anything about the rules of the third exam. When Hashumi couldn't stand it, Gekao Gale couldn't stand it either. "I'm very sorry, Hokage-sama, and I, Gekao Gale, as the referee, will explain it next." Hashin gave a thumbs up to this buddy who was cleaning up the workplace. Before the third exam, there will be a preliminary round, which is the one-on-one battle you will have next. Those who fail will not be eligible to participate in the third exam. The preliminary round will start soon. You will not have time to rest or eat, so those who are not feeling well can choose to withdraw from the competition. No one chose to give up except Kabuto Yakushi. Hashin glanced at Suzuki beside him. Suzuki was also looking at him. Hashin smiled at him and lowered his voice. "If it's Suzuki, even if he endures pain that ordinary people can't understand, he can easily win this battle." Suzuki covered his curse seal, and a smile appeared from the heart on his pale face. Sure enough, he is still a child, not much harder to conquer than Naruto. One person has withdrawn voluntarily, and there are only 19 people left. One person will be a bye and automatically enter the third game. There are no other rules for a one-on-one fight. It ends when one of you dies, falls, or surrenders. So, if you don't want to die, surrender early. However, if I think the winner has been decided, I will intervene and stop you in order to reduce unnecessary casualties. The next thing that will determine your fate, said Moonlight Gale, looking at the electronic board on the upper left corner of the wall behind the Hokage, is this electronic bulletin board, which will randomly display the names of the two opponents in each battle. Then, reveal the two players in the first battle immediately. The names on the electronic bulletin board flashed rapidly. As expected by Hashumi, it was still Uchiha Suzuki and Akadu Armor. To be honest, when Hashumi heard about the Lucky Bye rule, he inevitably thought of Danzo. But he thought Danzo would not do it so blatantly. "Please ask two contestants to come forward, and the others to move up." Everyone walked towards the stands one by one. Hashin didn't move. "Hashin." Suzuki looked at him with confusion in his eyes. Kakashi also came over. "What's wrong?" Hashin looked at his hands. Wuvai transformation is to change the shape of the body by touching the soul. Then can he temporarily separate the curse seal on Sasuke's neck from the body by touching Sasuke's soul? As long as a thick layer of skin is created between the curse seal and the blood, it will be fine. Although it may not be able to completely isolate the pain, it can at least alleviate it. Sasuke, believe me. Hashumi stretched out his hand. Sasuke looked at him and curled his lips. Pa. His palm fell on Hashumi's palm. He answered Hashumi's question with his movements. In an instant, Hashumi touched Sasuke's soul. He quickly inserted a thick layer of skin under the curse seal, causing a thicker bulge on Sasuke's neck. The speed at which the curse seal merged into the body slowed down. Although there was still the previous pain, it did not affect Sasuke's battle at all. Thank you. Sasuke had already said thank you to Hashumi many times. Kakashi looked at this scene and curled his eyes. Let's go, Hashumi, just went up. Hashumi followed Kakashi to the stands obediently this time. Naruto immediately ran over. Hashumi, what did you whisper to Sasuke just now? You and Sasuke actually have a secret that Sakura and I don't know. Kakashi. Hashumi. Under the minimal influence of pain, the battle between Sasuke and Akadomon armor had a completely unsuspenseful ending. Moonlight Gale quickly announced the end of the battle. The winner of the first round is Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke stumbled 2 steps. Hashumi saw that the curse seal was constantly eroding. Sure enough, it could not be isolated, but only temporarily relieved. Kakashi was about to move when he found a figure next to him appearing faster below. He stopped. Hashumi supported Sasuke. 2 medical ninjas came over. Leave it to us next, his curse seal needs to be sealed. Hashumi nodded, thank you for your help. The 2 medical ninjas curled their eyes, you're welcome. What a well-behaved child. Hashumi, don't worry, the teacher will accompany Sasuke. Kakashi also appeared, he touched Hashumi's head, and left with the medical ninjas. Sasuke, what happened? Naruto looked at this scene and was a little confused. According to Sasuke's strength, this would never happen. It is said that after Sasuke woke up from the fight with the man named Orochimaru, the whole person became a little weird. Hashumi, the only one who seemed to know something, refused to say it. Naruto pouted. Then, let's move on to the second match. The opponents in each of the following matches were exactly the same as those Hashumi had seen before. The endings were not much different either. Naruto defeated Kaiba Inuzuka in a miserable way. Sakura and Ino ended up in a tie. Although Sakura is growing very fast, Ino's heart turn technique is very suitable for mutual destruction. The most exciting battle was between Gaara and Rock Lee. Hashumi became more determined to learn taijutsu from Might Guy. Of course, he also became the lucky one who entered the finals by virtue of a bye. Hashumi could feel the eyes of many jonins cast on him. Is this the treatment of a person with connections? Hokage-sama, Elder Danzo's intervention in the Chunin exam is not fair to other genin. Anbu Ninja said behind the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and sighed, anyway, it's not a serious matter, let him do whatever he wants, but he can't do whatever he wants next. Anbu Ninja said, then should Hashumi Makoto be disqualified from participating in the third game? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, although this child is Danzo's child, from his performance just now, he cherishes his companions and is deeply trusted by his companions. Besides, I also want to know how strong the child trained by Danzo is. Anbu Ninja nodded, yes. Those who officially entered the third game through the preliminaries are, Gaara, Sasuke, Naruto, Hyuga Neji, Shikamaru, Temari, Abarame Shino, Kankuro and Hajime. The official game will start in a month. This time is not only for your preparation time, but also for notifying the daimyo and ninja leaders of various countries that the preliminaries are over and inviting them to watch. Next, you will know your opponent in the third game in advance through drawing lots. That is to say, you can conduct targeted training through the intelligence of your opponent. You can only draw one. Holding the lottery box in both hands, Hongda stopped in front of Renjian, with a suspicious blush on her face, and reminded Renjian in an extremely gentle voice. Yes. Renjian took one and thanked politely. How cute! Hongda paused in front of Renjian for a minute, and after the Hokage's urging eyes looked over, she moved to Naruto next to Renjian and urged expressionlessly, hurry up. Naruto. This old woman must be plotting against Renjian. Definitely. It seems that he must keep an eye on Renjian. Never let this old woman have the slightest chance. Okay, according to the numbers in your lottery, you can get the distribution of the time in the third exam. The third exam, the first battle, Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji. Naruto gritted his teeth. It just so happens that he also wants to fight Hyuga Neji. The scene where Hyuga Neji beat Hinata to severe injury was still replaying in his mind. The scene where Hinata coughed up blood and was carried away also came to his mind. It was this guy. He actually killed his family members during the game. No matter what the reason was, he would never forgive such a person. The second match, Nara Shikamaru and Kankuro. Shikamaru had a headache. He sighed and lamented his bad luck. Because of the number of people, he had to play 2 games, one against Temari and one against Kankuro. Why him and the 3 genin of Sand Village are all tough guys. The third match, Gaara and Uchiha Sasuke. Because Sasuke was not there, the remaining number in the lottery box represented Sasuke. Fourth match, Hajime Masato and Abarame Shino. Hajime glanced at Shino, who was wearing sunglasses and had his collar raised to cover the lower half of his face, and smiled at him, please give me your advice. Abarame Shino's cheeks turned red. It was the first time that someone he didn't know paid attention to him. He nodded. Of course, this game is not based on winning or losing to judge whether you are qualified to become a chunin, but through the observation of auditors including me, the contestants will be given the qualification to become a chunin. In other words, even if you lose, you may still become a chunin. Well, thank you for your hard work, see you in a month, disband. Hajin returned to the route first. Danzo was waiting for him. Catface stepped forward and handed him a document. Hajin opened it and saw the words Abarame Shino written on it. The information was so detailed that it even recorded how old Abarame Shino was and when she fell. Although you will definitely become a chunin, if you lose the battle with Abarame Shino, then your strength will be no different from that of an ordinary genin. Danzo said. This was full of the arrogance of the privileged class. Hajin nodded, I know. Back to his residence, Catface followed him, do you have any pocket money? Hajin looked at her unexpectedly, yes. The money I gave her last time has not been spent yet. Catface nodded, but still gave him a bulging purse, you did very well in the second exam. You actually had the courage to fight a ninja like Orochimaru. And the news you sent back is also very useful. Hajin smiled, I know. Watching him walk towards the entrance of the route, Catface said, come on for the third game. Yet. Hajin nodded heavily. Watching his back disappear. A smile appeared on the face under the owl mask. Although no matter what happens, Danzo-sama will nominate Hajin to become a chunin. But I don't want to see Hajin lose. After all, he is a ninja she has witnessed growing up. Hajun went to the flower shop and bought 2 bouquets of lilies. He walked towards the hospital. After asking the nurse at the front desk about the wards of Sasuke and Xiaoli, Hajun walked towards Sasuke's ward. In Sasuke's ward, Kakashi stood. Sasuke was still in a coma. Ah, it's Hajun. Kakashi heard the movement at the door and turned back to see Hajun. Hajun put the flowers on Sasuke's bedside table and asked, "Teacher Kakashi, when will Sasuke wake up?" Kakashi rubbed his head, "It should be soon. The teacher will take Sasuke for special training in the next month, so Naruto will have to ask you to take care of him, Hajime." Hajime nodded, "Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi sighed. He was such a sensible child that made people feel distressed. He blinked at Hajime, "Oh, by the way, I will let Might Guy teach you physical skills in the next month." Hajime's eyes lit up, "Great! Thank you, teacher." Kakashi saw Hajime's specialness and talent during the first battle. Giving him special training by Might Guy might have unexpected progress. "Okay, leave Sasuke to me," Kakashi said. Hajun said goodbye to Kakashi and Sasuke and went to Lee's ward. Lee was also in deep sleep. Might Guy, Tenten and Niji were in his ward. Hajun knocked on the door and said, "I'm here to visit Lee." Might Guy said softly, "Come in." Hajun put the bouquet on the bedside. Looking at Lee's pale face in deep sleep, Hajun felt sorry for him. Use the big move and you'll be banned for life. This is the difference between the protagonist and the supporting role. "Yoshi, Hajun, your teacher Kakashi has entrusted you to me." Might Guy's big hand pressed on Hajun's head. "Yes, I'll ask Teacher Guy to give me more advice next time." Hajun bowed. Might Guy gave a thumbs up, "Leave it to me. I will never let you down." Hajun, who agreed to start training tomorrow, said goodbye to everyone in the Kai team and went to look for Naruto. Hajun passed by a izakaya and heard a crisp slap. He glanced at it and his eyes froze. A tall man with a bright red slap mark on his face chased a lady out, muttering, "Don't do this. A lady with proud breasts. Pervert. Go to hell." Another slap. The beauty ran away. Hajun witnessed the whole process and looked at the white-haired uncle. "What are you looking at?" Perhaps he was broken by Hajun's eyes, and the white-haired uncle shouted, "You little brat, don't you know not to look at what is indecent? It's your lady with the proud breasts who left. Look, I'm going to slap your ass." Hajun stared at him and emphasized 2 words, "Pervert. Jiraiya. Damn it." He walked towards Hajun with a fierce look. The tall figure was very oppressive. "Lecherous immortal. You are not allowed to bully Hajun." A yellow figure rushed straight towards Jiraiya, and then was grabbed by Jiraiya and thrown out. When he flew out, he was saved by Hajun. Naruto, who was dizzy, grabbed Hajun. "Hajun, where is Kakashi? Teacher, I want to practice but I can't find him at all." Hajun explained, "Sasuke's condition is a bit serious. From now on, Kakashi teacher will have to stay with Sasuke all the time. He may not have time to practice with you, but Kakashi teacher entrusted you to me, let me teach you Raise Nan." The last time Naruto practiced the Raise Nan, he had only practiced half of it and had not yet mastered it completely. A dark shadow suddenly fell on Hajume's head. Jiraiya bent down and stared at Hajime, feeling very oppressive. "Do you know the Raise Nan?" Hajime, "Yes, Kakashi taught me." Jiraiya touched his chin, "It seems that there are some new changes in his Konoha." Naruto hesitated, "Will it affect your practice, Hajime? After all, you will also participate in the competition in a month." Hashumi shook his head, don't worry, it won't. Yo. Jiraiya put his hands on his hips, the little brat has a big tone. Hashumi. Slander. He has no tone. Hashumi looked at Jiraiya, it would be best to entrust Naruto to Jiraiya. After all, he also wanted to concentrate on training with Might Guy. Can I entrust Naruto to you? Hashumi put on a smiling face. No. Jiraiya refused decisively. Naruto was also confused. Why did Hashumi let me follow the lecherous sage? Hashumi said, although the uncle is lecherous, the uncle's strength is quite strong. Is that so? Naruto expressed doubt. Jiraiya was full of black lines. Naruto actually dared to doubt him, the toad sage. I don't have time to guide him. I need to collect materials. Do you understand? Jiraiya grabbed Hashumi's shoulders and yelled. Hashumi covered his ears that were almost deafened by Jiraiya's yelling, looked at Naruto, and tempted, but Naruto has a very powerful ninjutsu that can turn into a super cute and sexy girl. Jiraiya paused. Chapter 11. Naruto scratched his head, and two expressions of shyness and pride appeared on his face at the same time. Ha ha ha. Hashumi. Not as amazing as you said. Didn't expect Hashumi to think so, ha ha ha. So embarrassing. So, let me see it. Hashumi put his hands on his chest and looked at him expectantly. Under Hashumi's admiring gaze, Naruto, whose confidence soared, immediately nodded, no problem. He folded his hands in front of his chest, harem technique. The smoke dissipated. The long golden hair floated in the air. The girl had exquisite curves, and her palm-sized face was embedded with watery blue eyes. Jiraiya's nosebleed spurted out. Hashumi. He didn't need to stay any longer. He flashed away, leaving Jiraiya, who was played around by Naruto in the harem. Naruto lifted the harem technique, and Hashumi's figure was no longer visible. His blue eyes were slightly dim. So, in fact, he still caused trouble for Renjian. Yoshi, Jiraiya squatted beside Naruto, keenly aware of Naruto's low mood, and deliberately said, if you can keep the way you were just now, I can still guide you in your practice. Naruto snorted proudly, pervert. Jiraiya. He looked at Naruto's blue eyes, and didn't know what he thought of, and asked, I also know how to use Raise Nan. And Raise Nan is a ninjutsu that I created with someone else. Naruto looked at him in surprise, are you kidding? Jiraiya stretched out his hand, and a Raise Nan condensed in his palm. Ah! Perverted immortal! Hurry up and guide me in my practice. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he immediately grabbed Jiraiya's arm and didn't let go, jumping up and down. Okay, but you have to answer my questions obediently. No problem. Naruto followed Jiraiya and looked at him expectantly. First of all, the first question is, who was that kid just now? Hashun. Jiraiya was speechless, full name, age, family, and identity. Do you know how to answer other people's questions seriously? Naruto stared at him suspiciously, why do you want to know all this? What if you bully Hashun? He whispered, after all, you are a lecherous uncle. Jiraiya paused and heard that the child had a very good relationship with Naruto. Otherwise, Naruto, who lacks brains, would not subconsciously worry about safety issues. I only like beautiful girls. And I am also a ninja from Konoha, how could I be bad for the ninjas of the same village? Idiot! Jiraiya couldn't help cursing. Hey, hey, hey! I'm not stupid at all. Hashun said I'm very smart. Naruto protested. Hashun said he was a very smart kid, but no one taught him before. Jiraiya snorted, and then stopped arguing with Naruto about whether he was stupid or not. Okay, answer my question. When it comes to Hashimi, Naruto can talk about it for 3 days and 3 nights. He couldn't help but flatter in front of the lecherous sage. Hashimi's full name is Hashimi Masashi. Like Sasuke and Sakura, he is a member of our Team 7, he is a super genius. Even Kakashi said Hashimi is super awesome. Really? Jiraiya hid his doubts. Usually there are 3 people in a team, why is there 4 people in Kakashi's team and both Naruto and Sasuke have special identities? Don't you believe it, damn it? Hashimi is the one who masters both Rasengan and Chidori. Even Sasuke doesn't master Chidori. Naruto felt that the lecherous sage was doubting the truth of his words, and he was immediately angry. Jiraiya shook his head and agreed with Naruto, then it seems that he is indeed a genius. Naruto was no longer angry and said arrogantly, is it? Is it? You admit it too. Jiraiya deliberately said, but I haven't heard of the person named Hashimi in the ninja school. Stupid. Because Hashimi was trained in a place called the Root when he was very young. That place is much more powerful than the ninja school. And Hashimi is the child of the elder. Super powerful. Hey, what is the name of that elder? It seems it seems to be some group something hidden. Oh. None of this is important. You just need to know that Hashimi is super powerful and has saved us many times. Naruto talked to himself and found that the lustful immortal had fallen behind him at some point. He turned around and looked at the lustful immortal who had stopped, and looked at the other party's slightly solemn face in confusion. What's wrong, lustful immortal? I always feel that the lustful immortal just now, the man's face was super scary. Jiraiya gave a fake smile and skillfully changed the subject. I have more powerful ninjutsu. Before he finished speaking, Naruto came up and said, teach me. Teach me. Lecherous sage. The next day. Konoha Forest. The soft sunlight was like a curtain and a waterfall, shining through the lush treetops and falling on Hashimi. Hashimi tied up his waist-length blue hair high into a neat high ponytail. In order to facilitate today's training, he wore an elastic black tight short-sleeved top, wrist guards on his wrists, gloves on his hands, and a simple pair of shorts on his lower body. His knees and ankles were covered by wrist guards. This was prepared by Cat Face for Hashimi. The wrist guard can protect Hashimi's joints to the greatest extent, and the tights are completely fitted to the human body and are specially made for physical training. Yoshi! Hashimi! A deep voice came from not far away. Hashimi looked back and saw the figure of Might Guy approaching from afar. Good morning, Mr. Kai. Hashin smiled brightly. Seeing Hashin, who arrived earlier than him, Might Guy gave Hashin a thumbs up. Good morning, Hashin. Let's burn our youth with me today. Might Guy showed his signature shining smile. Yes. Hashin was also full of passion. He couldn't restrain his passion when he thought that the move that almost kicked out the finale could be reused like this by Yekai. Although Might Guy looks as nonsensical and unreliable as Mr. Kakashi, he is also very trustworthy when he needs to be serious, just like Mr. Kakashi. He is indeed a good friend forever. Might Guy looked at Hashin in front of him. Judging from the lines of his muscles, Hashin is perfect. Smooth and thin, not exaggerated muscles like a flower stand. The best way to understand a person's potential and strength is to fight. This is especially true in the ninja world. It was like a survival exercise of grabbing bells. The purpose was not only to make the newly graduated genin realize the importance of unity and cooperation, but also the most efficient way for the jonin to understand the strength of their subordinates. Hashimi. Let's get to know each other through fighting. Might Guy passionately took a fighting stance and shouted loudly. The birds in the forest fluttered their wings and were scared away by him. Hajime was affected by his emotions and his smile deepened. Fighting was what he loved the most. And he was a master like Might Guy who had reached the pinnacle of physical skills. Hajime looked at Might Guy who was posing, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Might Guy, who was 3 meters away from Hajime, supported himself on one foot with his right foot, lifted his left foot off the ground, retracted it to his abdomen, bent his knees slightly, raised his arms like an eagle spreading its wings, and his shoulders were broad and motionless like a mountain. This posture looks simple, but it is extremely demanding on the body. First of all, it is extremely difficult to master the balance of the body, and it may shake and fall at any time, but Might Guy stood up with a feeling of being immovable, upright, and steady. An extremely majestic aura emanated from him. Facing the oppression of Might Guy, Hajime's heart suddenly jumped, and the blood in his body boiled. Sure enough, physical skills are the romance of men. Teacher Kai, please teach me. Hajime's figure quickly turned into a residual image and rushed towards Might Guy. Capturing Hajime's figure, Might Guy's eyes flashed with admiration. What a fast speed! For ninjas who have not specialized in physical skills, Hajime is already the best in speed. Hajime's speed is extremely fast, his body is as light as a crane, and his hand knife chops towards Might Guy's neck. The air seems to be cut open, and the strong wind stings the skin. Just when his hand was only 1 centimeter away from Might Guy tilted his head slightly and smiled at him. Hajime's intuition is often amazingly accurate. He rotated his feet 180 degrees, suddenly pulled back and gave up the attack, trying to distance himself from Might Guy. He was fast, but Might Guy was faster than him. His fist struck Hajime's chest at a tricky angle, like a thunderbolt. Hajime's pupils shrank like a needle tip. A second before his fist landed on his chest, his hand rested on Might Guy's iron-hard forearm, and he exerted force on his feet. With Might Guy's forearm as a support point, he jumped high and kicked Might Guy. Might Guy's eyes lit up. This move was a great move. Turning passivity into initiative. Whether it was reaction speed, judgment, or physical fitness, he was outstanding. Might Guy's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Hajime. Watch your back. Might Guy's voice came from behind Hajime. His muscles contracted and tightened as if he was electrocuted, and his arm subconsciously struck Might Guy behind him. Don't attack rashly, it will only expose more flaws. Might Guy pulled hard. If he hadn't held back, Hajime's arm would have been separated from his body. A muffled sound. Might Guy was startled. Hajime actually broke his arm on his own initiative, and escaped from Might Guy's shackles like a slippery loach. Then, he quickly straightened the bones. The sandbag-sized fist met Might Guy's cheek, bringing a strong gust of wind. Might Guy's body, as stable as a mountain, suddenly jumped up lightly as if it had no weight, and kicked towards Hajime with 1,000 pounds of weight on his toes. To Might Guy's surprise, he kicked in the air. Hajime's figure appeared behind him and grabbed his wrist. Might Guy has never seen a person who fully embodies the term learning for practical use. Learning exercise speed is too amazing. Suddenly, a dull sound like a drum came from Might Guy, which was clearly audible. Might Guy broke free from Ren Jian's restraints with great force. The next second, a fist appeared in front of Ren Jian without warning. The surrounding air shook violently. A huge explosion-like sound was made. Too fast. Ren Jian couldn't dodge, and couldn't even see clearly. His figure was blown away by this punch. Plop! Ren Jian fell to the grass. He lay on the ground with his legs spread out, and the bruises on his body faded quickly like paint washed by water. Footsteps were heard. Might Guy sat down beside him, he touched his chin, and hit his left palm with his right fist. I understand. He has seen Hashomi's terrifying growth rate in battle. Ordinary combat skills and combat experience can be mastered in battle, but his physical skills such as the 8 gates of ninjutsu are not easy to master by fighting alone. Hashomi's comprehension will go a long way in any path, but it is not comprehension but will that determines whether he can practice the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Hashomi, run around Konoha 500 times first, let me see your physical limit. Might Guy said, a task that sounded impossible to complete. He stared at Hashomi with a shining eye, full of expectations. Okay. To be honest, Hashomi was also looking forward to the limit of his body. Up to now, he had experienced many battles. There were enemies that he could easily kill in seconds, and there were also enemies that he could not defeat, but no matter how injured he was, he did not feel tired. He only felt dizzy due to the exhaustion of chakra, and he really did not know the limit of his physical strength. However, this body is a humanized cursed spirit. Can a cursed spirit feel tired? This is a good question. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Try it. Hu.chi. Hu.chi. Hashomi maintained a steady breathing. He was running in the most standard posture, with his chest and abdomen rising and falling slowly and regularly. The airflow was rolling, blowing on his body. Sweat slid down his forehead and dripped down his chin. Might Guy stood at the gate, counting Hashomi's laps. Yoshi. Hashomi. Come on. Izumo and Katetsu, who were guarding the gate of Konoha, looked at Hashomi, who ran past the gate with twitching eyes. Is this really human physical strength? After Hashomi's figure disappeared, Might Guy's eyes became deep. This kid is really a rare genius. On the first day of physical training, he actually broke Li's highest record. Thinking of Li lying in the hospital, Might Guy was full of worry. After 500 laps, Hashomi's sweat soaked his clothes, and his black shirt was shining with a layer of water. How is it, Hashomi? Might Guy asked. Hashomi looked at the sky. The sun set. He told Might Guy teacher truthfully, I sweated a lot, but I didn't feel tired. He even felt very comfortable, and another 500 laps would be fine. This time, it was Might Guy who was sweating. Hashomi is really a person born for physical training. Then, another 500 laps. Hashomi. Burn your youth. Hashin ran from sunset to dawn. Might Guy stayed with him all the time. Another 500 laps were completed. Might Guy asked, Hashin, can you still hold on? Hashin nodded, yes. Sweating but not tired. Looking at Hashin's pupils flashing with light, Might Guy burst into tears. Okay. Then let's start practicing physical skills. After taking a deep breath, Might Guy suddenly opened his eyes, like a hawk locking onto its prey. His arms quickly spread out, his muscles tensed, and his body was filled with strength. The next moment, countless fist shadows that exceeded the limit of ordinary people's retina capture hit Might Guy. Every corner around Kai was covered. The powerful force and speed tore and rubbed the airflow in the forest, making a sharp sound like a bird's cry. Just listening to this sound would make people feel their hair stand on end and their scalp tingle. If it hits a human body, it is unimaginable how terrible the damage would be. After throwing the 100th punch, Might Guy's movements stopped abruptly and he stood still. The blow was unexpected, and the punch was clean and neat. The shadows of the fists disappeared, and the airflow that swept around Renjian and Might Guy quickly calmed down. Hey! Might Guy exhaled slowly. Hiss! As he breathed, the pores that had been closed during the force opened, and the strong breath, heat mixed with sweat, actually caused a brief atomization around him in this foggy morning. The intense body temperature quickly dropped after the action stopped, and the atomization disappeared. Might Guy's continuous punches and clean movements seem simple, but in fact they require terrifying lung capacity, a strong heart, tough blood vessels, unimaginable muscle strength, and 1,000 hardened force-generating skills. If any point is not up to standard, there is absolutely no possibility of achieving it. Might Guy can become a Jonin through physical skills and occupy a place in Konoha, where there are many strong people. If you practice to the pinnacle in any aspect, you can be incredibly powerful. Renjian, watch out for the next one. This is my teacher's unique skill, 8 Gates of Ninja. Might Guy's voice is as heavy as a bell, as if every word contains pearls, with the power to penetrate gold and stone and make a loud sound. His expression is also full of solemnity, his eyes are wide open, his teeth are clenched, and his hair is standing on end with anger. Open the door. Open. Sholian Hua. Might Guy kicked out fiercely, kicking out a series of crisp air explosions, shaking his whole body deep and cold. The big tree in front of him fell down with a loud bang, splashing dust. Xiu Men. Open. Sheng Men. Open. Lin Lian Hua. The supersonic attack was even faster than the outer Lian Hua. Pa 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 pa. Kicked continuously, the cold and crisp force of the toes shook the air, densely packed, just like the dense gunfire on the battlefield. The thick tree trunk kicked into the air turned into fine wood chips. Ren Jian could still catch the outer Lian Hua, but he could no longer see the movements of the inner Lian Hua clearly. Might Guy did not demonstrate the fourth and above moves. Now all Ren Jian could do was to open the first 3 gates. The 8 Gates of Ninjutsu is a powerful physical skill that my father spent 20 years to master. My father taught me the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, and I taught it to Li. You have seen the battle between Li and Gaara. Li is a very hard-working child. No wonder you two can become good friends. Might Guy was moved to tears as he spoke. You and Li will definitely become lifelong enemies like me and Kakashi. Speaking of the practice of the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, Might Guy's expression was formal. The 8 Gates of Ninjutsu is to temporarily gain powerful strength by unlocking the channels that bind chakra in the human body. When the 8 gates are fully opened, it is also called the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu. According to the strength of the user, it can instantly gain dozens of times the strength, but the power of the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu depends on the caster himself, and it increases exponentially with the caster's own power. So the power of different people after opening the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu is also different. And when the 8th gate, the Death Gate, is opened, it will temporarily gain powerful strength due to its own vitality, burn out and die. Might Guy said solemnly, his warm big hand fell on Hajomi's shoulder. Hajomi, your talent is the best I have ever seen in physical skills, and I am not half as good as you. I believe that you will soon surpass me in physical skills. But you have to promise me. Never open the 8th gate until you can risk your life to fight. Hajomi looked up at Might Guy, yet. Hearing Hajomi's affirmative answer, Might Guy smiled, okay, let's continue. In the meridian system where chakra flows, the places that inhibit and control the chakra in the body are the 8 gates of opening, resting, life, injury, closing, scenery, shock, and death. Everyone's body has 8 gates. As long as they are trained to be able to withstand the load of opening the 8 gates, anyone can open the 8 gates. But there are very few people who know how to use the 8 gates. Do you know why? Might Guy asked. Hajime shook his head. Might Guy explained, the key reason is that the premise of using the 8 gates is extraordinary, overloaded, and long-term training beyond the limit. This is the only way to train the various parts and organs of the body can adapt to the load after opening, and minimize the damage to the body caused by the huge energy after opening. Forcing it to open is not possible. In addition, through years of practice, you can skip the gate that restricts chakras in front and directly open the gate that restricts chakras in the back. Not every ninja can do super intensive training every day for 10 years. Might Guy looked at Hajime seriously. Hajime, can you do it? Hajime nodded heavily, yes. He is the one who has seen Might Guy open the 8 gates from a god's perspective. The attack power is self-evident. Might Guy's characteristics when launching the 8 gates are speed and strength. Fast, the importance of speed in battle is self-evident, and it is especially important for physical ninjas to defeat the enemy first. The 8 gates is to overload the energy in the body and release it without restraint, and its speed will also be greatly increased. Just like in the preliminaries of the Chunin exam that Hajime witnessed with his own eyes, Xiao Li was so fast that his movements could not be captured by the naked eye, and he directly beat Gaara to the point of being unable to move. Strength directly occupies a major position in physical combat. When using the 8 gates, the energy in the body will be released without restraint, and the strength will also be greatly enhanced. The first gate, opening the gate, is to achieve the purpose of exerting 100% of the body's ability by removing the restrictions of the brain area, and overloading the body's energy to increase attack and speed. After opening, you can use table lotus. With your current physical condition, it won't be difficult for you to open the first door. Might Guy asked, do you remember my demonstration just now? Ren Jian nodded, remember. Let me try. Teacher Kai. Okay. Might Guy stepped back and looked at him expectantly. Chapter 12. Hajime's soul can easily stand in a higher dimension and look down on the body. He easily saw the door in his body, and the opening door was located in the right brain. When the opening door was opened, the chakra surged. He was full of strength all over his body. Show lotus. He chopped off another tree. Without Might Guy's reminder, Hajime was already immersed in this wonderful feeling. His body was so light that it had no weight at all. He was full of strength and energy all over his body. Hajime continued to see the rest gate. The rest gate was located in the left brain. Resumption gate. Open. Opening the rest gate, by removing the limit of physical fatigue, overloading the body's energy to restore physical strength, offset the fatigue caused by the energy consumption speed of the opening door. Hajime couldn't stop. He wanted to see how many doors his current physical fitness could support him to open. Life gate. Open. The life gate is located in the trachea, and after opening it, it can further improve attack and speed. At the same time, Hajime's body began to become red with blood. The Shenman is also the last safe zone of the 8 gates, and Hajime's body began to emit green energy. Li Lianhua. Hajime. Stop. You will get hurt if you continue. Might Guy's voice faintly reached Hajime's ears. The energy in his body subsided. He fell to the ground as if he had lost his strength. Hajime, it's already amazing that you can open the Shenman for the first time. It's much better than me and Xiao Li at the beginning. But the following Shangman, Duman, and Jingman can't be opened at will. Although it can further improve attack and speed, the body will be damaged and enter the danger zone of the 8 gates. The 8 gates is an explosion of the body's extreme ability, so how much ability it explodes, the body will inevitably suffer how much damage. No matter how strong the body is trained, it can only try to reduce the degree of this kind of damage, but it cannot completely eliminate it. Might Guy said earnestly. Seeing Hajime in front of him, he couldn't help but think of Lee, who was still unconscious. Lee's current situation was caused by forcibly opening the gates during the Chunin exam. Although Lee had reached the level of opening 5 gates, he was still seriously injured due to lack of exercise, and his muscles and meridians were torn. The medical ninja said that even if he woke up, he would become a useless person. Might Guy didn't want Hajime to become like this. Ah, it's already noon. Might Guy suppressed his heavy mood and said to Hajime with a smile, Hajime, let's stop here for today's training. Next, the teacher will invite you to eat barbecue. Okay. Hajime stood up from the ground. Although his whole body was soaked in sweat, the bright spirit on his face did not dim at all. His body seemed to be a bottomless pit, and Might Guy could not see his limit. The 8 gates of Dungia puts an incredible burden on the body, but Renjian, who opened the life gate in the first training, recovered within a minute without any fatigue. How terrible! Teacher Kai, after we finish eating barbecue, let's go to the hospital to see Xiao Li. Renjian suggested. After eating barbecue, Renjian bought a bouquet of flowers and walked into the hospital with Might Guy. 139. 140. 141. Renjian and Might Guy heard the sound coming from the ward before they approached. After opening the door, the nurse who led the way for Hajime and Might Guy changed her expression. Lee, you are not in a good condition to train now. Stop. Lee, who was doing push-ups with one hand, ignored him. He looked up and saw Hajime and Might Guy. His sweaty face showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Teacher Kai. Hajime, you are here. I am sorry that I don't have time to entertain you now. I have to achieve my training goal today. Even in the hospital, I will not allow myself to be lazy. Except for his right hand that supported his body, his whole body was covered with bandages. 152. 153. 15. Plop. Lee fell to the floor and fainted. Lee. The nurse urgently carried him back to the bed. Might Guy looked heavy. The nurse said helplessly, Lee's current body is no longer suitable for being a ninja. The next time he wakes up, you can persuade him more. If you continue to ignore him like this, his body will not be able to bear it. Might Guy nodded, sorry for the trouble. The nurse shook his head and left the ward. After a while, Ningkai and Tian also came. Seeing the figures of Might Guy and Hajime, the two greeted politely. Might Guy asked, Ningkai, Tian God, does Lee know about his own situation? Tenten and Niji knew what Might Guy meant. Tenten nodded. Although Lee was unwilling to believe it, they were sure that Lee had heard what the nurse said. Might Guy thought of Lee's face that never gave up since he was a child, and felt uncomfortable. Teacher Guy, what happened to Lee's body? Hashin asked. His left hand and left foot that were broken by Gaara cannot be restored to their original state. After diagnosis, the medical ninja said that Lee can no longer be a ninja. Might Guy said heavily. Hashin heard Might Guy's answer and knew that no one should remember Tsunade, who was wandering outside and not going home at this time. Since no one said it, he started. These are all his future malicious values. The taller the leeks grow, the better harvest he will have in the future. Hashin suddenly said, maybe Lee can recover. Might Guy and the other two were stunned. On the bed, Lee's eyeballs turned under his eyelids. What? Might Guy was excited. Tenten and Niji also had surprise and expectation in their eyes. Under their enthusiastic gaze, Hajime said, the most powerful medical ninja in the ninja world is our Konoha Tsunade-sama, maybe she can cure Lee. But Tsunade-sama has been missing for a long time. Might Guy thought of Tsunade and had hope in his heart, but with it came another problem. I know where Jiraiya-sama is. After the last round of the Chunin exam is over, I will ask Jiraiya-sama to take me to find Tsunade-sama. He looked at the master and apprentice in front of him with great determination. Teacher Guy. Lee is my good friend. No matter what, I will ask Tsunade-sama to treat Lee. Please believe me. Might Guy looked at him, his eyes gradually softened. How could I not believe him? This kid values friendship and regards his friends more than himself. Hajun, I believe you. I believe, and Lee believes you too. They left the ward. Lee on the bed did not open his eyes, but tears flowed from his eyes. Outside the ward, Tenten and Niji thanked Hajun. Thank you for taking care of Lee. Tenten said. Hajun smiled at her. Lee is also my friend. Ningji looked at him. Let's train together when we have time. Hajun nodded. Okay. After parting with Niji and the others, Hajime went to look for Naruto and Jiraiya. Finally, they saw two people beside a low waterfall and a cool stream. Hajime looked at the pair of eyes exposed in the bushes, and then looked at the beautiful big sisters in bikinis in the stream. There was no doubt who the owner of the eyes was. The first pervert in Konoha, Jiraiya. Wow, what a cute little ninja. Little ninja, why don't you go on a mission? What are you doing here? Is he a little pervert? Wow. So cute. A hand grabbed Hajime's arm, and Hajime didn't have time to struggle, and was hugged by Nuangxiang Wenyu. The little sisters surrounded him in the middle of the stream, touching his face and body. Wow! The little tiger teeth are sharp. Do you want to bite your sister? I didn't expect you to be so attractive at such a young age. Hajun's abdominal muscles are actually trained. Of course he can pinch his body, and the muscles on his body must be the reason for his beautification. Since you are not going to perform the mission, just play with the sisters. A sweet kiss was printed on Hajun's face. Hajun covered his cheeks, like a lamb that strayed into a wolf pack. So the beautiful sisters became more and more excited. Hajun. Suddenly, a figure strode out of the bushes and said righteously, Hajun, as a father, I really can't stand it. Go to train quickly, your father is here to help you solve it. Hajun, surrounded by the little sisters. Did Jiraiya not look at his appearance in the reflection of the stream when he spoke? The little sister holding Hajun asked in doubt, Are you his father? Yes. Jiraiya was very serious. Can you give birth to such a handsome son like him? You must be lying, right? It must be. The girls discussed in front of Hajime and Jiraiya. Hajime nodded. Jiraiya. Jiraiya was so angry that he grabbed Hajime's collar and threw her behind the bushes. Get out of the way. Do you know how to play with beautiful girls? Hajime landed smoothly and faced Naruto. Hi, Naruto. He turned his eyes downward. On the stone slab in front of Naruto, a colorful tadpole was jumping around. Jump. Wow! Summoning. It's actually a tadpole. Naruto was in a panic. He reached out to cover Hajime's eyes while reaching out to cover the tadpoles. Finally, Naruto, who was sweating profusely in panic, lifted the summoning, and the tadpoles disappeared in front of Hajime. That was just an accident. Naruto shouted guiltily. Hajime stared at him more and more guilty, and repeated calmly, Oh, an accident. Naruto. No, I have to change the subject quickly. Naruto's eyes fell on Hajime's wet shirt. Hajime, you must be exhausted from training these 2 days. Let's go to the hot spring. After saying that, he was full of energy, lecherous immortal. Just as his voice faded, Jiraiya appeared, covering his cheek with the slap mark. Jiraiya looked at Hajime with jealousy. This kid is so popular with women. Just because he threw Hajime away, he got at least 2 slaps in the face. Sexy immortal, let's go to the hot spring. No. Sexy immortal. Sexy immortal. Sexy immortal. Sexy immortal. Sexy immortal. Sexy immortal. Hajime covered his ears. Jiraiya covered his ears and said in a panic, "Go, go, go. Hot spring water." Hajime had a towel on his head, and only the part above his chin was exposed above the water. It was so comfortable to take a hot spring bath after training. I didn't even want to get up. All the pores on my body opened. Hajime swam silently to Jiraiya like a fish. What? Jiraiya looked at him sideways. I was not in a good mood. Because before entering the hot spring, I met a group of young ladies who were going to the women's bath. They also invited Hajime and ignored Jiraiya. The person Jiraiya dislikes the most now is the brat Hajime-sama. Does Jiraiya know where Tsunade-sama is? Hajime asked. Jiraiya paused, his eyes changed. I don't know. Why are you looking for her? It's Lee, Hajime explained. Lee's left hand and left foot were broken by Gaara in the Chunin exam. The medical ninja said that Lee can no longer be a ninja. I think Tsunade-sama, as the most powerful medical ninja in the ninja world, will definitely have a way. Jiraiya looked at him for a while, touched his chin and admitted, Tsunade is indeed the most powerful medical ninja in the ninja world, but I don't know her whereabouts. Hajime didn't believe it. He knew that Jiraiya and Naruto later found Tsunade. Now he said that he was unwilling to find her. Anyway, when the 3rd generation died, Jiraiya would have to find her even if he didn't want to. Hajime walked away, with his shoulders on the shore. Seeing this, Jiraiya asked, "Give up?" Heron looked back and smiled, denying, "No, I will go find Tsunade-sama after the Chunin exam is over." Jiraiya didn't say anything else. A large handful of water poured down on his head. Jiraiya and Hajime were injured at the same time. Ha ha ha! Stupid Hajime! Stupid lecherous sage! Naruto finished his prank and quickly swam away laughing. Hajime smiled, "You're done." Naruto. The two had a water fight in the hot spring pool. Jiraiya. 2 childish brats. He, the Toad Sage, is the best at water fights. Late at night, Jiraiya sat on the edge of the rooftop. He turned his head and looked down, and could see Naruto's small apartment. Naruto was wearing a nightcap and sleeping soundly in the quilt. Footsteps were heard. Kakashi stopped beside Jiraiya. His eyes passed from Naruto's face to Jiraiya. It seems that Naruto had a good day. Jiraiya curled his lips. This guy is very perseverant, although sometimes not very smart. Jiraiya crossed his arms and asked, "What is the identity of Hajime-sensei?" Kakashi smiled, not surprised at all that Jiraiya would ask about Hajime. He is the child of Elder Danzo, and was stuffed into Team 7 by Elder Danzo when Naruto and the others graduated. Jiraiya, really? Kakashi looked a little more serious. He is a good boy. Jiraiya did not speak either. Okay, it's getting late, I'm leaving. His figure dissipated with the evening breeze. The bright moon was hanging high. No one was seen on the street. The whole Konoha was immersed in a sweet dream. Hajime's bones were soft after taking a hot spring bath. He wandered slowly on the street, moving towards the route. The route is too far from the center of Konoha. I have to buy a house. I will go back to find Danzo tonight. Slowly. Hashomi's shadow was covered by a bigger shadow. He looked up and saw the man standing on the roof. Gaara on the street. You are not sleeping at night, performing a Chinese ghost story on the streets of Konoha. Ren Jian took a few steps, and in a flash, he recalled this part of the plot in his mind. The early dead moonlight gale. Forget it, what does it have to do with him? He is dead. He wears a good guy mask all day long, but it doesn't mean he is really a good guy. Rustle. The night wind blows through the treetops. The leaves rustle. Gaara suddenly moved. His figure appeared behind Ren Jian. He raised his arm, and the sand lingered around him, eager to try. The quiet and peaceful atmosphere of the night was instantly broken. What is this provocation? Ren Jian turned around. What do you want to do? You are a monster who is not sleeping in the middle of the night and pretends to be deep. This is said bluntly. The malicious value instantly increased by 1000. Ding! Human malicious value detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 1000. Chakra 40,130 100 million. You're looking for death. Gaara was really broken by Hashomi's truth. The sand rushed towards Hashomi. Since Gaara didn't sleep at night and took the initiative to offer himself to Hashomi as a sparring partner, wouldn't it be a waste of his kindness if he didn't cooperate? Well, boom! Hashomi punched, and the door opened one after another. His figure flashed and appeared behind Gaara. There seemed to be thunder exploding on his fist, smashing a crack in Gaara's absolute defense. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted to chakra plus 1000. Chakra 41,130 100 million. The sound in his head did not affect Hashomi's speed at all. He didn't give Gaara any time to react. He punched and kicked him one after another. The life gate was also opened. The violent wind blew around him. The fist wind wrapped around Gaara with dust and sand, and Gaara's absolute defense was cracked. When his body slammed into the wall, Gaara's mind appeared Rock Lee's face. He walked out of the ruins. Although the appearance of the absolute defense was shattered, he was still unscathed. His eyes were sinister, and the sand was filled with a strong smell of blood. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Cursed power conversion chakra amount plus 2000. Chakra 43,130 100 million. He began to get agitated. It doesn't matter, Hashomi will calm him down again. The fourth gate, the wound gate. Open. The fourth gate that was not opened in front of Might Guy was still opened by Hashomi on this night. He could feel that every inch of muscle and bone in this body contained explosive power that was about to burst out. The chakra doubled, and the speed and strength were completely different from before. His body was like a taut bow, and his figure flashed, rushing towards Gaara like an arrow from a string. This time, Gaara didn't even catch his afterimage. Bang! A loud bang. Hashomi's punch was like lightning and thunder, penetrating the absolute defense. Blood dripped from the corner of Gaara's mouth. Shazi, who kept attacking Hashomi but couldn't keep up with Hashomi's speed, became completely manic. Hashomi took a closer look and found that Gaara's arm began to mutate. The movement of the tailed beast was too loud. Hashomi didn't intend to give him time to transform into a tailed beast. The fifth gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, Doman. Open. Hashomi pulled back his right foot, his strength rose layer by layer, and gathered together. He was like a bow that collapsed, and his fists and feet were like thunder. Powerful airflows filled the air wherever he went. Gaara's pupils turned, and the next second, his body flew high into the sky, and Hashomi's leg whip followed. Bang! Gaara spat out a mouthful of blood. There was no time to react. The floor beneath him cracked like a spider web. He was deeply trapped in the groove, and his ribs were broken. This was the first time he was injured since he was born, and it was such a serious injury. Gaara looked at the deep night sky. His body had stood up by itself, but his will was constantly drifting away. The fierce consciousness of the tailed beast squeezed out his will, and his body became a tool for the tailed beast to vent its anger. Half of Gaara's cheek turned into a ferocious beast, his eyes were scarlet and sharp, his shoulders lowered, his body was like a cannonball, and his huge palm grabbed Hashomi. The moment the giant claws extended, the airflow was torn apart, making a whistling sound. Bang! The fists and palms collided. Ren Jian was as still as a mountain. Although his arm was stinging, the pain quickly subsided. He turned around, flashed behind Gaara, and landed a heavy kick on Gaara's neck. Bang! Gaara staggered and stumbled, and a sharp roar came from his fang-filled mouth. Renjian took a deep breath, steady and powerful. The sixth gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, Jingmen. Open! Bang! A huge force burst out from under his feet, and the ground cracked silently like a tortoise shell. At the same time, his muscles and bones made sounds, and the huge force rose from his feet, inch by inch, and reached his shoulders and elbows. The next moment, he bent his fist and elbow, and hit Gaara's chest and abdomen. Gaara retreated dozens of meters, but Renjian appeared behind him. As he whipped his arm, his steel whip-like arm suddenly burst out with terrifying power, passing through the gap where Gaara's giant claws were blocking, and hit Gaara's neck. Plop! Gaara fell to the ground. Hashomi breathed heavily. His tendons were tense and his muscles were strained. However, the injuries healed quickly. Hashomi walked to the unconscious Gaara. "You are useless. Good boy shouldn't walk at night. It is the wisest choice to stay in your mother's arms." "Ah, sorry," Hashomi said without any apology, "forgot that you don't have a mother." Ding! Human malice detected plus 5,000. Cursed power converted chakra amount plus 5,000. Chakra 46,130 100 million. Hashomi walked away calmly. "I hope Gaara's seriously injured body will not be taken away by ants as food." 100 meters away. Moonlight Gale fell on the tiles of the house, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, his fingers twitched, but he couldn't hold the long sword in his hand again. 2 figures were reflected in his pupils. Kabuto Yakushi and Maki stood on either side of him, staring at him coldly. Moonlight Gale knew that he was destined to not survive this night. He just regretted that he could not tell the Hokage about the conspiracy between the Sound Village and the Sand Village. Suddenly, Kabuto Yakushi's eyes changed, and he looked sharply in one direction. "It seems that there is someone accompanying you," Kabuto Yakushi said with an ambiguous meaning. Moonlight Gale's eyes flashed with a burning light. But his throat was shattered by Maki, the leader of the Sand Village, and he could not make any sound. Kabuto Yakushi walked behind the pillar. A figure appeared on his own initiative. Kabuto Yakushi was a little surprised and called out the name of the person who came, Hashunamai. "Master." Chapter 13. Renjian raised his eyebrows, and his eyes shifted from Moonlight Gale to Kabuto Yakushi and Maki. He had a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were not smiling at all, and his sharp eyes seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts. His tone was relaxed and casual, as if he was just chatting with a friend, let me guess, what are you doing killing people to silence them? As soon as this sentence came out, Kabuto Yakushi's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a gloomy smile. Maki's eyebrows jumped heavily, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. They did not answer Renjian's question, but their expressions said it all. The reactions of the two people did not affect Renjian at all. Instead, he chuckled and continued, the ninjas of the Union village and the ninjas of the Sand village killed the ninjas of the Konoha village together. This scene is really rare. Every guess he made broke Maki's defense. Could it be that the Sound village and the Sand village decided to join forces to attack Konoha on the day of the Chunin exam? Although it was understated, the amount of information contained in it shocked Kabuto Yakushi and Maki. The murderous intent in Maki's eyes had already overflowed. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Hashumi in the moonlight with an inexplicable expression. Moonlight Gale, who was lying on the ground, widened his eyes and made a broken breath in his throat. He recognized the voice, it was Hashumi Mater. A wave of fear and despair surged in Moonlight Gale's heart. Run! The most important thing for Hashumi Mater to do at this time is to run away. Then report this news to the Hokage. Maki's figure flashed, and his iron palm struck Hashumi's neck like lightning. However, just when he was about to hit the target, Hashumi appeared behind him like a ghost. Maki was stunned and shocked. What speed is this? Is this really just a genin? Lien Jian turned around, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, and looked at Yaoshi Kabuto and Maki, don't be anxious, I never said I was your enemy. Ha ha ha. In the middle of the night, Yaoshi Kabuto couldn't help but chuckle from his lips. He stared at Lien Jian with burning eyes, as if he wanted to see through him. To be honest, when we first met, I felt that we were the same kind of people. Yaoshi Kabuto suddenly spoke, with a hint of imperceptible excitement in his voice. Maki frowned and looked at Yaoshi Kabuto, with a hint of doubt in his eyes, but Yaoshi Kabuto gave him a quiet look, indicating that he should not ask more questions. Really? Lan Jian raised his eyebrows, with a look of disapproval on his face, I don't think we are the same kind of people. He crossed his arms and looked at Yaoshi Kabuto calmly. Yaoshi Kabuto smiled slightly, staring at Lien Jian with a smile, and said nothing more. People wearing masks can always easily see through the masks on the other person's face. Since you said you are not our enemy, then prove it to us. Yakushi Kabuto handed over the kunao. He was always smiling. Hashumi took the kunao, but did not act immediately. Instead, he hung the kunao on his finger and spun it. He negotiated with Yakushi Kabuto, since you attack Konoha, you will definitely kill the Hokage, right? Yakushi Kabuto did not speak. Hashumi did not care, and continued, I have only one request. Before the Hokage dies, I want to talk to the Hokage. After talking, I can help you kill him. Moonlight Gale widened his eyes. Yakushi Kabuto looked at him strangely, smiled strangely, and said, then I have to ask Lord Kazekage what he means. But Maki agreed at once, I will talk to Lord Kazekage. Hashumi walked in front of Moonlight Gale, he squatted down, and Moonlight Gale's pupils were always fixed on his face. Since you are destined to die, do good things. Contribute some malice to him. I am looking forward to the day when Konoha is destroyed. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 1000. Chakra 47,130 100 million. I can't help but feel happy when I think about the countless Konoha ninjas and civilians who will die that day. It's a pity that you can't see such an interesting scene. Ding! Human malice detected plus 2000. Chakra converted from cursed power plus 2000. Chakra 49,130 100 million. Oh, by the way, even a ninja as powerful as the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen can't escape death. Ah, I'm looking forward to it. If I could humiliate the Hokage like this before he dies. It's also exciting. Ding! Human malice detected plus 3000. Cursed chakra conversion plus 3000. Chakra 52,130 100 million. Hashimi sighed and delivered his fatal blow. Your girlfriend is called Uzuki Yujao, right? Looking at the scarlet eyes and trembling body of Moonlight Gale, Hashimi smiled gently. I sent you away with my own hands. In order to reunite you, let me kill her with my own hands. Ding! Human malice detected plus 5000. Cursed chakra conversion plus 5000. Chakra 57,130 100 million. It was a nice night. The moonlight and the cold light of the kunao complemented each other. The kunao was stained with blood. It was thrown aside casually. Hashimi dodged Maki's sneak attack and grabbed Maki's wrist. Want to die? Hashimi finished speaking. Maki's face was covered with bumps. Kabuto Yakushi looked at the scene with shining eyes. Hashimi turned around and asked him, it's not a big deal if this guy dies, right? Anyway, the Kazekage was disguised by Orochimaru, so Maki was useless. Before Kabuto Yakushi answered, Maki had undergone a drastic change. Maki, who had become a cyborg, was shrunk to the size of a finger by Hashimi and put into a ninja tool bag. Saving is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation. Cyborg weapons ×4. Hashimi walked towards him, and Kabuto Yakushi took a step back. I don't know what you did, but it's an interesting ability. Kabuto Yakushi's eyes were filled with crazy heat. If his strength did not allow it, he might not be able to resist dissecting Hashimi on the spot to explore the secrets of Hashimi's body. Hashimi said softly, tell the Kazekage, oh no. It should be Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto's pupil shrank, and his expression changed slightly. You know, except for him and some Odanin, no one knows that Lord Orochimaru is the Kazekage. I won't tell anyone about your plan, and I will even help you complete the plan. What I want is very simple. When Orochimaru kills the Hokage, I want to be by the side of the third Hokage. Hashimi remembered this battle. Orochimaru used the impure world reincarnation to summon the souls of the first and second Hokage. Then the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen used the Shikigami seal to seal the first and second Hokage in Orochimaru's hands before his death. Hashimi didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. First, he could earn a lot of malice points before the Hokage died. Second, there might be many ninjutsu and secrets hidden in the souls of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Hashimi didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Otherwise, the next chance to contact their souls would be when the Fourth Ninja World War came. Hashimi didn't have time to wait that long. Kabuto Yakushi smiled, I'm going to discuss it with Lord Orochimaru. Hashimi didn't give him the chance. Such a simple thing needs to be discussed. I'm not going to save the Hokage, I'm just finishing him off before I die, but if you don't agree, I can guarantee that you will be surrounded by Konoha ninjas tomorrow. Little guy. They didn't cherish the chance I just gave them, and now they want to discuss it. Impossible. Kabuto Yakushi smiled, it seems we don't have the power to refuse. Hashimi nodded, that's good to know. He jumped off the beam and left in a swagger. Chapter 14. Route. Hashimi sneaked into Shimura Danzo's room. As he expected, Shimura Danzo was not asleep. Danzo sat on a stool, watching the door being pushed open, and a blue head poked in. Shimura Danzo. The one who dared to disturb him at night with a sly look in his eyes could only be Hajime Masashi. What for? Danzo said. Hajime immediately ran to him. I just learned a shocking secret. Danzo was a little interested. Speak. He smelled the faint smell of blood lingering on Hajime Masashi. Danzo's eyes sank, and he looked at Hajime Masashi from head to toe. He didn't see any wounds, so the smell of blood came from someone else. The Kazekage who is about to arrive in Konoha is actually Orochimaru. Hajime said it, but Danzo didn't believe it. Danzo had a questioning look in his eyes. Where did this news come from? Hajime told all about his encounters with Gaara and Kabuto Yakushi. Of course, in his description, it was Maki who killed Gecko Gale. He just slipped and his kunai fell. What did Gecko Gale's death have to do with him? Hajime Masashi. He also concealed his cooperation with Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi, the only one who knew the truth, would not tell the truth. After all, the information Hajime had was a great threat to them. After such a long plan, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi would not want to ruin it the day before. The reason why Hajime dared to tell Shimura Danzo was because he bet that Shimura Danzo would not do anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen's death was 100 benefits to Shimura Danzo, and there was no harm. Shimura Danzo was very satisfied. Not only because Hajime Masashi told him about this matter as soon as possible, but also because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. He has already started celebrating in advance. Sarutobi, you let Orochimaru go, and now you are dead in Orochimaru's hands, and you deserve to swallow the evil consequences of the original conclusion. Go back to sleep, I will take care of it. Danzo said. Hajime left. He knew very well that Danzo would not take care of anything. It is quite possible to discredit Sarutobi Hiruzen in the village. In order to reduce the casualties of the route, all the route ninjas who were on duty in the village that day might be withdrawn. Danzo can do all these things, and they are routine operations. Hajime slept well as if nothing happened. Early in the morning, he went to the forest to train with Might Guy again. He set a small goal for himself. I must learn to face the peacock today. Teacher Kai. Yoshi. Hajime, you still get up so early. Start burning your youth. The sky went from dim to bright. Hajime was soaked in sweat. He kept in mind the key points of peacock fighting that Might Guy had explained. He opened the first gate to the sixth gate in front of Might Guy, and Might Guy's expression was even more nervous than his. Peacock fighting is an advanced physical technique used after opening the sixth gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the Jingmen. The high-speed straight punch and the friction with the air produce flames, and the shock wave and flames formed by hitting the air are used to cause continuous attacks on the opponent. It is named because the flames produced by high-speed attacks will form a scene like a peacock spreading its tail in the air. Its heat can evaporate the amount of water like a lake. As Hajime opened the sixth gate, a circle of rich blue light surrounded his body, and the surge of chakra made his chakra even reach the level of visualization. The cells in his body seemed to be fully activated as the sixth gate opened. His physical fitness, which was already strong enough, was raised to a higher limit again. The momentum around his body suddenly expanded to a terrifying level, and his chakra was running, emitting blue steam all over his body. The terrifying oppressive feeling like a monster was frightening. Looking at Lien Jian who successfully opened the sixth door, Might Guy had to admit the importance of talent. In less than a month, Lien Jian surpassed Xiao Li's 10 years of hard work. But Lien Jian's success is not only due to talent, but also inseparable from his hard work. Might Guy noticed that Lien Jian's figure was slightly squatting, and he had already made a move towards the peacock. Might Guy knew the power of the peacock. He stepped back and pulled a safe distance from Lien Jian. Just after he stepped back, an extremely powerful force spread out from Lien Jian's hand. The blazing flames enveloped the area of more than 10 meters around him. Might Guy clearly saw that the red light around Lien Jian kept changing shape, and the flames finally formed a lifelike huge peacock. Cry! The shock wave and flames rushed to all directions. Within a 20-meter radius around Renjian, the water vapor in the forest was evaporated by the scorching heat of the flames. The trees were cut in half, and the flames ignited a forest. A large area of forest was destroyed by Renjian. Renjian, who had no intention of destroying the ecology, quickly formed a seal, water escape great waterfall technique. The huge water ball broke in the air and extinguished the fire in the forest. Renjian breathed a sigh of relief. Might Guy saw that Renjian's clothes had obvious traces of high-temperature burns, and his skin also had burns left by the high temperature. Obvious bruises could be seen on the surface of his body, which was probably caused by the rupture of capillaries. After opening the sixth gate, the body could not bear it, and the mastery of the peacock was not proficient enough, so this situation did occur. However, in the blink of an eye, all these injuries disappeared, and the skin returned to smooth and white, as if it had never been injured. Might Guy was stunned. Hashumi noticed Might Guy's eyes, and he smiled and explained to him, "Teacher Guy, this is related to my bloodline limit. As long as it is not a fatal injury, I can heal quickly." Might Guy smiled, "Okay. This way I can increase my training with confidence. Get ready, Hashumi. Starting tomorrow, the training intensity will be greatly increased." Hashumi was more than happy. "Yes. Today's training ends here." Hashumi's clothes were burned. He returned to the roots like the wind, for fear that people would know that his upper body was naked. After all, it was already dangerous when he was wearing clothes on his upper body. If he was caught by the ladies without clothes, the consequences would be disastrous. Hashumi must protect his innocence. Hashumi took a bath, changed his clothes, stretched and went to eat ramen. Coincidentally, he met Naruto and Jiraiya at the ramen restaurant. Naruto was very surprised and sat next to Hashumi. Hashumi looked at Naruto, who was ordering generously, and asked in confusion, "Didn't you practice today, Naruto?" Naruto rubbed his hands and said, "The lecherous sage said this is also part of the practice." Jiraiya looked at Naruto and Hashumi in a mysterious way. Hashumi had a bad feeling. Naruto ate 10 bowls of ramen before he stopped. When he turned around and wanted Jiraiya to pay, Jiraiya had disappeared without a trace. Naruto emptied his frog wallet. Hashumi watched Naruto's frog wallet not spit out even a penny. A bit pitiful. Naruto looked at Hashumi. "Hashumi has completed today's training." Hashumi nodded, "Yes." Naruto's eyes sparkled. "Hashumi is amazing. No matter how difficult the ninjutsu is, Hashumi learns it in one go." Hashumi could not refute, but comforted, "Naruto can do it too." Naruto regained his confidence. "Although I don't know why the practice of the lecherous sage is so strange today, I will try my best." The next second, he and Hashumi were both picked up by Jiraiya. Hashumi and Naruto were carried on Jiraiya's shoulders one by one. Hashumi asked, "Master Jiraiya, do you need me to participate in Naruto's training today?" Jiraiya caught the two little ghosts and walked towards the cliff. He didn't expect Hashumi to be so sharp. Jiraiya nodded, "Yes." Naruto laughed, "Okay." Then, he flew out. Hashimi saw Naruto flying out as soon as he was put down. Jiraiya said beside him, Naruto must be in a desperate situation of death to activate his power. If it still fails, then I can only say sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, Renjian flew out with him. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows. Chapter 15. Naruto fell rapidly. He could not control the fall of his body. His pupils shrank, and his eyes were filled with despair and fear. The sound of wind whistled past his ears, covering all sounds and plunging him into endless silence. I'm going to die. This thought kept echoing in his mind, and his brain was completely occupied by this information, and all other thoughts were thrown out of the sky. At this moment, a flash of blue suddenly flashed in Naruto's sight, and the blue was getting closer and closer to him. He looked closely and found that it was Hashimi. How could Hashimi come down? No. Can't die. And Hashimi? I can't let him die. A strong desire to survive surged in Naruto's heart, and he couldn't just give up. He had promised Hashimi that he would protect his safety, and now was the time to fulfill his promise. Naruto tried to adjust his posture and tried to slow down the speed of his fall. His eyes suddenly went dark, and the surrounding environment changed. When Naruto regained his vision, he found himself in an unfamiliar space. The surroundings were filled with darkness, with only a faint light illuminating the front. He followed the light and saw a huge door. Inside the door, a pair of blood-red vertical pupils suddenly appeared. A huge fox slowly emerged from the darkness. Naruto's pupils dilated, and in front of him was the nine-tailed demon fox that the lustful sage had told him about. Hey! Naruto shouted to the nine-tailed demon fox, you have lived in my body for so long, it's time to pay the rent. Bang! Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Powerful red chakra emanated from Naruto's hands. The next second, Naruto and Hashimi fell on something soft but very elastic. Like a trampoline. Hashimi helped Naruto stand steady. He looked at the red behemoth under him. Looking down from the head, it is impossible to see the huge monster that suddenly appeared clearly. But Hashimi had already guessed what was under him. Miyaboku Mountain Gamabuntat. Hey! What the hell is this place? What is Jiraiya doing? Why did you summon me at this time? Gamabunta's voice echoed between the cliffs. Naruto's eyes became brighter and brighter. He slid to Gamabunta's cheek and said excitedly, it's not the lecherous immortal. It's me. I summoned you. Naruto didn't expect that he could summon such a powerful guy. Tisk. Gamabunta said disdainfully, okay, tell me where Jiraiya is. He didn't believe Naruto at all. Naruto was furious and shouted, whether you believe it or not. But you are the one I summoned. It was the lecherous sage who threw me and Hashimi down, wanting me to learn the art of summoning. Gamabunta was silent for a few seconds. The scene in front of him could indeed prove the truth of the kid's words. But he, the big toad, would never be driven by such a little brat. Gamabunta pushed his hands up, and the whole toad jumped high. Hashimi and Naruto flew up immediately, alternative version of the bungee jumping machine. Fun! Hashimi's eyes were full of excitement. He and Naruto landed on the back of the toad again. Humph! Big toad! If I stay on your back before the sun sets and am not thrown off, I will be your boss. Naruto issued a declaration of war to Gamabunta in a menacing manner. Hashimi slid down from Gamabunta's body. After he retreated far away, he jumped onto a tall branch and shouted to Naruto, Naruto! Come on! Naruto frowned, full of fighting spirit. Don't worry. Hashun! Hashun left this area to avoid being involved in the agreement between Gamabunta and Naruto. He sat down on a cliff, and a figure appeared behind him. It was Jiraiya. Jiraiya leaned against the tree trunk and asked him, "Why did you jump down with Naruto?" Hashun smiled, "Because I believe in Naruto. Although Naruto is the last one, he has always worked hard and is very strong. I believe he can do it. Even if he doesn't do it, I can save Naruto." Jiraiya is Naruto's teacher, so he can use this method to motivate Naruto and force out his abilities. But I am Naruto's companion, so I just want to be his helper and backer. Jiraiya looked at him. Unknowingly, the sunset appeared. Hashomi's face was bathed in golden light, and it was particularly warm. Jiraiya looked away, and a person came to his mind. Hashomi and that person very similar, both in character and talent. And he became Naruto's friend. It was as if it was destined. The sun set. Naruto's voice came from afar. He jumped and danced on Gamabunta's head like a little bastard. "Ha ha ha! I did it! Ha ha ha! Hashun! I did it! Ha ha ha!" Laughing, he slid down from Bunta's head. He was exhausted. Buntai rapped him with his tongue. Jiraiya smiled, knowing that Buntai had acknowledged Naruto. He handed the big scroll he was carrying to Hashun, "Send it to Gamabunta." Hashun hugged the big scroll and soon came to Gamabunta. Hashun helped to unfold the scroll. Looking at the name of Uzumaki Naruto on the scroll, Bunta snorted. "I didn't expect that this kid really summoned me." Bunta put the sleeping Naruto next to Hashumi, and with a bang, white smoke filled the air, and Bunta disappeared. Jiraiya took the scroll and left. Hashumi carried Naruto on his back and walked towards Naruto's house. In the information that Danzo gave Hashumi, Naruto's home was recorded. Naruto's home is a small single apartment. After opening it, I saw cup noodles and milk cartons scattered in the living room, as well as clothes and hats everywhere. Hashumi put Naruto on the small sofa, covered him with a blanket, and left. In the morning, after Naruto woke up, he went to find the lecherous sage as soon as possible. "Lecherous sage? Did you take me home yesterday?" Naruto asked. Jiraiya shook his head, "No." "Ah." Naruto thought about it and said, "Could it be Hashumi?" Thinking of Hashumi, Naruto thought of yesterday and was immediately furious. "Lecherous immortal, I haven't settled accounts with you yet. It's fine if you threw me off the cliff yesterday. Why did you throw Hashumi down too?" Jiraiya paused and looked at Naruto. "Are you stupid?" Naruto subconsciously retorted, "You are the stupid one." "I'm not stupid at all." Hashumi said, "I'm not stupid." Jiraiya sighed and held his forehead helplessly. "That guy jumped down by himself. He wanted to jump down to save you, and he believed you could succeed." Naruto was stunned. Hashumi didn't train today because today is the last day of the 1-month deadline, and tomorrow is the Chunin exam. Might Guy originally wanted to invite Hashumi, Tenten and Niji to have barbecue together, but Niji had to keep training, Tenten had to accompany Niji, and Hashumi also rejected him. Because Hashumi was going back to the route, Catface contacted him. Maybe Danzo had another mission for him to do tomorrow. When Hashumi returned to the route, he did not see Catface wearing a mask, but a strange woman. Long black hair, slightly pale skin due to living underground for many years, red lips and black pupils, a woman with normal pupil and hair color in the world of Naruto. Hashumi felt a familiar feeling coming from her. "Let's go." The moment she spoke, Hashumi immediately knew who she was. She was Catface Owl. Hashumi stopped where he was and looked at her in confusion. Where are you going? Don't you wear a mask when you are on a mission? Cat Face held the arm of one hand with the other hand, and said to Hashumi quietly, I will treat you to barbecue tonight. Chapter 16. Only then did Renjian notice that Malian was not wearing a uniform tonight, but a plain long skirt. If it weren't for her overly calm temperament that seemed to be hiding murderous intent, she would be like an ordinary woman. She reached out to Renjian. Renjian held her hand blankly, and couldn't see what Malian was trying to do. Until they really arrived at the barbecue restaurant. The barbecue restaurant's business was even more prosperous today. Renjian saw a lot of senior ninjas. Malian took Renjian to a relatively quiet corner. During the whole process, Malian was grilling meat for Renjian, and she ate very little herself. After Renjian was full, she went to pay and took Renjian back to the route. Renjian was completely confused. He vaguely sensed an impossible possibility. Until Malian sent him back to the room and said to him, "Good luck in tomorrow's game." The door was closed. Renjian looked inexplicable. As soon as Cat Face put on the mask, Dog Face informed him that he was summoned by Danzo. Dog Face led the way in front, and in the dead silence, he asked, "Why do you have to do unnecessary things?" Cat Face walked behind him, and his voice returned to its usual cold and ruthless, "Just do it if you want to." Dog Face was silent for a while. Until Danzo's figure appeared in front of them. The two knelt on one knee at the same time. Danzo did not let them get up, but asked, "Owl, how old are you this year?" Cat Face replied respectfully, 30 years old. "Danzo, you are also at the age to get married and have children, and so is Night Ren." Cat Face and Dog Face said in unison, "I am willing to serve Danzo for the rest of my life." Danzo did not speak. Dog Face was uneasy. Cat Face was particularly calm. When she did what she did today, she had anticipated all the consequences. No matter what the consequences were, she could accept them. Danzo said, "Why do you want to take Hashumi to eat barbecue? This is not a mission." Cat Face replied, "We have to celebrate before important festivals. Hashumi is just a child. I want to celebrate with him." Dog Face's eyes moved to Cat Face. He and Xiao have been partners for 5 years and know how calm Xiao is. But now, Xiao has also started to act impulsively. "Danzo, you go down." Night Ren was startled. This is not in line with Danzo's style. But he still retreated with Xiao. After leaving Danzo's residence, Dog Face asked from the bottom of his heart, "What happened to Danzo?" Cat Face quietly passed by him without speaking. Dog Face caught up with her, "Do you know something?" Cat Face asked back, "How old are you this year?" Dog Face didn't understand how this had anything to do with the question he asked, but he still answered truthfully, 20. Cat Face said, "When you get married and have children one day, or get older, you will understand." Dog Face was stunned. What does this have to do with getting married and having children, or getting older? And he didn't plan to get married and have children. He planned to devote his life to the route like Danzo. Hashun met Danzo for the first time in the morning. He always thought Danzo was a nocturnal animal. Danzo sat in his chair with his back straight. Hashun had never seen him relax his manners. Danzo was an old man who cared a lot about face. "Are you nervous?" Hashun thought Danzo would ask something, but he didn't expect that the question was about today's Chunin tournament. And no matter what he asked, it was still a question about whether he was nervous or not. Danzo seemed to have been possessed today. Despite this, Hashumi still gave a perfect answer, "Not nervous." Before Danzo continued to ask some disgusting questions, Hajime blocked Danzo's mouth. I am from the root, a ninja trained by my father. I will never lose face for the root and my father. After saying the word father, he lowered his head shyly. In fact, he had already vomited dozens of times in his heart. Danzo thought, Hajime was right. Hajime must not lose face for the root and him. Looking at Hajime's back as he left, his eyebrows, which had been tightly furrowed for many years, relaxed. Hajime walked towards the venue of the Chunin exam. On the way, you can meet many nobles and daimyo who came on cows and sedan chairs. Hajime met Shikamaru, who had no motivation on the way, and the two simply went to the venue together. Ah, I really don't know why I got into this kind of competition. Shikamaru's face was full of trouble. Of course it's because you're excellent. Shikamaru is the most advanced pretender. Compared with him, Sasuke and Gaara can only be regarded as younger brothers. Because Shikamaru pretends without knowing it, he has an invisible temperament that makes people look up to him. After hearing Renjian's answer, Shikamaru sneered, "You are right, everyone says that, right?" Hajime denied, "Of course not, Shikamaru is the only one who has no motivation, so I only said that to Shikamaru." Shikamaru arrived at the venue. A sea of people. The cheers and noise were deafening. To be honest, Hajime didn't like this kind of scene. It felt strangely like the Colosseum in Rome. When Hajime and Shikamaru arrived, Niji, Gaara, Shino and the others had all arrived. Except Naruto and Sasuke. Gaara's eyes had been glued to Hajime since she appeared. Ding! Human malice detected plus 1000. Cursed power converted chakra plus 1000. Chakra 58,130 100 million. Hey, Shikamaru, who was standing next to Hajime, nudged Hajime's arm with his elbow. Seeing Hajime looking over, he asked, "Have you ever offended that genin from the Sand Village?" Gaara's obvious killing intent was something that even a fool could sense. Hajime nodded, "I beat him up before the game." Shikamaru. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Originally, he wanted to remind Hajime to be careful of Gaara, but if that was the reason, there should be no need to remind him. Let's just worry about Gaara. The referee of the match, Genma Shiranui, who was standing in front of them, held a senbon in his mouth, looked at the time, and asked Hajime, "When will Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke come?" Hajime shook his head, "I don't know, but if they are late, can you please postpone their game?" Genma Shiranui sighed inconveniently, and in Hajime's sincere gaze, he explained helplessly, "This is not something I can decide." The next second, Naruto fell face first into the venue in an awkward posture. "Hajime!" Naruto quickly got up and ran to Hajime and shouted, "Hajime! There's a cow! A cow broke in!" Shikamaru. "Stupid, how could a cow get into the venue? Don't you even look at how many Chunins are guarding outside?" Naruto looked at the door and saw that the cattle were indeed stopped, and he was relieved. Naruto pushed Shikamaru away with his butt and stood next to Hajime. Shikamaru stumbled and almost fell. "Stupid Naruto!" Hajime looked at the noisy audience stand, which was crowded with people. What would happen if all the souls of these people were mixed together? Hajime's thoughts were scattered. Why hasn't Uchiha Sasuke come yet? The game time has started, but there is no sign of Uchiha Sasuke. Shiranui Genma frowned. Hajime said, "The match of the last descendant of the Uchiha clan is the reason why many spectators bought tickets to watch it. So, if Sasuke can't arrive at his match time, then his match will be postponed. If it is regarded as the finale, it will not be considered a spoiler for the audience. Shiranui Genma nodded, this was the only thing he could do now. He looked towards the high platform in the north. On it sat the two great figures, the Hokage and the Kazekage. Realizing that Naruto was whispering to Hashimi, Shiranui Genma reminded, you are the protagonists of this competition. So, be more formal. Naruto consciously stopped complaining about Sasuke in Hashimi's ear. The Hokage's voice resounded throughout the Chunin exam venue. Thank you all for coming. I am the third generation Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Next, I declare the third game of the Chunin exam officially open. The applause was thunderous. The ground was shaking slightly under the strong cheers and applause. Chapter 17. Shiranui Genma turned around and said to Hashimi and the others, first match, Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji. 2 players stay, the rest move to the lounge. Shiranui Genma finished speaking. Hashimi and the others walked towards the stairs on the side. At the venue, Naruto and Neji faced each other. Hashimi went up to the podium and saw the Anbu scattered among the crowd. It seems that the body of Gekao Gale has still aroused the village's vigilance. Hashimi, come here. Hashimi saw Sakura. She sat with Ino. Ino was greeting Shikamaru. Hinata was also there. She did not sit with her father and sister, but with Ino and Sakura. Her injury was not healed yet, so she came to watch the fight between Naruto and Neji. Hashimi and Shikamaru sat down next to Sakura and Ino, and Shino also sat down next to Hinata. Hashimi was not completely without a mission today. The mission given to him by Shimura Danzo was that no matter what happened today, he only had to do one thing, confirm the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hashimi understood Shimura Danzo's code word. If Sarutobi Hiruzen was not dead, he would send him off. How vicious! He liked it. Hashimi did not care about the battle between Naruto and Neji. After Naruto was defeated by Neji again, Hashimi stood up. Sakura, who was nervous about Naruto, raised her head and looked at Hashimi. Hashimi, where are you going? Hashimi smiled at her, I'm going to find Sasuke. Sakura immediately wanted to stand up and follow Hashimi. Hashimi held her shoulders and explained helplessly, Sakura, Naruto is fighting right now, and at least one of you and I should stay to cheer for him. So, leave Sasuke to me. I also believe that he will not give up this game. Sakura looked at Hashimi, the owner of this pair of heterochromatic eyes, who always made her feel at ease. Sakura sat down obediently and smiled gently at Hashimi, I know. She watched Hashimi disappear at the stairs. Ino smiled and said, although Sakura likes Sasuke the most, the man who can bring Sakura the most sense of security is Hashimi. Sakura was stunned. She realized that Ino was teasing her, and her cheeks were slightly hot. Don't talk nonsense. Sasuke is suitable for love, but Hashimi is very suitable for marriage. Ino supported her chin and winked at Sakura. Shikamaru said lightly, Harumi can not only bring a sense of security to Sakura, but also to Naruto. This is a good man. Ino held her chin, and did not forget to pull Shikamaru with disdain, not like you and Koji. One only knows how to be lazy. The other only knows how to eat. Shikamaru. Women are really hard to please. It's not right to follow her words, and it's even worse to go against her. Harumi left the venue and happened to see the scene where Kabuto Yakushi attacked the Anbu ninja and replaced him. When he found out that it was him, Kabuto Yakushi put down his hand that was condensing chakra. I didn't expect there were so many Anbu ninjas at the scene today, Kabuto Yakushi said meaningfully. Hashimi leaned against the tree trunk, why are there so many? The body of Gekao Gale is exposed in broad daylight. Do you think all the ninjas of Konoha are fools? Don't doubt me, Hashimi smiled, if I told the Hokage, you would never show up at today's meeting. Yakushi Kabuto smiled to ease Hashimi's hostility. I know, I don't doubt you, I just admire the keen premonition of Konoha ninjas. Hashimi stared at him. Today, Orochimaru will set up a barrier to trap the third generation, right? Yakushi Kabuto didn't say anything. He was very curious. How did Hashimi guess this? It was incredible enough to guess their purpose and plan, but he could even guess the detailed battle plan. It's too magical. If you want to kill the Hokage in Konoha village, there is no other way except to set up a barrier to block others in the barrier. Hashimi said. Yakushi Kabuto's vigilance was infinitely raised. A ninja who is a genius in both strength and intelligence really needs to be handled with caution. So, tell me how to enter the barrier. This is the condition of our cooperation, isn't it? Hashim stared at him. Kabuto Yakushi smiled. There are only two ways to let you enter the formation. The first is to destroy the formation with a strong attack, but the consequence of doing so is also obvious, that is, Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot die. The second is to have a special ninja tool that absorbs chakra, which can create a hole in the barrier for you to pass through. Both of these are difficult to implement. Hashim's eyes are cold and dissatisfied. Kabuto Yakushi smiled. He comforted him. Don't worry, you can also enter the interior before the barrier is lowered. Entering the interior before the barrier is lowered, the risk is a bit high. After all, Renjian doesn't believe that a dark guy like Orochimaru doesn't want to take the opportunity to deal with him. No venture, no gain. Although it is dangerous, the attraction of the souls of the first, second, and third generations is too high. It is worth mentioning that Renjian and Kabuto Yakushi planned for such a long time, and no matter what he said or did, Kabuto Yakushi did not contribute any malicious value to him. There were cheers in the venue, and Renjian estimated that the game was about to end, and he still had things to do. His figure reached the medical room inside the venue in a few ups and downs. Renjian pushed open the door and saw Niji sitting on the bed with his head down, thinking about something. There was a black bruise on Niji's chin, which was left by Naruto. He was the only one in the empty medical room now. Hashimi closed the door and walked to Niji. Niji knew he had come in, but he said nothing. Now he had lost the strength to speak. Niji, you are very strong, but do you know why you lost to Naruto? Hashimi asked softly. He knew how much Naruto's words of not believing in fate had affected Niji in the arena, but in fact, is it really not affected by fate? Niji looked at his hands. He had used these hands to defeat countless people. These hands accompanied him in training day and night, but now, these hands also brought him failure. By an opponent he once absolutely despised. Is there really no such thing as fate? As long as you fight, can you also resist fate? Naruto is actually very strong, Niji said. He has been shaken by Naruto's words and attitude. Hashimi smiled. He will defeat you. In fact, I have expected it. Niji was stunned and looked at Hashimi. In this match, almost no one bet on Naruto to win. Hashimi told him, your Byakugan should have seen the red chakra on Naruto. When Naruto was born, a tailed beast was sealed in his body. Naruto can now fight with the help of the tailed beast's chakra. Today is just the beginning. In the future, he will be stronger than you, Sasuke, and me. Ninkai, this is fate. Hashimi always had a smile on his face. He looked at Ninkai, who was shocked and stiffened by his words, and continued, Naruto always said that he wanted to become a Hokage, but no one believed it, right? Hajime didn't expect Ninkai, who was in great shock, to answer him. He continued, I believe he can, because his father is the fourth generation Hokage Minato Namikaze. Son of the Hokage, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto's fate is also destined. Hajime sighed. What about you? Ninkai suddenly spoke. He clenched his fists, and his eyes were dyed red with anger. The person who stood on fate told him to learn to fight how high and mighty. How ironic! Hajime said, my fate is actually doomed, Niji. He sighed, heavy, helpless, and calm. Niji looked at his profile and found tears sliding down from the corner of his eyes. That crystal tear seemed to hit Niji's heart. For the first time, Niji seemed to touch his fragile heart through Hajime's warm appearance. Have a good rest, Niji. Hajime said goodbye to him, opened the door of the medical room, and walked out. Inside the door, Niji's mind kept replaying Hajime's tear. Yes, fate is cruel and cannot be fought. Both he and Hajime are just victims of fate. But why is Hajime not talented enough? Is Hajime not strong enough and hard-working enough? Why should they be at the mercy of this fate? Why? Ren Jian wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes with his index finger, and smiled worriedly at the people who appeared from afar. Hello, Hyuga clan leader. Ren Jian looked at Hyuga Hayashi in front of him and greeted him politely. Hyuga Hayashi looked down at him, his eyes passing over the closed door of the medical room. Ren Jian looked at the door helplessly and hard, sighed, and smiled comfortingly, Clan leader, I am Niji's friend. Niji doesn't want to see anyone now, but I have persuaded him, and he should be able to think it through. Hyuga Hayashi recalled Niji's eyes on the court and felt uncomfortable. Since Niji didn't want to see anyone and needed time to think, he wouldn't bother him. But there was one thing that he had to hand over to Niji in person. Hyuga Hayashi handed the scroll in his hand to Hajime. This scroll was left by Niji's father. You can give it to Niji. After saying that, he took a last look at the iron door of the medical room, as if trying to see Niji through this door. Okay, don't worry. Hajime took it with both hands, with a trusting and reassuring smile on his face. Hyuga Hayashi's figure walked away. Hajime laughed a little and walked away with the scroll. When he reached an empty step, Hajime opened the scroll and read all the contents at a glance. Hyuga Hayashi's words meant very simple, which undoubtedly made Niji accept the fate of the main family and brainwash Niji that he was not protecting the main family, but someone very important to him. Hajime even suspected that the scroll was forged by Hyuga Hayashi. But there was no evidence. The scroll was burned into a pile of ashes in front of Hajime. This is the best use of fire escape ninjutsu. Hajime sneered. Did he do this to change Niji's fate? Did he want to rewrite Niji's ending? No. Neither. Hajime's real purpose was to hope that someone would reveal all this to Niji. He would not miss any opportunity to gain malicious points. Chapter 18. When Hajime walked into the lounge, he glanced at Naruto, who was running on the field. He was full of energy and was blowing kisses to the audience. Hajime could also hear several audience members passing by discussing Naruto. That ninja is quite cute. Yet, it's completely different from the ninja I imagined. His name seems to be Uzumaki Naruto. Hajime returned to Sakura and the others. Sakura asked, Sasuke. Hajime curved his eyes at her, don't worry, Sakura, Sasuke will show up. Sakura nodded, yet. Naruto, that guy, is really unexpected. Ino sighed, who would have thought that he could beat last year's rookie number 1 Hyuga Niji. Shikamaru nodded, and soon his expression became frustrated. Because Naruto left the field, Shiranui Genma announced the two sides of the next game, Nara Shikamaru vs Kankuro. Just as Shikamaru stood up lazily, Kankuro on the other side suddenly chose to give up. Shiranui Genma was stunned and immediately announced, Kankuro gave up. Nara Shikamaru wins. Shiranui Genma looked around the venue, but still did not find Uchiha Sasuke, so he continued, Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara's battle will be postponed, and the next game will be Hajime Masato and Abarame Shino. Hajime, come on! Sakura clenched her fists and encouraged seriously. Hajime smiled and nodded, looking at Abarame Shino who stood up from Hinata. Shino, let's go together. Hajime took the initiative to invite. Shino's ears blushed, nodded, and walked into the arena with Hajime side by side. He and Hajime faced each other, with a distance of 3 meters between them. After Shiranui Genma announced the start, he left the arena to the two of them. Although I know I am not your opponent, I will give you my all to show respect. When approaching Hajime, the bugs in his body had already issued a warning. Abarame Shino knew that Hajime was strong, but in such a competition, giving up would be disrespectful to the opponent. Hajime, don't respect him without permission. Giving up is the real respect for him. Who wants to be treated like a monkey in public? Forget it, let's end this game early. The next moment, Hajime took the lead in moving. His arms opened slightly, cutting through the air, his steps were light, like a hawk fighting in the sky, and he came to Shino in an instant, and his fist landed on Shino's chest. The fist wind squeezed the air with great force, hit Shino's body, and produced a strong gas explosion. Shino's body flew backwards in the air. However, in mid-air, Shino's body turned into a large number of bugs and scattered. This is the secret technique of the Abarame clan, the insect clone. Hajime pursued the victory, and when Shino Abarame appeared, he approached her again. Boom! The stadium shook violently. Under Hajime's powerful force, spider-web-like cracks still appeared on the ground. Even though Shino Abarame had prepared for defense in advance, the insect wall formed by the parasitic bugs was easily smashed open. His figure flew backwards and hit the wall, with blood filling his mouth. Hajime turned his palm into a knife, and his figure suddenly passed through the afterimage in the sunlight. Swish! All the insects that were around Hajime and in the way were knocked down by him. He stood beside Shino. As expected of Hajime. So powerful! In the stands, Naruto's eyes lit up. Shikamaru propped up his head, half dead. This is a battle without suspense. It should be more interesting to arrange the ninja from Sand Falls to Hajime. Sakura looked at the scene on the field and smiled. It feels like Hajime's physical skills have become much stronger again. Green suddenly appeared in her sight. Sakura turned around and saw Lee and Might Guy. Soon Naruto and the others also noticed it. Lee, why are you here? Isn't your body still not well? They asked in a flurry. I want to watch Hajime fight, and I also saw the fight between Gaara and Sasuke. Lee explained. He was still leaning on a cane. Sakura immediately stood up and gave her seat to Lee. But Lee didn't accept it. It's okay, just stand for a while. Lee said. His eyes were on the field. Just when everyone thought that Abarame Shino was about to admit defeat, suddenly, a third figure appeared on the field. Everyone held their breath involuntarily, staring at the scene in front of them. Boom! A huge fist formed by countless parasitic insects came from the sky and fell, extremely domineering. Shino's body swayed slightly, but he still stood up. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Hajime looked at the fist coming straight at his face, and his body disappeared instantly, with only a silver light passing through the void. As fast as lightning. When his figure was caught by everyone's eyes again, Hashumi had already appeared behind Shino. His finger pressed on Shino's vital point. Shino curled his lips silently. The parasite flew back into his body. He raised his hand, "I give up." This was the outcome he had expected long ago. It was just faster than he imagined. It's not that he hadn't thought about using the parasite to absorb Hashumi's chakra. But Hashumi's speed was too fast. The parasite couldn't catch up at all. His physical skills were even more different from Hashumi's. It was normal to lose to Hashumi. Shino was taken to the hospital by the medical ninja for treatment, while Hashumi returned to the stands amid cheers. Just then, Shikamaru went down to compete, his face full of reluctance. And his opponent was his future wife, Temari. The fight between Shikamaru and Temari was very exciting, but Hashumi didn't pay attention. He had to keep an eye on the movements in the stands and the Hokage. If Orochimaru launched an attack, he had to make sure he could enter the formation in time. Otherwise, he would miss this rare opportunity. What? Shikamaru, that idiot, actually gave up. Naruto's complaints came to his ears, and Hashumi looked at the stadium and found that the game was over. Next, it was Gaara and Sasuke's fight. Although he broke several of Gaara's ribs, Gaara had a tailed beast in his body after all, so his recovery ability should be very strong. The leaves fell. Sasuke and Kakashi made a high-profile appearance. Naruto's eyes twitched. The appearance of these two people is really too exaggerated. Full of strong style. Sasuke stayed in the stadium, and Kakashi went to the stands. Yoshi, long time no see, Hashumi, Naruto, Sakura. Kakashi greeted them. Kakashi teacher, where have you and Sasuke been this month? Naruto was very resentful. He didn't even see his shadow. Anyway, it's a training place, a little far away, Naruto will definitely not know if I tell him, so I won't say it. Kakashi habitually perfunctorily said. He looked at Naruto, did you win? Naruto's expression changed immediately, and he was extremely proud, I won. Kakashi's eyes curved, not bad. Naruto looked at Hashumi beside him, and looked at Kakashi with dissatisfaction, why didn't Kakashi-sensei ask Hashumi? This is too biased. Kakashi couldn't understand Naruto's brain circuit, but his starting point for caring about his companions was good. He explained, because there is no need to ask Hashumi, he will definitely win. Naruto. So this is the reason. It seems that he is the one who needs pity. Because Kakashi-sensei is not confident in his strength at all. Chapter 19. But, can Sasuke win? Naruto was worried. He was not a person who would be afraid of the game. But Gaara gave him a feeling of complete fear of death. That guy could really kill his opponent without mercy. Believe in Sasuke. Hashin patted Naruto on the shoulder. Although he didn't believe it himself, Naruto just had to believe it. After all, it was Sasuke who was destined to become a good friend of love and hate with Naruto. He was just a passerby who wanted to earn malicious points. Kakashi also smiled and spoke with confidence, Naruto, believe in the teacher a little bit. This month, Sasuke and I have not just been looking cool. That's right. Hashin thought that this appearance would prove that Kakashi and Sasuke are very similar in nature. They are both the kind of people who like to be cool. When Kakashi was a child, he liked to be cool much more than Sasuke. It's nothing more than hiding his true nature after going through so many things. Sasuke has been training with Kakashi for a month, and the effect is indeed remarkable. Not only has the physical skills reached a new peak, but the Chidori can also be fully mastered. Suddenly, Hazumi's shoulders sank. Naruto's head fell on his shoulders. Hazumi certainly didn't think that Naruto was too sleepy. Such an obvious effect can only be a genjutsu. Hazumi thought endlessly, how nice it would be to use this genjutsu to solve insomnia patients. There are no side effects at all, and you can fall asleep in 1 second. Ding! Human malice detected plus 500. Cursed power converted chakra plus 500. Chakra 58,630 100 million. The malice value was recorded, and Hazumi looked up and looked around. Except for a few ninjas in the stands, all the spectators fell down. Kakashi, Might Guy, and other elite jonins naturally fell for such a simple illusion. And Sakura, who had an outstanding talent for illusion, was also very sober. Not to mention Hazumi, who automatically converted illusions into chakra and flowed into his body. It was a great tonic for him. He hoped that more and more would come. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sound ninjas hidden in the audience jumped up. The scene was chaotic. Konoha and Bu ninjas fought with sound ninjas. On the high platform, the wind shadow even held the Hokage hostage. The situation was critical. The sound ninjas appeared in front of Kakashi and Might Guy, blocking their way. Ninjas from the hidden sound village. Kakashi looked at the forehead protectors on their foreheads, recognized their identities, and looked cold. Why are you attacking Konoha? No one from the sound ninjas answered him, but they held their weapons tightly and rushed towards him and Might Guy. Might Guy smiled and kicked a sound ninja away, excited, Yoshi! Kakashi! Let's compete! Although this is not the time to compete with you, Kakashi said seriously, but he was serious for only a second. He shrugged helplessly, forget it, let's compete. Sakura quickly reacted, avoided the fight between the Jonin and others, and solved the illusions of Naruto, Shikamaru, and others. While dealing with the sound ninja, Kakashi gave Sakura and others an urgent task. It was no longer a boring D-level task for Genin, but a high-level task of level A. Bring back Sasuke and Gaara. Just when the sound ninja suddenly attacked, Gaara, who had completely lost his mind, was taken away by Temari and Kankuro, and Sasuke chased after him without thinking. Kakashi could already guess that Gaara had a tailed beast in his body, and it was too dangerous for Sasuke to go alone. What about Hazumi? Sakura looked at Hazumi beside her and spoke subconsciously. The Otonin in the stands here have been almost dealt with by Kakashi and Might Guy. But a large number of Otonin appeared in the village. They still have to protect the villagers. This is the most important thing. Before leaving, Kakashi looked at Hazumi seriously. Hazumi, can you stay here and fight with the Chunin and Jonin? Yes. Hazumi nodded, and couldn't ask for more. Now he doesn't want to play the Genin redemption game with Naruto and the others. After getting Hazumi's answer, Kakashi and Might Guy quickly rushed to the place where the screams came from. Sakura also glanced at Hazumi. Hazumi! Be careful! After that, she, Naruto, Shikamaru and others chased in the direction where Sasuke and Gaara left. Hazumi looked at the Otonin who came forward to block the way, and impatiently threw 4 cyborgs out of the ninja bag. Accompanied by a series of sharp screams. The 4 terrifying cyborgs scattered like ghosts. Like wild beasts, they rushed into the sound ninja. Lien saw a flash of red in her peripheral vision. Light. He saw the 4 red yang formation that had begun to condense. He turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards the platform. Bang! The ninja who also wanted to rush into the four red yang formation was burned by the flames and was no longer in human form. Ren Jian looked at the four red yang formation that had already taken shape with a gloomy look in his eyes, and suddenly saw a gap that was hidden from sight. That was the gap left intentionally by the person who set up the formation. It seems that Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi still remember their agreement. In front of the other ninjas, Ren Jian rushed into the formation as if he was risking his life. Who is that genin? A battle between the shadows. He will die. But we can't get in. How did he get in? It seems that he broke in by force. Now they have reinforced the formation. We can't break in by force again. The formation glowed red. Completely blocked the Anbu who wanted to support the Hokage. Orochimaru looked at Hajime Masashi who appeared, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. The reason why he let Hajime Masashi in was simple. He wanted to see what Hajime Masashi wanted to do. This trip to Konoha was more interesting than he thought. Hajime. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the child who broke in with worry, but he couldn't help thinking of someone in his heart. Shimura Danzo. Could this sudden attack have something to do with Danzo, especially since it was Hajime who came in? No matter what, the other party was just a child, Sarutobi Hiruzen still said, Hajime, hide and take care of yourself. After fighting with Orochimaru, he had no time and energy to take care of Hajime. Whether he could survive today depended on Hajime Masashi himself. Immortal Reincarnation Technique. 2 coffins rose from the ground. After hearing this name, the third coffin that was about to rise was stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the 2 coffins with a serious expression. 2 familiar figures walked out of the coffins. Orochimaru. How dare you fool the souls of the dead? Seeing the 2 bodies becoming more and more real, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who knew the technique of impure world reincarnation, scolded. Orochimaru showed a strange smile on his face. The 2 kunao in his hand were sent into the back of the heads of the first and second generations. Completely controlled the 2 bodies. Although the souls are still their own souls, their own wills have been suppressed by him. In other words, the current first and second generations are war weapons controlled by him. What is that? The first and second generations of Hokage have been resurrected. Outside the formation, the waiting Anbu looked at the 2 figures that appeared in the book in shock. No. Not resurrection. The Anbu ninja who had been with the Hokage for a long time and was well informed denied it and explained, Orochimaru should have used the impure world reincarnation technique. Imperial world reincarnation. Another Anbu ninja had never heard of this technique. The impure world reincarnation technique, which was listed as the highest level of forbidden techniques, was known only to a very few people in the village. The impure world reincarnation technique is a summoning technique developed by the second generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama. It extracts a certain amount of the dead's flesh, uses the body of a living person as a container for the dead's soul, and then summons the dead's soul from the netherworld to the living world, allowing the dead soul to attach to the container and cover the living person's body with dust, thus transforming into the dead's appearance before his death. The Anbu ninja who knew the impure world reincarnation technique explained. While they were talking, Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju flashed and rushed towards Hiruzen Sarutobi. Bang! Tobirama Senju stepped lightly and moved like an arrow. There was a dead silence in his eyes, dim and without any will. Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly opened his eyes wide. His body moved and he faced Tobirama Senju, and behind him, Hashirama Senju arrived at some point and suddenly hit Hiruzen Sarutobi with a palm. Bang! He dodged Hashirama Senju's palm, but he couldn't dodge Tobirama's punch. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt that everything around him seemed to solidify, his body function dropped sharply, his nerve reaction speed slowed down, and his brain's thinking ability became slow. When facing the first and second generations, the two elders he once admired the most, he seemed to have become a bug trapped in a thick cocoon. Bang! The controlled Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama had no concerns at all as humans. The palm of Senju Tobirama's hand from behind hit his back, and the huge force shook his body. Destroyed his bones and damaged his internal organs. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Watching this scene, the powerless Anbu ninja outside could only shout, "Hokage-sama!" No matter how similar, no matter how real, they are not the real resurrection of the first and second generations. Please fight seriously for Konoha. Otherwise, Konoha will be destroyed. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his eyes. Yes, he was familiar with the technique of impure world reincarnation and knew clearly that the people in front of him were not the first and second generations, but seeing them in such a situation, he still had to miss them. Of course. The voice of the Anbu ninja just now reminded him. Now there is something more important than missing. That is fighting. He wants to protect Konoha. He wants to protect important people. He will never let down the teacher who entrusted Konoha to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's restrained spirit, silent heartbeat, and blood that seemed to have stopped flowing changed in an instant. The pair of pupils piled in wrinkles glowed with strong light. People are often the most powerful when they protect what they cherish most. At this moment, the treasure that Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to protect is Konoha, which is the most important to him. A powerful force spread from Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Orochimaru hooked his lips. This is more like it. Teacher. At this moment, the swooping Senju Tobirama leg whip pierced towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. A huge dent was blown out of the roof, and dust flew all over the sky. When the dust dispersed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure reappeared in front of everyone. He dodged, and not only that, he also forced Senju Tobirama back. Although it was only a moment, it also provided a little confidence to the Anbu ninja outside. Wood release, Tree World Advent. Hashirama Senju stretched out his hands and waved them violently. Buzz! The ground shook. It seemed as if some monster was about to break out of the ground. Countless hideous tree roots quickly broke through the ground, filling the entire four red yang formation at a speed visible to the naked eye. A circle of resisting air waves instantly swept away all the smoke and dust around. At this time, the Anbu ninjas outside could not see anything. The figures of the Hokage, the first generation, the second generation, and Orochimaru were completely lost in this forest that grew out of the four red yang formation. What's going on? What is this? The Anbu ninjas stared at the shocking scene in front of them in amazement. This is the wood release of the first generation Hokage. It was because of the powerful wood release that the first generation Hokage led the seniors to create Konoha. So amazing! Orochimaru stood in the forest created by wood release. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was forced into a desperate situation by Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama, and sighed softly. Teacher, you who were once known as the professor of the ninja world, still lost to time. Sarutobi Hiruzen is old. Chakra and physical fitness began to decline. He could no longer reach the fighting power of his peak period. Ha 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 ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen panted heavily. Most of his chakra and physical strength were consumed. He knew that he was no match for the first and second generations. There was only one way to kill Orochimaru here. The ninjutsu that the 4th generation Hokage used to seal the 9 tails, Shiki Fusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to make hand seals. Si Highway Mao Suzi Iuusi. Put your hands together. Orochimaru, who had seen many ninjutsu in Konoha, couldn't figure out what ninjutsu had such a hand seal sequence. He is indeed a teacher known as the Professor of the Ninja World. 2 clones appeared from Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Orochimaru frowned. It was unreasonable for Sarutobi Hiruzen to use clones at this time. After all, his chakra was limited. It was not wise to waste chakra using clones. Although Orochimaru didn't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to do, he was used to being prepared. Darkness Walking Technique. The figures of Orochimaru, Hashirama Senju, and Tobirama Senju disappeared in the darkness. Darkness Walking Technique is an illusion performed by Tobirama Senju. After performing it, it will create a dark environment and block the opponent's vision. In a dark environment, only the caster and his companions can see things in the environment and attack. This is an illusion that will cause visual hallucinations and take away all light. In the dark world that was like a dark silk, even the most powerful people were forced to reveal their positions. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned his helper, Uromon. Uromon and the original body joined forces, and under the guidance of the god of death, grabbed Orochimaru's shoulder. Orochimaru's face changed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled violently. Then a dark force suddenly rushed out of his body, transformed into a huge phantom that soared into the sky. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Orochimaru roared. He felt something invisible reaching into his chest. His soul felt a sharp pain of being torn. Orochimaru, this is the ultimate ninjutsu that you have never seen, the 4th generation Hokage used to seal the 9 tails. Shiki Fujin can summon the god of death, your soul will be swallowed by the god of death and suffer forever. Orochimaru. The giant claws of the god of death penetrated Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest and penetrated into Orochimaru's body. Sarutobi Hiruzen spat out a mouthful of blood. Even if I die, I will take you away. Orochimaru relied on his strong will to restrain the pain that made people unable to move. His fingers trembled. The Kusanagi sword that fell to the ground emitted a blue light and stabbed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen caught the blade in time, the Kusanagi sword still penetrated Sarutobi Hiruzen's body deeply. Snap! Hashirama, who was ignored by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru, came to Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. His palms rested on the shoulders of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Chapter 20. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru are really Hashirama's best assistants. Orochimaru entangled Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen in turn controlled Orochimaru. Also attached were Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama who could not move. The hands of the god of death were also tearing the souls of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Under the hands of the god of death, even these 2 strong men who once stood at the top of the ninja world could not resist. And this made it convenient for Hashirama to touch their souls. The souls of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama are black. Maybe it is related to their physical death. Although the body has disappeared, the souls of the 2 people are extremely powerful. Far more powerful than ordinary ninjas by 100 times. Hashirama can already imagine how much he will gain this time. Sure enough, a gamble, a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Hashirama can't wait to rid their souls. Powerful soul power and a huge number of memories are coming. Hashirama even had the illusion that his head would explode. Wood escape, Sage mode, Sage technique, Flying Thunder God technique, Water escape ninjutsu, Impure world reincarnation technique. Sengoku, Uchiha Clan, Senju Clan, Uchiha Izuna, War, Peace Treaty, Konoha. Hashomi's eyes were dull, but his mind was full of excitement. The lives of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju flashed through Hashomi's mind like an old movie with the acceleration key pressed. He staggered back 2 steps. After he let go, the 2 uncontrolled black spirits were instantly swallowed by the Grim Reaper. Humph, old man, you can't hold on any longer. You want me to die with you? Impossible. Orochimaru had long lost his previous composure. He was in a mess. He didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen actually had a Shiki Fusion. The blood that kept flowing from his chest completely soaked Sarutobi Hiruzen's shirt. The blood on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face quickly faded. With little life left, the strength of holding Orochimaru's shoulders slowly lost. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that he could not delay any longer. Even if I can't take your soul, I will take your hands away. End the source of your sin. Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolute voice fell. Orochimaru's hands quickly shrank, turned dark, and drooped weakly. Orochimaru's pupils shrank, and he let out a painful roar. The figure of the god of death who devoured 2 souls in Orochimaru's hands slowly dissipated. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes went black and he fell backwards. The monkey demon who was injured by Orochimaru stretched out his hand to catch him, but was forced to disappear because Sarutobi Hiruzen could not maintain the chakra required for spiritual communication. The blue sky was reflected in Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils. All the sounds in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears faded away. He seemed to see Orochimaru squatting beside him when he was a child, asking him the definition of life obediently. Suddenly, Orochimaru's figure gradually disappeared, replaced by Hashomi Masamune. Oh, and this child! Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly remembered the child who had witnessed the whole battle between him and Orochimaru. Hashomi was holding his hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to put on a smile, but he had no strength. He wanted to comfort the child in front of him. Even if he died, Konoha would have a more powerful Hokage to guide them forward in the future. Although his body died, the will of each generation of Hokage to devote themselves to Konoha will never be extinguished. The will of fire, endless. Hashomi read Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't speak, he could guess what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking from the activity of Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul. He looked deeply at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said slowly in a sad tone, "Hokage-sama, I feel relieved to see that you are dead. If he doesn't die, he will have to finish him off. The more he does it himself, the easier it is to reveal his flaws." Hashomi tends to let Sarutobi Hiruzen be killed by Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils turned stiffly, and he stared at Hashomi Masashi. Hashomi Masashi waited for a long time. He never heard the prompt sound. After hearing what he said, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not develop any malice. On the contrary, his pupils were filled with pity and compassion. This child should have been a good child, but was raised by Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt regret and pity for this, and he hoped that someone would save this child in the future. Hashomi. Well, it seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen is particularly tolerant when he is about to die. It seems that he still needs to strike accurately. Isn't Konoha what Hokage cares about most? It's a pity that Hokage will not see the day when Konoha is destroyed. Hashomi he sighed with a smile, but his smile was full of hypocrisy. He leaned close to Sarutobi Hiruzen and whispered in his ear, "Konoha is destined to be destroyed." He observed Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't believe what he said. Hashomi continued to add fuel to the fire. "Do you think I'm in the same group with Shimura Danzo? You're wrong. My goal with the Akatsuki organization to destroy Konoha is the same. I'm in the same group with them. I forgot to tell you that Uchiha Itachi is Konoha's undercover in the Akatsuki organization. We already knew about this. Go with peace of mind. Soon everyone in this village will come to accompany you. Especially Uzumaki Naruto, who is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Ding! Human malice detected plus 50,000. Cursed power conversion chakra plus 50,000. Chakra 108,630 100 million. Finally, it reached 100,000. His chakra. Hearing about the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Itachi, and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils widened and he died of exhaustion. He even died before he could say a word after hearing these words. Hashimi watched the vitality completely dissipate in his body, and said goodbye to him in his heart, "Goodbye, see you in the fourth war. I hope I can contribute a little bit of malice to him then." Hashimi heard footsteps, and his eyes seemed to penetrate the forest created by Senju Hashirama and saw the Konoha ninjas rushing towards this side. The next second. Puff! 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 Countless hideous and fatal wounds suddenly burst out all over Hashimi's body. He could change his body, and it was easy for him to create countless wounds on his body. He won't die. He stopped his body from healing itself. His scene has only now reached its silent climax. Root ninjas covered in masks are scattered throughout the forest created by wood release. When Kakashi, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, and Sunset and other senior ninjas rushed over, they saw Hashimi, who was covered in blood and had hideous wounds. A line of blood and tears flowed down his pale face, and he was holding the hand of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body was already cold. He raised his head, his pale face was bloodless, and his eyes were empty and confused. Hashimi. Kakashi felt like a knife was cutting his heart, and quickly picked up Hashimi and ran towards the hospital. Hokage-sama. In front of the white bed. The daffodils in the transparent glass bottle swayed with the breeze blowing in from the window. The blue-haired boy wrapped in bandages on the bed suddenly opened his eyes and struggled to sit up. Hashimi. Kakashi's throat tightened, and he quickly stepped forward and pushed him back to the bed. Hashimi seemed to have just come back to his senses at this time. He looked at the people in the ward with a confused look, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He looked at Kakashi, "Teacher Kakashi, which ward is the Hokage in?" Kakashi avoided his sight and lowered his eyes. Might Guy, who was beside Kakashi, felt a pang in his heart, tightened his fists, and tried in vain to squeeze out a smile with his tense facial muscles, but he couldn't do it. Sakura's green eyes were soaked with tears. She held Hasie's hands with both hands, and tears fell uncontrollably. Although it was very selfish, Sakura still wanted to say, "It's great that Hasie is okay." If she saw Hasie's body, Sakura really couldn't imagine how she would hold on. So, it's really great that Hasie is okay. Harumi, Grandpa Hokage. He's dead. Naruto, who was standing next to Sakura, was the most honest among the group of people in front of him. He couldn't hide the truth from Hashimi no matter what. Naruto. Sakura, whose voice was a little sharp because of the tightening of her throat, called out to Naruto, and then looked at Hashimi nervously. Hashimi smiled at them, "You are lying. You must have seen that I just woke up. You are all lying to me." He said so confidently. But tears fell instantly. There was a cry in his voice. "It's all my fault." Hashin wiped away her tears desperately, and soon her eyes turned red with bloodshot. "It's all because I'm too weak. Otherwise, Hokage-sama wouldn't." If only I were stronger. Then I could protect Hokage-sama, everyone, and the village. It's all my fault. Kakashi stepped forward and immediately held down Hashin's hands. He had seen that the gauze on Hashin's arms had already oozed pink. He tried his best to comfort Hashin's overly devastated emotions. Hashin, it's not your fault, it's not any of our fault, it's Orochimaru, it's the Odanin. It has nothing to do with you. You hurt yourself, and I'm sorry for the sacrifice of the Hokage. His voice was still calm, with a magical power that calmed people down. Hashimi lay in his arms and fell asleep. Kakashi carefully put him back in the quilt and breathed a sigh of relief. Might Guy stepped forward and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Hashimi witnessed the death of the Hokage with his own eyes, and was tortured into that state in the battle. Hashimi was very tenacious to be able to survive. The scene when they found Hashimi was so heartbreaking that the ninjas in the Anbyo couldn't help but cry. Especially when they found that the Hokage was still holding Hashimi's clothes buttoned tightly in his hand before he died. The ninjas who were arranging the body of the Hokage were all in tears. Hokage must be very sad that he failed to protect the seedlings in the village. But Hokage has done a good job. Hashimi, drink some soup. As dusk approached, Hashimi, who had been sleeping tiredly for a day, woke up again. Sakura smiled at him with red and swollen eyes, and served the fish soup that had been cooked for more than 3 hours. Thank you, Sakura. Hashimi looked at Sakura and said. The forced smile on his face almost made Sakura lose control of her emotions again. What's this? Sakura turned around and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with her fingers. Tomorrow is the funeral of the Hokage, and they concealed Hashimi without any prior agreement. One is Hashimi's current physical condition, and the other is that Hashimi's spirit can't stand such a big stimulation. After taking care of Hashimi to finish drinking the fish soup, Sakura finally had a sincere smile on her face. Great, it seems that Hashimi likes fish soup very much. I will make fish soup for Hashimi tomorrow. When leaving the hospital, Sakura couldn't help but think. Hashimi stretched in the ward, and crossed his legs leisurely under the quilt. The fish soup is so delicious. This patient is treated so well. He wants to lie in bed for the rest of his life. But tomorrow is the funeral of that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? I still have to consolidate my character. Hashimi fell asleep sweetly. It's better to wait for a good time to open the treasure house excavated from Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Even if it's not a good time, at least not now. The next day, when Hashimi woke up, I found that the ward was dim. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning. He lifted the quilt, walked to the window, and saw the dark clouds and endless rain that were approaching as if they were pressing on his head. One after another, black figures shuttled through the rain, like dead souls in the underworld. Ren Jian stretched for a while, then ran to the mirror and looked at his appearance at this moment. His eyebrows sank slightly, his eyelids drooped, and his shining heterochromatic pupils were dim, like a ghost. Ren Jian was satisfied with his acting skills. He put on his ninja shoes and walked outside. He easily avoided the nurse's rounds along the way. The black and white photo captured the smile of the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The life of this legendary ninja world is completely. The curtain fell at the bottom. The portrait was surrounded by white chrysanthemums, and he had a bright smile in the photo. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and others came forward to present flowers one by one. Everyone was unusually silent. Therefore, Konohamaru's crying sounded particularly loud. Sakura found that Kakashi teacher beside her suddenly moved. Sakura looked up in the direction where Kakashi teacher was looking, and her pupils immediately dilated. A person who they thought would not appear here quietly passed through the rain curtain and walked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's portrait. Hajime. Sakura's voice was very low. Naruto and Sasuke's eyes were full of worry. Hajime stopped in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen's portrait. He inevitably thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils that widened before his death. I'm so awesome. Hajime was secretly happy, with a blank expression on his face. He bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The bow of the victor can only be regarded as modesty. However, others did not think so. Hajime could clearly sense the countless eyes falling on him. Hajime, I know you are sad, but your body. Sarutobi Asuma took the lead and stepped forward. Only at this time could he easily persuade Hajime. His broad and warm palm rubbed Hajime's head. Promise me, take good care of your body, work hard to become stronger, and protect Konoha, for which the Hokage risked his life, okay? So, everyone finally saw a smile on Hajime, who had always been thought to be a walking corpse. His heterochromatic eyes that always warmed others, the light ignited again. He said as if he was making a vow, I will definitely work hard to earn malicious points. Thanks for tuning in. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe and share your thoughts. Until next time, happy listening.